Chapter 1. A Surreal Awakening. As the youth, known for his bewilderment, regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he lingered in confusion for a few fleeting moments before swallowing hard, exclaiming, "Ah, there is no ceiling." What unfolded before him was a breathtaking spectacle, akin to a dream, with colors reminiscent of vibrant stained glass swirling and shimmering, enveloped in an ethereal glow. Resembling the aurora borealis, as if he had stepped into a celestial realm, that it was resplendent, enchanting, utterly intoxicating. Even the slightest breath brought an unparalleled comfort that seeped into his very bones. This was the first sensation he experienced upon witnessing the scene before him. He realized he was enveloped by a substance resembling colorful glass, so fantastical, so dazzling, so utterly mesmerizing. Though he sensed no presence of a mattress, it was far more comfortable than resting upon any bed. He felt as light as a feather, yet profoundly grounded. A sense of comfort and security enveloped him, reaching deep into his soul. Warmth enveloped him. Could it be that he had encountered rebirth? Hey, I only lived for 18 years in my last life. Couldn't I have arrived a few years later? He pondered aloud. With wide eyes, the youth suddenly smacked his lips. Is this the womb? Yet, it seems far too luxurious for a mere few stars. He had unwittingly mistaken the womb for a hotel. Before long, the boy felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he succumbed to a sweet slumber, sinking deeper into the intoxicating comfort that enveloped him. The colorful, glass-like substance that permeated the surroundings shimmered gently, dreamlike and surreal. It felt akin to a mother's gentle touch. Behind the partially open door lay a dimly lit room, where flickers of light danced in the darkness. A slender youth, strikingly handsome and seemingly around 17 or 18, sat before his computer desk with a smile, occasionally maneuvering his golden mouse adorned with the Dragon Ball Z emblem. The room remained shrouded in darkness, the glow from the monitor casting an ethereal light upon his face, revealing fleeting glimpses of his features. Before him lay a specially crafted keyboard, each key emblazoned with the visage of Dragon Ball Z warriors, and its design mirrored the golden cloud from the series. The boy stroked his stubbled chin, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. "I said over again, Goku? Until we meet next time," he mused. This youth was a die-hard Dragon Ball enthusiast, passionately revisiting the original manga time and time again. Though he had explored various anime from the 11th district, including those beginning with H, Dragon Ball remained his unwavering classic, a pinnacle that could never be surpassed. Stretching his limbs, the boy's sturdy frame tightened his shirt, accentuating the well-defined physique he had sculpted under the influence of the iconic series. "Oh dear, another update from the evil Buddha," the young boy lamented as he opened the pages of the Dragon Ball Super Saiyan plan, habitually clicking his tongue in discontent. He then hurried off to read the latest chapter of Dragon Ball, The Legend of Lingya, grumbling about the pace of updates before allowing his mind to drift into a stupor. After a while of daydreaming, perhaps feeling a bit dizzy, the boy stretched lazily. Soon, he began to feel drowsy. Before long, he rested his head on the table and succumbed to slumber. In his hazy state, he glimpsed a shimmering, iridescent hue. In the pitch-black, profound, and frigid unknown of the universe, a beautiful planet, akin to a dream, floated serenely in the void. Surrounding it were 4 diminutive planets, each merely 1% of its size, equally enchanting and resplendent. This celestial body was known as King Kai's planet or King Kai's realm. This realm served as the dwelling place for the overseers of the entire universe, the King Kais, and was thus referred to as the Sanctuary. Mere mortals could not hope to find their way to this vast universe, let alone set foot on this hallowed ground. Sacred, noble, and inviolable, it stood in stark contrast to the lofty King Kais themselves. Upon the grand main star, a pristine lavender sky, formed by a complete atmosphere, stretched clear and bright, dotted with wisps of pale yellow clouds. Below, a lush carpet of grass blanketed the earth, which was predominantly land, with only a small portion occupied by azure waters where schools of fish frolicked. The land was a cohesive whole, adorned with forests, towering mountains, babbling brooks, and vibrant flora and fauna, teeming with life. Ironically, despite the immense power that mortals might possess, they were utterly unworthy of stepping foot on or even gazing upon this exalted land of the divine. Yet, some less formidable creatures thrived here in simplicity. The air itself resonated with a sacred and pure essence, capable of cleansing the soul while simultaneously repelling and annihilating any malevolence that dared to trespass upon. This sanctified domain that moment. On a patch of grass within the sanctuary, lay a boy with a peculiar hairstyle, the quintessential gear hairstyle of the King Kai in the original work, Or perhaps a wheel hairstyle? Well, let's just call it a rooster comb. With a blade of grass between his teeth, he reclined on the soft ground, surrounded by the gentle fragrance of greenery. So, did I really just get transported like this? Cavasier mused, chewing on the grass and rubbing his forehead in mild frustration. It felt surreal, as if in a dream one moment he was awake, and the next he was here. The lavender sky was pristine, with only a few pale yellow clouds drifting lazily. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, invigorating him. However, I never anticipated arriving here, he exclaimed. With a soft pft, he spat out the grass, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Maintaining a position with his head resting on his hands and legs crossed, he leisurely began to float into the air. Sky dancing technique. Isn't this the art of flight? This was the thunderous thought that surged through Cavasir's mind after he instinctively took to the skies a month ago. Moreover, a distant figure approached rapidly from the heavens, revealing a mature woman with a hairstyle reminiscent of Cavasir's own. With a light landing, she seized Cavasir by the neck and soared back into the air, her voice rich with feminine magnetism. Didn't I tell you that there's a barbecue gathering at the boss place today? If you don't come to help, Nancy will surely complain about not having enough to eat. As a Supreme Kai, is your memory truly that poor? Cavasir, being pulled along at high speed by the Supreme Kai of the West, rolled his eyes, flailing like a kite. The Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai. A deity. To think he had become the Supreme Kai of his very own universe. Upon realizing this, Cavasir nearly lost his temper and threw his shoe at the plump face of the Supreme Kai. To be transported into the world of Dragon Ball was one thing. Being a scion of the ugliest sort was tolerable, but to not even resemble a human from Earth and not be able to at least interact with the original characters, to end up as a worthless Supreme Kai. Reflecting on the original series, during the Buu saga, the Supreme Kai's lackluster performance while Goku, Vegeta, and even Gohan displayed their might rendered the Supreme Kai merely a background figure, at best a jester expressing shock and admiration. Tears streamed down Cavasir's face as he contemplated how ridiculous he looked with that chicken comb hairstyle. One may be killed, but one must not be humiliated. Under the starlit sky, Cavasir stared impassively at the four figures before him, four deities. The Grand Supreme Kai bore a benevolent smile, his body a canvas of fleshiness, radiating an aura of divine warmth, despite the grease that coated his mouth. The Supreme Kai of the South, bare-chested and muscular, exuded a fierce, battle-hungry demeanor, undoubtedly capable of taking on the monumental task of vanquishing evil while also serving as a source of strength in the latter part of Dragon Ball. The Supreme Kai of the North was tall and slender, his meticulously styled chicken comb hairstyle betraying a somewhat pretentious nature. Cavasir lamented his own unfortunate reincarnation, feeling that he might have to forsake the habit of looking in mirrors. Despite wearing the same attire as Cavasir, which was hardly worth commenting on, he wore it with impeccable neatness, exuding an air of competence that struck Cavasir as reminiscent of a certain butler from a popular poster. And then there was the Supreme Kai of the West, Cassie. Although the West Kai, Jessica, is an indomitable beauty whose perfectly voluptuous figure cannot be concealed even by the rather unflattering attire of a Kai. She is also an unabashed heavy drinker at today's bonfire gathering. She is, without exception, thoroughly intoxicated at this moment. She has her arm wrapped around Cavasir's neck, exhaling a pleasantly fragrant breath of alcohol, and says to him, "Have you truly decided to choose a divine attendant so early?" Haha, Jessica, I believe Cavasir is seeking a divine attendant early because he can no longer endure your antics, the South Kai remarks, while nonchalantly savoring roasted meat. And, astonishingly, lifting a stone bell to exercise his biceps, which Cavasir cannot help but steal glances at. Despite its seemingly small size, this stone bell has been imbued with the South Kai's divine power, transforming it into an extraordinarily dense material, weighing significantly more than one might expect, possibly rivaling the weight of Mount Everest. The South Kai, drenched in sweat and roaring with laughter, playfully points at Cavasir, nestled in Jessica's embrace, and teases, "Look at Cavasir's face, it's as red as the frog." Excrement from Sadola's star. Modu, could you refrain from using such peculiar comparisons? The North Kai interjects, displeased, his exquisitely handsome face, adorned with an ethereal elegance, slightly furrowed as he gracefully picks up a vibrant red morsel from the grilled dough. Jessica, her face flushed from the effects of alcohol, smiles alluringly as she pulls Cavasir closer, pressing his small face firmly against her ample, soft, and elastic bosom. Her voice, already rich with feminine allure, becomes even more intoxicating under the influence of her inebriation. Is it truly as Modu claims, little Cavasir? Jessica squints playfully. How could that be? Although Cavasser feels somewhat dizzy from the comforting softness enveloping him, he is far too astute to utter anything akin to suicidal thoughts. He asserts earnestly, Sister Jessica, you are so beautiful, kind, and gentle, how could I ever think otherwise? His voice, muffled by the plushness surrounding him, carries a hint of sincerity. Please, Jessica affectionately ruffles Cavasser's hair, her laughter causing her to sway delightfully, while Cavasser's face, nestled against her, jiggles in response. Indeed, it is remarkably resilient. In truth, even though Cavasser was not particularly reclusive in his past life, he remains a virgin, having yet to encounter that one who ignites his heart, and thus finds himself blissfully entangled in a blanket of innocence. Therefore, the South Kai's observation of Cavasser's flushed visage is entirely accurate. Cavasser feels as though his heartbeat could surpass 365, despite the fact that he no longer possesses a heart in the conventional sense. The pitch-black night and the twinkling stars are phenomena that, under natural circumstances, are utterly implausible, for the king of all gods' realm never experiences true darkness. Here, the seasons are perpetually spring-like, with each day imbued with warmth and floral beauty. Every fleeting moment offers the utmost comfort, and the flowing air cleanses the spirit. There is no sun here. Celestial bodies of such a low caliber are unworthy of gracing the vicinity of the king of all gods. In this elevated dimension, only the vast expanse of the underworld is permitted to connect with it. The starry sky witnessed during the bonfire gathering was merely an illusion conjured by the great king of all gods to enhance the ambience. Observing the remarkable feats of the great king of all gods and his peers, Cavasser cannot help but feel that the East King of Gods, as depicted in the original narrative, should be incapable of such prowess. Cavasser yearns to inquire of the other kings of gods about their battle power and their levels of chi, yet he finds himself devoid of any reference point. Without a unit of measurement for battle power, how can he draw any conclusions? One day, an epiphany struck Cavasser, prompting him to eagerly ask the great king of all gods about the strength of the Frisia clan, recalling that the elder king of gods had once claimed that it would suffice to eliminate Frisia with just a finger. The great king of all gods, however, admitted ignorance regarding the Frisia clan, leaving Cavasser bemused. Had Frisia's lineage not even produced the slightest offspring? Thus, matters of battle power were momentarily set aside. Consequently, Cavasser remained in this idyllic realm for 2 months, but as boredom set in, he earnestly expressed to the great king of all gods his desire to traverse the outer universe in search of a suitable divine attendant while broadening his horizons. Since you have made your decision, be sure to bid farewell to the mother goddess before you depart, the great king of all gods remarked with a gentle smile. However, Cavasser could not help but be reminded of the rotund Majin Buu whenever he gazed upon the great king, though he was certain that this plump figure was not the same one, absorbed by the original Buu in the narrative. The reason was simple. Cavasser had seen the original, inept East King of Gods in the manga, and he was confident that he, as the East King of Gods, was far more dashing. Very well, Cavasser replied with delight. The great king of all gods smiled slightly and took to the skies, while the voices of the other kings of gods echoed in their ears. Cavasser is preparing to depart. All should gather at the well of the mother goddess. The mother goddess referred to by the great king is not a living deity akin to themselves. Instead, it represents a space connected to the cores of the 5 kings of God's planets, a place at the very heart of this positive universe where all the essence, blessings, spiritual energy, and beauty of this realm converge. All the deities of the realms throughout the ages have originated from that place. Unlike mere mortals, the exterior of the deities appears human, yet their essence is entirely unrelated to humanity. Within their divine forms, there exists no conventional organs or viscera. Instead, they're composed of ethereal substances as enchanting as a dream. Their minds do not harbor a brain in the traditional sense, but rather a luminous radiance reminiscent of the aurora borealis. This radiant phenomenon, akin to the shimmering lights of the aurora, is what is referred to as the divine essence. Previously, influenced by literature, Cavasser believed that the legendary divine essence resembled a gemstone. It was only later that he realized such growths in the mind were not mere stones, even though he presently possesses no head. Initially, he found it somewhat disconcerting. However, he has since grown accustomed to this peculiar detail. Indeed, after the birth of a supreme Kai, there is an innate awakening of certain abilities and a semblance of instinctual memory, such as recollections of their origins. While this may seem astounding, it parallels the natural process of an earthly infant who instinctively begins to breathe and learns to swallow without any instruction. However, upon the emergence of Cavasser, he appeared utterly perplexed, lacking any understanding, which left the other Supreme Kais, who had come into existence long before him, exchanging bewildered glances as they endeavored to provide him with guidance. To be candid, Cavasir's pace of learning has been rather sluggish to this day. He has only grasped a modicum of the essential techniques requisite for a Supreme Kai, such as instantaneous movement, albeit in a rudimentary form. Soon, Cavasir accompanied the Grand Supreme Kai to a sacred spring emanating a divine aura, located at the foot of a mountain on Grand Supreme Kai's planet. Each Supreme Kai is permitted, throughout their lifetime, to bring along a chosen divine attendant into this Mother God Spring, a realm where all Supreme Kais are born, allowing for a profound cleansing and transformation of the divine attendant. Other Supreme Kais swiftly arrived as well, within the realm of Supreme Kais. It is customary for them to refrain from employing techniques such as instantaneous movement as a gesture of reverence for this sacred domain. Honestly, why are you so eager to venture outside? The West Supreme Kai, having a close rapport with Cavasir, chided him as she pinched his mouth, expressing her sentiment that while the outer universe holds some appealing aspects, many areas are fraught with chaos and discomfort, far removed from the serenity of the sacred realm. Kawizel found himself in a state of helplessness. Unlike other Supreme Kais, he was truly a young man hailing from the great celestial empire. How could he possibly remain cooped up here day in and day out? In truth, he was not specifically seeking out divine attendants. He merely wished to venture outside for a stroll, perhaps to encounter something intriguing. For instance, Kawizel was eager to ascertain whether any science still existed, whether the water-blue planet Earth, which held a multitude of his emotions, had come into being, and whether the Ice Clan had yet to emerge. He pondered just how far removed they were from the storyline. The universe is vast beyond measure, teeming with countless brilliant civilizations akin to grains of sand along the Ganges. Surely there were places within that could satisfy the curiosity of a Supreme Kai. Brother, sister, oh, the Supreme Kai has arrived. Chapter 3. The galaxy you seek is not within service range. The universe is an incomprehensibly vast concept for the average individual. All that they can perceive and reach falls within the bounds of what is termed the universe. Even the territories traversed by their ancestors throughout ages past cannot escape the expansive reach of the universe. The origin of the universe is shrouded in mystery. One might as well regard it as having existed for billions upon billions of years, as it undoubtedly predates all. Consequently, life and races within the universe are as numerous as grains of sand, having given rise over millennia to civilizations of great splendor. These civilizations ventured forth from their home planets into the boundless cosmos, traversing alien worlds, realms, and star systems, only to gradually fade away. Ultimately, they would be referred to by the resilient descendants as the ancestors of prehistoric civilizations, such as the nature of the universe. At the convergence of all primordial matter within this universe lies the highest dimension, elevated above all others, the realm of the Supreme Kais. Here, the 5 Supreme Kais, birthed from the essence of the universe, oversee the 4 cardinal regions of the cosmos, with the Grand Supreme Kai presiding over all. However, the universe is simply too immense. Even the Supreme Kais lack the capacity to oversee it all. This gave rise to the existence of Kai, which, in Kawizel's eyes, resembled that of a secretary. Upon recalling the secretary, Kawizel couldn't help but envision the rotund, cerulean visage of the North Kai from the original narrative, adorned with round sunglasses and sporting 2 appendages akin to those of Namekian sprouting from his chin. The mere thought caused Kawizel's expression to pale, and he suddenly felt disenchanted by the allure of office life. At this moment, our esteemed East Supreme Kai was engaged in conversation with the North Supreme Kai on an ordinary planet within the Eastern universe. This planet boasted a thriving ecosystem yet had yet to evolve intelligent humanoid life. What? Kawizel exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the North Supreme Kai as if beholding a remarkable creature, and incredulously inquired, did you just say that each of the 4 Supreme Kais has 10 secretaries? What is a secretary? I mean, the Realm Kings, the 10 Realm Kings? Kawi Sierra Warzi, still not having switched gears, what is the situation? Do we have 10 Eastern Realm Kings as assistants? This was not mentioned in the original text. Isn't there only 1 Realm King for each direction? At this moment, Cavasir experienced a subtle sensation, as if he had traversed dimensions. Hero, are you certain you haven't misremembered? Is it truly 10? Cavasir sought to reconfirm, wondering if it were merely an auditory hallucination or perhaps an illusion. How could I possibly be mistaken? The North Realm deity, displeased, was known for his meticulous nature. It was utterly unreasonable for Cavasir to question his recollection. Nevertheless, it was difficult to express anger towards this difficult-to-bear treasure, his 5th brother, especially when the other deities cherished Kavashir, particularly the West Realm deity, Giexica, who held him in high regard. The North Realm deity elucidated, the universe is vast beyond comprehension. Even as deities, endowed with divine essence, it is impossible for us to expend such immense energy managing the cosmos incessantly. Thus, it is essential to enlist the assistance of additional deities. He recalled that motto. The South Realm deity had previously spoken to the Great Realm deity about recruiting more divine beings for assistance. After concluding his explanation, he patted Kavashir's shoulder. This reasoning appeared sound, and Kavashir pondered while stroking his chin. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He raised his gaze towards the North Realm deity, his expression earnest and expectant. Ah, Bay, could you possibly have your deities assist me in locating a planet? The planet you seek is within my northern universe? The North Realm deity furrowed his brow in inquiry. Of course, Kavashir replied inwardly, recalling the original text. However, this anticipation was genuine. Visiting Earth was indeed one of Kavashir's significant objectives for this journey. During a previous mental scan of my universe, I had overheard a technologically advanced being mention a planet that seemed quite intriguing. This was, evidently, a blatant fabrication. Kavathir pondered deeply, considering that although he may have traversed time a bit prematurely, given the Earth's ancient age, it would be reasonable to assume that it had already come into existence. While watching Animal World at home, the host frequently mentioned millions of years ago, and surely he could not have landed in the narrative's timeline billions of years prior. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. The North Kai looked at Kavathir with a skeptical expression, questioning whether he truly wished to expend such considerable effort scanning the universe. It is essential to understand that employing divine power to conduct a cosmic scan is exceedingly taxing on one's mental energy, even for himself. A comprehensive scan of the northern universe would require intervals of intense focus followed by necessary rest, approximately 10 sessions to achieve full completion. Of course, it is true, Kavathir retorted, his expression conveying disbelief at the doubt cast upon him. The North Kai stared at Kavathir, who returned the gaze, pondering whether his old friend might be lacking in consideration. After an intense moment of mutual scrutiny, the North Kai sighed, exasperated and bemused, saying, "You must at least tell me the name of the planet you seek. Surely, you can provide some distinguishing characteristics to aid my search?" Kavathir, feeling somewhat defeated, quickly replied, "It is called Earth, or perhaps the ETH. After all, who can say if Earth prefers a nickname?" The North Kai grimaced, yet raised his right hand, pointing his index finger near his temple, and then spoke. "As for the 10 kings of the northern universe, I am the North Kai. Please assist me in locating the planet known as Earth." Kaviziel gazed at the North Kai with anticipation. After a moment, the North Kai, wearing a peculiar expression, looked at Kaviziel and inquired, "Are you certain such a planet exists? Perhaps Earth is not referred to by that name presently?" Kaviziel, somewhat mentally prepared for this inquiry, promptly replied, "It is a beautiful azure planet." He added, "The ratio of land to sea is 3-to-1. Indeed, he was speaking of Earth from his previous life, for both planets shared the same name. Upon finishing, his expression remained filled with hope. The North Kai began to regret his decision to assist Kaviziel, yet resignedly reached out to his 10 other Kais to relay Kaviziel's descriptive characteristics once more. A few minutes later, the North Kai spoke slowly. "There are indeed such planets, but there are dozens that are quite similar, making it impossible to ascertain which one you refer to." "Dozens?" Kaviziel's heart sank. Even searching one by one would take an eternity. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he excitedly exclaimed to the North Kai, "Ah, the planet I seek is situated on the edge of the northern galaxy." With that, Kaviziel praised his own cleverness, thinking how remarkably astute he was. As any dragon enthusiast knows, the Earth within Dragon Ball is an inconspicuous little planet located in the northern galaxy. The North Kai regarded Kaviziel with utmost seriousness and lamented, "I suddenly feel that releasing you was a grave mistake on the Grand Kai's part. He was far too hasty." What is it?" Kaviziel responded, slightly taken aback. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. North. Check the northern galaxy, particularly its outskirts. That should narrow down our search considerably, right?" The North Kai, visibly distressed, remarked, "You should have at least acquired some fundamental knowledge before embarking on a journey through the universe." His expression mirrored that of a disheartened elementary school teacher observing a lackluster student. "Hey, what's the matter?" Kaviziel also sensed something amiss. "You just mentioned northern galaxy." "Indeed. The Milky Way is divided into 4 quadrants, north, south, east, and west, and we each oversee one," he explained. "The Grand Kai is essentially the foreman, is he not? However, If I recall correctly, there are numerous star systems throughout the universe, yet none are designated as the galaxy. Kawizel suddenly felt that perhaps this just had crossed a line. Chapter 4. As a deity, one must learn to savor life in the Eastern universe, on the planet Dedro. This is a stunning planet that, when viewed from the depths of the cosmos, resembles a luminous green pearl, radiating beauty. On a verdant slope, a figure abruptly emerged. He sported a pale purple crest atop his head, his complexion fair, with well-defined and handsome features. Dressed in a casual outfit with long sleeves and a short torso. He wore loose-fitting trousers and comfortable sneakers. If one were to overlook the jarring nature of his peculiar hairstyle, he would appear as a quintessential sporty young man. This, of course, is the Great East Supreme Kai Kawizel. The attire was conjured by his divine power, for he would never deign to don the rather unflattering Supreme Kai uniform in front of others. Kawizel had mastered this skill of transforming objects with his bare hands. After all, the original story's Junior East Supreme Kai could conjure the hardest metal in the universe from thin air. Kawizel merely changed his clothing, which posed no challenge for him. However, this ability only allowed him to transform items he had previously encountered. The concept of creating something from nothing was non-existent. As for the peculiar hair atop his head, Kawizel often contemplated the idea of simply changing it with a light-hearted spirit. Having witnessed countless trendy hairstyles on Earth in his previous life, he had long desired to dye his hair a striking red. Here, he figured, no one would mind him, right? Yet, he suddenly felt that such an alteration was entirely unnecessary. If he were to encounter someone familiar, he could not maintain the altered hairstyle upon returning to the Supreme Kai realm. He would inevitably have to revert back, lest he face the ire of his fellow Supreme Kais, who regarded such hairstyles as a point of pride. Conversely, if he were to cross paths with a stranger, why should he care about their opinion? We are beings of genuine spirit, utterly carefree. Kawizel leaned back, gazing into the distance, filled with lush greenery. Indeed, this planet's vegetation was impressive. The interstellar teleportation was quite exhausting. He thought it prudent to acquire a spaceship soon. Following his farewell to the North Supreme Kai, Kawizel embarked on his solitary journey through the stars. After their conversation, he had come to realize that he had traversed time and space to an overwhelming degree, seemingly far removed from the narrative by an insurmountable distance. It was a terrifying thought. The Milky Way had yet to be born, and Earth was still in its embryonic stage. Tears welled in Kawizel's eyes. Was it truly so easy to traverse dimensions, being so far from the narrative? Even as a Supreme Kai, he could not possibly live long enough to witness it all. Although regretful, he acknowledged that even the planet meat might still be a mere mess at this point, considering that the original plot primarily unfolded within the confines of the Milky Way. We are ancient beings, indeed. Oh, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Kavizer's mind. It seemed that, in the original work, there existed such a thing as a time machine, did it not? Kavizer's heart ignited once more with fervor, having journeyed to the realm of Dragon Ball. He found it utterly unsatisfactory to forego mingling with the storyline. After all, in his previous life, he was an unabashed admirer of Goku. Securing an autograph or capturing a moment in a photograph would be splendid. Temporarily setting aside his contemplations, Kavizer devoted himself to exploration. He traversed the cosmic expanse, shifting through the stars with such rapidity that his head spun with disorientation. Now, he found himself on the planet Sidero. No, it simply would not do to squander his vibrant youth on mere teleportation. It felt like an egregious waste. Kawizel was fervently eager to construct a spacecraft, for he had long envied the splendid space capsule that allowed Goku to journey to Namek. It was replete with amenities, catering to all manner of indulgences. What a delight it would be to traverse the cosmos in such a vessel. Having reincarnated as a god of destruction, he felt a profound responsibility to embody the essence of divinity. A life of leisure, indulgence, and serene existence seemed to be his fate. After all, he had not been reborn as a scion, whose exhilarating battles and relentless pursuit of strength filled their minds with thoughts of violence. In retrospect, not being a scion had its merits. As a professional deity, relaxation was indeed part of his divine duties. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the scions and their striking transformations. How magnificent they appeared. Kawizel's greatest childhood dream was to transform into a super scion, with its striking physique and flamboyant hairstyle. Particularly, the allure that emanated after engaging in a brawl, leaving one's garments tattered and torn, was truly captivating. With a melancholic sigh, Kawizel ran his fingers through his hair and patted his cheeks before soaring into the sky. It is noteworthy that he initially assumed his flying ability was a manifestation of the instant transmission technique, However, that was far from the truth. Lacking any key, the concept of instant transmission was beyond his reach. His flight was instead a manifestation of the divine power within him, a technique utilized similarly in his ability to manipulate objects. Even the battle-hungry South Kaishin, renowned for his formidable combat skills, excelled at channeling his divine power into an offensive manner. Kawizel had a general understanding of South Kaishin's abilities, as he was often seen engaged in various scuffles. However, his knowledge of the Grand Kaishin was rather limited. This rotund figure seemed to spend his days indulging in food, exuding a benevolent demeanor without revealing his true capabilities. Kawizel couldn't help but wonder if this character was a reincarnation of a being from the universe of Yachirobe. Nevertheless, he was aware of the Grand Kaishin's title as the god of gods from his past life, leading him to speculate that perhaps the Grand Kaishin was indeed the most formidable of them all. As Cavasser soared through the skies, his mind wandered aimlessly. He refrained from utilizing instant teleportation unless absolutely necessary. After all, he was not devoid of limbs. Why would he wish to traverse with a mere whoosh? It would be utterly mundane. At this moment, while gliding through the air, Cavasser could indulge in reverie, admire the scenic vistas below, and inhale the refreshing essence of nature. Life, after all, is meant to be savored. Ah, what is that in the distance? It appears to resemble a city. With his exceptional eyesight, Cavasser discerned a clearing amidst the woods, suggesting the presence of human habitation. However, the atmosphere bore a primitive essence. Could the inhabitants of this planet possibly construct a spacecraft? Cavasser held reservations about a civilization that would establish a city within a primeval forest, finding it difficult to envision a spacecraft suddenly ascending from this locale. At that moment, from the so-called primitive city ahead, a flying object gradually ascended. Then with a swift whoosh, it accelerated abruptly, soaring upward, breaking through the atmosphere, and vanishing from sight. It left behind a faint white trail of smoke that pointed skyward before quickly dissipating. I just said nothing. Cavasser wiped his brow. At least, he could now locate the spacecraft without the indignity of running around himself. What if they refuse? If they truly do? Cavasser could only respond with a nonchalant chuckle. Chapter 5. The power of a high-tech planet. The following day, on the planet Zitero, a spherical flying vessel emerged, resembling a giant ball. Upon his first encounter, Cavasser was filled with skepticism about its ability to take flight. Regarding the process of borrowing this vessel, Cavasser had anticipated it would require significant effort, perhaps even necessitating some less-than-noble tactics to procure the spacecraft. However, upon arriving at the city that seemingly harmonized technology with nature, he was approached by a creature that resembled an unidentified object, which circled around him, scrutinizing him from every angle. Finally, it pointed at Cavasser's hairstyle and the two distinctive earrings adorning his ears, chattering excitedly, as if attempting to communicate something. After employing a bit of divine power to converse with these peculiar Zitero aliens, Cavasser soon realized that they had indeed recognized him, or rather, they had discerned the traits of the supreme god he embodied. However, it may be due to the absence of a work uniform that the people of Sidril initially did not express much certainty. It was only when Cavasser donned his work attire, illuminated by the divine light, that the Sidrolians displayed radiant smiles, bowing repeatedly to him in profound honor and delight. The reason for their exuberance lay in the fact that several years prior, a superhero had emerged from the Sidril planet. This hero single-handedly thwarted the invasion of extraterrestrial malevolence, sacrificing his own life to save the entire Sidril world and protect his fellow beings. Following his demise, the superhero's remarkable contributions caught the attention of a ruler from the Eastern Realm, who chose him for special training as an exceptional cosmic warrior, essentially taking him on as a formidable aide. Subsequently, this hero maintained some connections with relatives and old friends from his home planet, as the ruler was, in fact, a mobile telephone booth. The inhabitants of Sidril had also heard descriptions of the ruler's appearance from the superhero, who now resided in the afterlife. Furthermore, Cavasser's own distinguished demeanor resonated with these accounts. This situation seems reminiscent of Goku's experiences, does it not? Cavasser rubbed his temples, struggling to avert his gaze from the rudimentary equipment aboard the spacecraft. Aside from the primary control console at the forefront, the only other fixture was a solitary bed. And there was also a spherical object resembling a refrigerator, albeit considerably larger than any refrigerator Cavasser had ever encountered. Forcing himself to dismiss thoughts of Goku and his companion spacecraft, Cavasser pressed his right index finger against his temple, feeling a slight headache. Moses, is this the East Kai? He coughed, clearing his throat before the meeting commenced. Mental communication proved to be quite efficient, and a response soon emanated from the other end of the psychic link. "Ah, is this Lord East Kai? I have long heard from the Grand Kai that you have recently emerged. What brings you to us?" In an instant, a chorus of voices clamored in Caviezel's mind, creating a cacophony that became increasingly irksome. "Enough, enough. I am currently on a cosmic journey, or rather, an expedition. I wish to know whose jurisdiction I am within." "So let them speak," Caviezel declared, waving his hand to interrupt the incessant chatter. "Ahem, Lord Kai, you are presently within my domain." After a brief moment of silence, a deep, resonant male voice echoed in Caviezel's ear. Caviezel, wishing to avoid unnecessary pleasantries, spoke directly. "All right, please assist me in locating the coordinates of the nearest planet, one that boasts the most advanced technology." Reflecting on coordinates, Caviezel recalled having seen, in a past life while browsing forums, the cosmic coordinates of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. However, this was of little consequence. Even if Caviezel could remember, what significance would it hold? The Milky Way had yet to be born, so what was there to discuss regarding Earth? Caviezel sat upon the imposing chair of the main control console, which was uncomfortably rigid, seemingly crafted from raw timber. How miserly of the Sidroans, would it truly be so burdensome to provide a genuine leather seat? Before Caviezel lay a somewhat opaque glass, through which the external universe appeared as an indistinct shroud of darkness. He felt a profound unease regarding this glass, crafted by the Sidro people from raw wood, as he pondered the potential consequences were it to shatter. Despite his ability to survive in the vastness of space, his extensive prior existence as a terrestrial being rendered him somewhat apprehensive about the cosmic environment. The void was a tapestry of inky blackness, punctuated by the sparse twinkling of distant stars, each undoubtedly light years away from his current position. Moreover, the absence of gravity in the celestial expanse drove Caviezel to the brink of madness. The sensation of having above and below rendered meaningless was far more disorienting than the complete loss of direction he had experienced in a desert. At least in the desert, he could feel the earth beneath his feet and gaze at the azure sky above. In contrast, the cosmos left him uncertain of where to place his feet. Thus, Caviezel resolved to expedite the replacement of his dilapidated vessel and summoned his 10 devoted secretaries, as there was no cost to him for their service. "Lord Kaioshin, there exists a planet in the cosmos at coordinates D24C13, where technological civilization thrives, approximately half a light year from your location." "Half a light year?" Caviezel's expression remained impassive. "Just inform me how long it will take to arrive at my current speed." "It should take around 3 months and 9 days, the East Kaioshin replied cautiously. "Such a lengthy duration," Caviezel mused, stroking his chin, shaking his neck in resignation, and flexing his wrist. "It appears I must exert myself once more. D24C13. Is it in this direction?" With that, the spherical ship, hurtling through the obsidian void at more than twice the speed of light, vanished with a whoosh, only to reappear far ahead, and then disappear again, re-emerging in a seemingly endless cycle. Time passed, and as Caviezel fought off drowsiness during his weary navigation, the ship abruptly materialized once more in the vast expanse of stars. As light flooded in, Caviezel's eyes struggled to adjust. Squinting, he waved his hand and mumbled incoherently, "Wow? What a magnificent moon! Lord Kaioshin, you have arrived." The voice of the Kaioshin echoed in his ear. "Huh?" Caviezel snapped back to his senses, gazing in astonishment at the enormous, luminous planet beyond the translucent glass. "Have we truly arrived? You have utilized instant transmission consecutively so many times." With only half a light year to traverse, it was indeed a swift journey, the Kaioshin replied with a hint of exasperation. "I have never encountered such an unusual Kaioshin who prefers instant transmission yet opts to travel by spaceship. TCH, who said that driving while fatigued is inadvisable. I have effortlessly reached my destination while lost in dreams," Caviezel retorted. Caviezel rose to his feet and stretched his limbs in a grand yawn, feeling a sense of pride. With a mere blink, he found himself transported to a different realm, which was indeed quite convenient. Just then, a vast expanse of red illuminated the surface of the planet before him. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified flying objects detected. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified flying objects detected. Suddenly, the spacecraft of Caviezel was illuminated by a series of flashing red lights, causing him to momentarily think he had entered a bar. A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the vessel, warning, "You have unlawfully trespassed into the airspace of Hitai Star. Your ship's permissions have been revoked and will be forcibly landed in Zone 33 of the 9th Military District." The voice repeated this message multiple times, its tone unyielding and monotonous. Chapter 6. The Magical Girl of Mizuan. The red lights continued to flicker, accompanied by the relentless, chilling electronic voice. Cavasser grimaced at the situation. The control panel of his spaceship had become utterly non-functional, as if commandeering another's vessel was a mere game. "I told you I needed to switch ships," Cavasser declared earnestly, just as he noticed his vessel hurtling into the atmosphere, with vague silhouettes resembling unmanned combat drones escorting him from outside the glass. "Ah, so this is the audacity that advanced technology permits?" Cavasser mused, unfazed by the predicament. He knew that once on solid ground, a mere teleportation would allow him to escape. Moreover, his divine form was impervious to the petty attacks of firearms and explosives. Often, he pondered whether the so-called god of the realm in the original narrative was merely a counterfeit, for it seemed utterly weak, tarnishing the dignity of divine beings, as it frequently found itself bloodied and beaten. "Attention, imminent landing. Disarm and prepare for inspection." The mechanical voice finally altered its phrasing, yet remained as frigid and rigid as ever. Through the windshield, Cavassil observed the slowly enlarging continent, which appeared to be a desolate expanse, albeit altered. Within this barren landscape, an incongruous cluster of white buildings emerged, unmistakably the so-called 9th Military District. As Cavassil's spacecraft continued its descent, the white structures rapidly magnified before his eyes. He discerned a vast, open plaza below, meticulously arranged with numerous aircraft stationed in neat formation. At that moment, it seemed that several humanoid figures clad in mechanized armor were poised at the ground, brandishing what resembled firearms in anticipation of his arrival. Amidst a throng of mechanical warriors, only 2 genuine humans were present, adorned in distinctive uniforms that appeared to be military attire, topped with peculiar military hats. They gazed upward, donning transparent goggles through which various data flickered incessantly. "General Kikalu, the target is about to land. Should we engage in a direct assault?" queried the subordinate, who was clearly the junior of the two. The goggles displayed a continuous stream of information alongside an enlarged image of the rapidly descending unidentified spacecraft. General Kikalu scoffed, disdainfully noting that it had been a considerable time since any extraterrestrial craft dared to intrude upon the domain of our Haytech planet, and yet, this subpar model was the best they could muster? He wondered if those aliens had truly forgotten the terror of the Haytech people. "There is nothing to deliberate. Those who dare to provoke will be annihilated," he declared, regarding the approaching, pea-like vessel with contempt. "Understood," his subordinate nodded in comprehension, raising his gloved right hand and subtly signaling. Instantly, 100 or so metallic warriors beside them lifted their helmets, their dark visors shimmering with various data. Subsequently, an array of weaponry emerged from their mechanical forms, including cannons, laser guns, and more. With a swift gesture from the subordinate, a cacophony of sounds erupted, bangs, pops, and whirs, as a barrage of miniature missiles was launched toward the rapidly plummeting green orb of a spacecraft. Additionally, beams of red, yellow, blue, and purple laser light shot forth, creating an impression of advanced and formidable technology. Time seemed to stand still as all weapons converged around the green orb spacecraft. Boom. The dilapidated spacecraft, devoid of any elegance, inevitably transformed into an unremarkable display of fireworks. "Humph," the feeble General Kikalu scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, peculiar symbols appeared upon the lenses of his and his subordinates' glasses. These characters belonged to the language of the Haytake star, conveying a disconcerting message. "Life forms aboard the vessel have vanished abruptly. Life forms aboard the vessel have vanished abruptly." Confirm once more, no signs of life detected in the target direction. With a tranquil smile, General Kikalu remarked, "This serves as a subtle warning to those restless extraterrestrial forces." With that, he turned and departed. Far away, in the skies, Kawizel emanated a faint violet glow, casually hovering in the air. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression betraying little concern for the situation at hand. Casting a distant glance at the remnants of his destroyed spacecraft, he mused, "You have forced my hand into this act of thievery. Do not fault me for my ruthlessness." Before leisurely departing, the luminescence surrounding him was a protective barrier, a manifestation of the divine energy he wielded, capable of reflecting and evading any external threats. In Kawizel's own words, it was akin to a protective halo. However, as a seasoned veteran well-versed in fantastical tales, he recognized that such a phenomenon was not invincible. Should a sufficiently potent force emerge, this protective halo would prove inadequate. For instance, he had never witnessed Goku's tenfold Kamehameha in action, yet he could surmise that it would undoubtedly breach his defenses. Goku, drawing upon a lifetime of martial prowess, had fused the formidable techniques of Kaioken and Kamehameha, a serious matter indeed. Moreover, Goku possessed the even more monstrous Dragon Fist explosion, nevertheless. When it came to merely obscuring the detection signals of certain technological civilizations, Kawizel felt no pressure at all. Thus, he meandered leisurely across this planet, which was under constant surveillance. "You needn't concern yourself with me. Go about your business," he said to East King No. 1, before ending the call. This planet was indeed vast, and its technological civilization appeared markedly more advanced than the previous planet, Citaro, as evidenced by the scant traces of green that adorned its surface. Cavasier discreetly descended into a narrow alley of a city that appeared to be merely average in altitude. It is said that such entities can only be discovered in cities of this modest stature, as they have nearly vanished from the grand metropolises. Cavasier effortlessly evaded various detectors and the curious gazes of passers-by, making his appearance in this city. He then strolled confidently through its streets. Through keen observation, Cavasier noted that every individual in this city, including children and the elderly, wore a luminous circular badge adorned with peculiar patterns upon their chests. What could this be? Cavasier pondered. However, shielded by his guardian aura, akin to invisibility, he felt no apprehension. After meandering for a while and gleaning some of the information he sought, Cavasier temporarily exited the city, arriving at the edge of a desolate plain. A wanted notice? A female? As he walked, he stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing that the items adorning the chests of the citizens were akin to identification cards. Those lacking such an item would be instantly detected by the surveillance system and promptly pursued. Global surveillance. Cavasier shook his head, utterly bewildered. This planet was truly devoid of humanity. Suddenly, he heard a rustling at his feet. A plump, yellow mouse emerged from the earth, adorably rotund, yet appearing somewhat disheveled in its yellowish-gray coat. Its bright, expressive eyes scanned the surroundings, reflecting a hint of distress and fear, as if it were concerned for its safety. Cavasier stood beside the little creature, observing it with great interest. Suddenly, the small mouse let out a startled squeak. To Cavasier's astonishment, a soft white light enveloped the little yellow mouse, which then began to expand, growing larger and larger. As the white light dissipated, it revealed a young girl kneeling on the ground, her golden hair cascading around her. Her beautiful face was smudged with dirt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, and her attire, resembling a tattered magical robe, was in disrepair, with the buttons at her chest completely torn off, exposing her remarkable figure. Perched in a position reminiscent of her former mouse form, she presented her backside directly towards Cavasier. Indeed, Cavasier swore, whether in this life or the previous one, he had only ever encountered such scenarios in novels: innocent maidens, youthful visages, and bewildered expressions. While reading those words, he had felt nothing, but experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. Cavasier swallowed hard. Chapter 7. The maiden named Celia Cavasier, with a pained expression, watched as the girl voraciously devoured the food before her, completely disregarding her appearance. Her golden hair was now grimy, and her delicate face bore the marks of dirt, enhancing her untidy demeanor. Clad in a tattered magical robe, she fervently consumed the offerings brought from a nearby city by the great King Kai, who had seemingly cast aside his noble status. "Are you saying you are not from this planet?" "Yes, yes." The little sorceress nodded vigorously, cramming more food into her mouth. "You are a sorceress?" "Yes, yes." She continued to nod and eat. "You mean to say you accidentally activated a magic circle in your master's laboratory, somehow transporting yourself to this planet?" "Yes, yes." She nodded emphatically, still munching. "And because you lack identification, the locals consider you a criminal?" "Yes, yes." She nodded, continuing to eat. Suddenly, the young sorceress choked, her face turning crimson as she patted her chest. Cavasier sighed and offered her a cup of water. "And to avoid capture, you transformed into various animals using magic?" Cavasier rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of unreliability about such occurrences in the Dragon Ball universe. Magic? As an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, Cavasier was well aware of its existence. In the original narrative, the demon Majin Buu was created by the great sorcerer Bibidi, as referred to by his successor, King Kai. Thus, in a world like Dragon Ball, anything is possible, much like the vast potential and excitement found in the One Piece universe. However, a magic circle capable of traversing the cosmos? Surely, such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary sorceress. Even Bibidi's son, Babidi, adhered to using a spaceship when journeying to Earth. Was this sorceress even more formidable than Babidi? Could it be that this girl's master is Bibidi? Cavasier cast a peculiar glance at the enchanting magical girl, and his mind involuntarily conjured the grotesque visage of Bibidi. Sending a shiver down his spine, such a notion must not persist. Moreover, Bibidi should not be a figure of his era. In the present time, the concept of a galaxy has yet to materialize, and the ancient texts of the Supreme Kai's realm contain no more than the faintest whispers of warriors like Goku. It seems there lies a disheartening temporal chasm from the original storyline. Cavasier Orz. Just as Cavasier was lost in his musings, he noticed the exquisite earrings. Cavasier regained his senses, only to find the young girl had unexpectedly leaned closer to him, her enchanting, sparkling eyes fixated upon his ears. Indeed, a subtle twitch graced the corners of Cavasier's mouth, as the current positioning of the two was undeniably delicate. Cavasier was casually seated on the ground, propped up with one hand behind him in a relaxed manner. Meanwhile, the young girl, eager to get a closer look at Cavasier's earrings, approached in a crawling position. Despite her tender age, her ample bosom was nearly brushing against Cavasier's chest. Cavasier, feeling a wave of embarrassment, swallowed hard. To be honest, aside from his encounters with the Supreme Kai of the West, he had never experienced such stimulation throughout his life. The Supreme Kai of the West, whom he perceived as an elder sister, elicited only mild embarrassment, even when his face was frequently pressed against her voluptuous and soft bosom. However, this enchanting loli, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated every otaku, was an entirely different matter, especially when she innocently leaned in close with an undeniably alluring demeanor. Who could resist such temptation? Fortunately, Cavasier's divine nature allowed him to regain his composure just in time. The little lowly sorceress gazed at him for a while, her bright, sparkling eyes glimmering even more, unable to resist reaching out to pluck one of Cavasier's earrings. As Cavasier gazed closely at the petite girl, he was struck by the exquisite beauty of her face, porcelain-like in its fairness. Her captivating large eyes sparkled as if they concealed a mesmerizing crystal deep within their depths. Her flowing golden locks radiated youthful vitality, and despite her tattered magical robe, her alluring figure emanated an undeniable warmth and energy of youth. Cavasier marveled inwardly, yet he couldn't help but assert, "No matter how beautiful you are, you shall not take my earrings." Cavasier leaped away as if startled, covering his ears and declaring solemnly, "This is the virtue we stake our integrity upon." Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him, as if the scene before him had been etched in his memory, stirring a vague yet ominous feeling within him, as though he were on the cusp of grasping something fundamentally significant yet elusive. Integrity? The little girl blinked. "Ah, I meant life." Her countenance suddenly paled as she clutched her hair and exclaimed, "Oh no, in my haste to eat, I completely forgot to transform back into a small creature. They will surely discover me now." Cavasier's lips twitched as he observed the little girl rolling on the ground, her expression one of utter despair. Is this the after effect of prolonged transformation? "It will be all right. They won't find you," he sighed, rubbing his forehead. "What do you mean? You have no idea. Those people are truly wicked. They can find anyone, no matter where they hide. Only by transforming into an animal can one evade them," the little girl said, her anxiety palpable as she paced frantically. Suddenly, she fell silent, lost in thought, pondering why transforming into an animal would render her invisible to them. Yet, her worry soon returned, tears streaming down her face as she panicked. "What if I get caught? I assure you, it will be fine. As long as you don't stray too far from me." Cavasier decided to divert the conversation. Having realized the girl's thoughts were exceedingly innocent, so innocent it was almost shocking, he remarked, "By the way, what is your name?" "Huh? I'm Celia. And I'm already 16 this year." The little girl indeed paused her frantic movements to introduce herself, puffing out her chest with pride when she mentioned her age. As if turning 16 were a monumental achievement, Cavasier couldn't help but turn his head away. "And you? What is your name, strange big brother?" Celia asked curiously. "My name is Cavasier, and I am 20 years old." He contemplated for a moment. If measured by this lifetime alone, he hadn't even reached 2 years. Thus he decided to include his age from his previous life. After all, he still looked the part. "Wow, that is amazing. You're already 20. Celia exclaimed with admiration, her eyes sparkling like those of a little magical girl. Cavasier was at a loss for words. He glanced up at the overcast sky, which mirrored the state of the planet's greenery. Due to an extreme emphasis on technological advancement, the sky here was a chaotic mess, and the inhabitants of this planet paid little heed to aesthetic pleasures. All natural processes beneficial to ecology and humanity had been mechanized, leaving the planet desperately lacking in greenery. The sky, too, appeared to be artificially manipulated, with its components meticulously recalibrated by the planet's supercomputer, though it fell short in visual appeal. Cavasier shook his head, utterly disenchanted by the heartlessness and lack of whimsy exhibited by the inhabitants of this planet. He cast a glance at the little girl, Celia, who was brushing off the dust from her clothes, and inquired, "What about you? Do you not wish to return home?" "Home?" Celia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped in front of Cavasier, her bright, shimmering eyes wide with joy. "Brother Covey, can you take me home? I miss it so much. I miss my master. This place is so frightening." "Not a problem at all." Cavasier flashed a charming smile and placed his hand on Celia's shoulder. In an instant, a divine energy surged forth, enveloping her in a gentle glow. Celia stared in amazement at the radiant light surrounding her. As the luminescence faded, her tattered magical robe vanished, replaced by a simple yet elegant attire reminiscent of Cavasier's previous life, certainly not a maid outfit, nor cat ears, but rather a casual ensemble tailored for a female. Cavasier was not so cruel as to exploit the innocent and naive nature of a girl for his own base amusement. "Wow, Brother Covey, are you a magician too?" Celia exclaimed, astonished, though she quickly dismissed the thought, her mind as straightforward as that of the legendary Sun Wukong. "Let us go. If you wish to return home, we must first procure a spaceship." With that, Cavasier placed his hand on Celia's shoulder and vanished from sight in a flash. Chapter 832-87 To be candid. Cavasier had held an immense admiration for Iron Man, Tony Stark, in his previous life. This admiration stemmed not only from Stark's extraordinary genius in science, but also from Cavasier's profound envy of Stark's stunningly impressive Iron Man suits, exorbitantly priced and undeniably cool. Thus, when Cavasier embarked on the endeavor of commandeering a spaceship, he had resolutely resolved to also abduct a scientist, compelling them to craft several Iron Man suits for him. It was a rare opportunity to visit such a technologically advanced world, and to forego indulging in this experience would be a disservice to the countless Iron Man fans from his past life. After all, he was not fighting alone. Consequently, he decided to have the entire spaceship meticulously customized. Cavasier pondered while stroking his chin. "Brother Cassie, where shall we procure a spaceship?" The charming little girl, Celia, blinked her enchanting large eyes, gazing at Cavasier, who was lost in thought. At that moment, the two of them floated in the sky, enveloped by Cavasier's protective halo, rendering them invisible to the outside world. No matter how advanced the technology of the inhabitants of this planet, they would remain undetected. Cavasier inquired whether the young girl Celia could fly. She replied that her magical energy had nearly depleted and would require some time to recover, adding that even if she had magic, she had no means to procure a broom. Cavasier found the mention of a broom somewhat chaotic, yet it sparked a revelation within him. Cheerfully, he asked Celia if she was familiar with a place called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The little girl cast him a vivid glance of disdain, asserting that magic was not something to be easily imparted. It was a craft taught through one-on-one mentorship. This was not solely to prevent the transmission of a magician's unique skills, but because without the dedicated guidance of a mentor, mastering magic was exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. The intricacies and profundities of magic are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Moreover, as a teacher, a magician would find it exceedingly difficult to devote the necessary energy to instruct more than one student at a time. Thus, the concept of a magic academy was met with severe disdain from the young girl. However, Cavasier did not take her words to heart. After all, this narrative was neither a blend of various anime nor a tale of time travel, so the influx of random elements seemed unwarranted. In fact, he found Celia's eye rolling quite endearing, exuding a charm that elicited involuntary laughter. Furthermore, the innocent nature of the little girl led her to affectionately call him Brother Cassie shortly after their acquaintance, which brought a sense of delight to Cavasier's heart. This, of course, was also attributed to the divine aura surrounding Cavasier, which naturally invoked trust and warmth. Indeed, where could one find a kind, benevolent, and helpful scientific uncle? The two stood suspended in the air, enveloped by Cavasier's divine power, untroubled by the cold heights or the thinness of oxygen. Cavasier gazed down at the clusters of cities below, stroking his chin in contemplation. How vast this place was! How could he locate those vessels known as flying ships? Celia, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, having been away from her hometown for so long. She longed for the soup her master used to make. With concern, she remarked, "Moreover, the people here are quite fierce and incredibly formidable." cast a fleeting glance at the little girl nestled within the crook of his arm. Celia's supple and voluptuous form pressed naturally against his arm, evoking an indescribable sensation of ecstasy. I am not infatuated with Lolis. I am not infatuated with Lolis. I am certainly not infatuated with Lolis, he fervently repeated in his mind. Subsequently, he contemplated several potential strategies, while dismissing those that seemed impractical. With a sigh, he ultimately shook his head and remarked, "It appears that this divine being must indeed resort to employing the powers befitting a great deity." Celia, ensconced in his embrace, gazed at the profile of his face, her expression one of bewilderment, as she struggled to comprehend his words. As Cavasser's thoughts stirred, the divine energy within him surged, establishing a connection with his consciousness, and instantly, his divine awareness radiated outward. The body of the universal king god is sculpted from the primal forces of the cosmos, and the divine energy they wield is indeed this very essence. Though scanning the entirety of the Eastern universe might prove somewhat taxing, the minuscule planet before him, though, from Cavasser's perspective, it is 4 times the size of Earth, was hardly worthy of his attention as the illustrious Eastern king god. 3287 opened her eyes. She found herself in a small chamber, reminiscent of a prison cell, furnished with nothing but a solitary bed. For reasons unknown, her physical form resembled that of an 11 or 12-year-old girl, standing at a mere height of approximately 1 meter 30 to 40, appearing rather delicate and petite. However, the indifference reflected in her brow bore a stark contrast to her charming exterior, resembling a visage devoid of life. Gazing through the sole glass window of the room, she beheld a shroud of darkness. This peculiar glass permitted visibility from the outside in, yet obscured the view from within to the outside world. Yet, 3287 was aware that beyond this glass lay countless white laboratories, filled with monotonous data and even more monotonous machinery. An array of intricate, dazzlingly advanced technological devices cluttered the entire space, varying in size from the grandiose to the minuscule, yet all epitomizing the pinnacle of modern science. Various virtual projections simulated experimental scenarios, guided by the supercomputer of the research base to yield the most probable experimental outcomes. These projections could even recreate miniature scenes of the cosmic starry skies, facilitating cutting-edge scientific experimentation. Individuals clad in white lab coats moved about with expressionless faces, engrossed in their tasks. Initially, this place was populated solely by scientists from the planet Hataiko. But ever since Hataiko's technological prowess surged and it began its rampant invasions and colonizations of other worlds, a multitude of peculiar extraterrestrial beings, all scientific prodigies, had joined their ranks. Yet, these alien geniuses regarded the little girl in the cramped room with a mixture of respect and trepidation, for she surpassed them in both talent and brilliance. With an impassive demeanor, 3287 descended from her diminutive room and donned a slightly smaller white lab coat, seamlessly integrating herself into the relentless cycle of research and experimentation. It was only after the throbbing in her head became unbearable that she earned the privilege to seek permission from the supercomputer to return to her modest quarters. The other scientists looked upon the slender figure of the girl with a mixture of awe and pity, each time this little girl participated in their scientific endeavors. Regardless of the field, the pace of their research would soar like a rocket. Her scientific aptitude was fearfully extraordinary. Yet, she was merely a subject, the only success among 3,286 failed experiments. To date, no successful cases had emerged from the experiments conducted after her. The most recent failure bearing the designation 18795. Click. In stark contrast to the high-tech environment, the handle of the door was opened, and the little girl paused for a fleeting second before gently stepping inside. Instantly, a myriad of pinhole surveillance cameras illuminated the ceiling, monitoring every movement of 3,287. Unfazed by the mundane devices above, 3,287 softly climbed onto the bed, lying down as her long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she gradually succumbed to slumber, seemingly exhausted. Meanwhile, on the floor of the room, a minuscule black dot, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, began to move. This was a tiny speck that had fallen from 3287 when the door was opened, a shrunken version of herself. The counter-surveillance device functioned flawlessly, and the temporary shrinking pill was effective, as was the decoy robot. 3287 glanced back at the sleeping decoy on the bed, in that brief moment of opening the door. She had executed the exchange with her miniature counterpart, while simultaneously activating her counter-surveillance device, transforming effortlessly into this diminutive form, akin to a speck of dust. A smirk of derision filled her mind as she mocked the foolish entities attempting to surveil her. If they were capable of creating a scientific anomaly like her, they ought to be prepared to be outsmarted in return. Although confined under their watch in the bedroom, when it came to her work, achieving her own desires was a simple endeavor. Even her fellow scientists were utterly incapable of comprehending her creations or deciphering her schematics. All she needed to do was feign failure in her experiments. The minuscule 3287 activated her auxiliary thrusters and began to roam about, seemingly in search of something. Eventually, she arrived at the desired location on the cold floor of her bedroom. She gently alighted, her petite palm resting against the surface, triggering a hidden mechanism. Instantly, a small circular black portal emerged on the floor, resembling a sudden passageway. Without hesitation, 3287 leaped into it. The black hole sealed behind her. This dark circular aperture was an ingenious micro-artificial wormhole, connecting to a subterranean laboratory hidden from all surveillance on the planet. Within the silent confines of the lab, a circular spacecraft rested quietly. Though not grand in size, it emanated an aura of advanced technology. The vessel's hull was adorned with numerous wires in shades of red, white, green, yellow, blue, and purple, all interconnected with various machines within the laboratory. These machines flickered with a faint luminescence, while peculiar text scrolled continuously across the electronic screens. It was as if a nascent creation was on the verge of being born. Chapter 9. The Abduction of the Genius Scientist Girl on the Planet Haytake. Within the upper echelons of the research base, a portly middle-aged man stood before a multitude of electronic screens. He cast a glance at a dedicated screen nearby, which displayed the image of a young girl, designated as 3287, peacefully resting in her bed. Surrounding this array of screens were several extraterrestrial beings clad in specialized work attire, diligently operating various machines. Has 3287 performed well today? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Yes, Lord Phil, a staff member rose, bowing slightly as he dutifully provided the routine report. With 3287's assistance, we have achieved significant breakthroughs in 133 key research projects over the past 7 days, including the 8th Gene Optimization Initiative, the development of the 27th generation spacecraft, and solutions to various issues concerning the 23rd generation interstellar weapons. Enough. The man waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in the incomprehensible details. He merely wished to know that 3287 had once again yielded benefits for them. Gazing at the image of 3287 on the screen, he envisioned the future of Haytake, where their unparalleled technological advancements would enable them to conquer the universe entirely. How wondrous that would be! The thought alone was exhilarating. In an undisclosed underground laboratory, 3287 returned to her normal size and approached the machines surrounding the spacecraft. After a brief inspection revealed no apparent issues, she moved to the front of the ship, tilting her face upward. A slight smile of excitement tugged at her usually impassive features, only to fade into despondency. She was acutely aware that, despite the spacecraft she had clandestinely constructed far surpassing the so-called 27th generation vessel, she could not pilot it to escape the despairing planet that bound her. She understood the formidable power of this world. Long before she could breach the atmosphere, she would be obliterated by the very weapons she had developed herself, reduced to nothing but dust. Regrettably, the creation of a wormhole generator capable of facilitating the spacecraft's departure had reached its limits. The miniature wormhole she had previously managed to create had been the utmost she could achieve under such stringent surveillance. Moreover, to activate a wormhole jump device of such magnitude, the commotion would be inescapable. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of the inhabitants of Haytake before departure, resulting in execution, reduced to mere dust, with not a trace remaining. Yet, she could not resist. 3287 found herself irresistibly reaching out to caress the cold metallic shell of the spaceship, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The longing to create such a spacecraft consumed her, to do so clandestinely, evading all scrutiny, having spent over 2 decades reaching this point. Even with the constant risk of discovery looming, for how desperately she yearned to escape this place. She desired freedom, to live by her own volition, to sleep when she wished, to eat when she felt hungry, to indulge in restful slumber each day, to experience life beyond the confines of the laboratory, to engage joyfully with others, to forge friendships and share her burdens. A soft thud. The tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. She had even bestowed upon herself a name, a true human name. Yet, deep down, she was acutely aware that all of this was merely an impractical fantasy. Each awakening forced her to confront the numbing drudgery of her tasks, and each slumber was fraught with the anxiety of potentially being overshadowed by a more accomplished success product, silently erased from existence in her dreams. After a while, 3287's expression returned to one of indifference, or perhaps numbing apathy. Just as she was about to turn away, a seemingly frivolous voice echoed from behind her, "Little girl, how about coming with your brother to see the outside world?" 3287 turned around coldly to find a boy with an unusual hairstyle accompanied by a girl who could be considered beautiful. The lad, appearing around 17 or 18, was grinning at her. 3287 paused momentarily, scrutinizing the boy with the peculiar hairstyle, before calmly inquiring, "What do you mean? Brother Cassie, where is this?" The lovely girl beside the oddly coiffed boy suddenly interjected, her curious gaze flitting around the laboratory, particularly lighting up at the sight of the spaceship that would never soar into the cosmos. Cassie, is this the thing they call a spaceship?" 3287 furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. "Enough of the nonsense." Sierra reprimanded Celia with a gentle swat on her finger pointing at the spaceship, then turned back to 3287, flashing a bright, sunny smile. "What I mean is, I will take you away from this wretched planet, and in return, could you help me construct the spaceship I desire?" Celia pouted, murmuring softly, casting a sidelong glance at Sierra, adorably scrunching her little nose, yet saying nothing further. "Building a spaceship is a trivial task, but on what grounds should I trust you to have the capability to take me away from this planet?" 3287 questioned with a frown, her tone indifferent. "Moreover, it seems you are aware of my circumstances?" "Oh, I listened a little to the conversations of those who resided here before your arrival, and I gathered a general understanding of the situation." Cavasher scratched his head, seemingly to convey a sense of embarrassment for eavesdropping on others, yet his countenance betrayed no sign of such discomfort. With a casual wave of his hand, he remarked, "One can easily deduce that deep within, you must yearn to escape this place." 3287 remained unfazed, gazing intently at Cavasher without so much as a blink. Cavasher was not accustomed to the gaze of the little girl before him. Unable to resist, he walked over and gently tapped her on the head, scoffing, "You want me to prove my ability to take you away? That is quite simple." Just as 3287 was still bewildered by the audacity of this individual to knock on her head, Cavasser had already placed his hand on her shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished from that place. High above the planet Haytake, the cold wind howled, and faintly visible in the higher altitudes were patrolling drones. Suddenly, two figures appeared out of nowhere. The usually indifferent 3287 was startled, instinctively clutching Cavasser as she gazed down at the flowing clouds and the city clusters below, resembling dark patches. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Cavasser, filled with disbelief. How did they suddenly arrive here? There was no wormhole in sight. How was this possible? Oh no, there were patrolling and surveillance machines everywhere outside. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a hint of unprecedented urgency crept into 3287's voice as she addressed Cavasser. "Are you referring to those machines?" Cavasser replied nonchalantly, pointing upwards without lifting his gaze. When 3287 looked up, she saw two unmanned patrol drones drifting past them at a height of several dozen meters, seemingly oblivious to their presence. 3287's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? How could these infallible patrol machines fail to detect their living forms? She had personally participated in their development, although she had not exerted her full effort. It was inconceivable that such a glitch could occur. Abruptly, 3287 turned her head, her eyes filled with incredulity as she regarded Cavasser, whose expression conveyed a sense of nonchalance. As if to say, "You're making a fuss over nothing." Before she could process the situation, the scenery before her blurred, and upon regaining her senses, she found herself back in the familiar underground secret laboratory. "So, do you now believe in my ability to help you escape this planet?" Cavasser asked with a hint of pride in his smile. "I can completely shield this planet from all instrument detection and assist you in gathering materials to perfect this spacecraft. With my teleportation ability, once the ship is nearly complete, I can directly transport us and the spacecraft beyond this planet, perhaps even to other worlds," he finished, looking at 3287 with anticipation. At that moment, the once indifferent little girl 3287 was utterly speechless, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Chapter 10. The Super Scion 4 appears from afar. A day and a half later, the immense silvery planet, Hitaiko, floated serenely in the vastness of space, slowly rotating. Countless tightly packed spacecraft darted in and out, as if engaged in an epic interstellar conflict. Half a light year away, a peculiar circular spaceship materialized within the inky abyss of the universe. Though not particularly large, it gleamed with a noble silvery sheen, exuding an exquisite metallic luster and boasting a remarkably elegant design. Within the vessel, in the main control room, 3287 stepped away from the console and approached the expansive front viewport, gazing intently at the distant silvery orb of light. That was a Tycho, the very place she had desperately sought to escape from, now astonishingly close. "What is it?" Cavasher inquired, joining 3287, who resembled a young girl. As they stood side by side, gazing into the vast cosmos beyond the immense glass. "What is it?" 3287 momentarily faltered, unable to respond. Cavasser chuckled, pointing towards the distant silvery glow, the sensation of freedom after leaving the confines of the cage. 3287 was momentarily taken aback, her gaze becoming dreamy as her small hand brushed against the cold glass, a warmth she had never felt before stirring within her heart. She gently nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "It seems rather pleasant." At this moment, the curious little girl Celia approached the array of intricate machines, her wide eyes captivated by the dazzling data dancing across the luminous screens. She longed to reach out and touch them, yet hesitated, biting her finger in a state of indecision. 3287 released a relaxed sigh, stretching her limbs before moving to Celia's side. She pressed a button located beneath the control panel, causing the entire console to lower slightly, just enough for her to operate comfortably. With nonchalance, 3287 tapped a few buttons on the luminous screen, and soon, the entire spacecraft resonated with a series of faint sounds. In response to the puzzled expressions of Cavasser and Celia, 3287 helplessly pressed a few more keys. And before their eyes, a three-dimensional projection materialized. It depicted a spacecraft undergoing a dramatic transformation. From a modest circular form, it gradually expanded, various components extending from within until it ultimately morphed into an oddly crescent-shaped vessel. In terms of volume, it seemed to have increased 5 or 6 times. One could only wonder how 3287 managed to cram so many parts into such a small spacecraft. Cavasser stared in astonishment at the transformation of the spacecraft beneath him, as depicted by the holographic projection of his clock. His gaze upon 3287 resembled that of one confronted by a living monstrosity. "Let it be known, there are no provisions aboard this vessel. Why did you not mention this sooner? It seems I must exert myself to utilize teleportation. I wonder why you didn't speak up while on Hytaco? Celia and I could have procured some sustenance." "Brother Caxi," Celia interjected, "I believe Sister 3287, such a peculiar name." She mused, must be eager to leave that place as swiftly as possible, hence her insistence on not wasting time acquiring food. Moreover, this spacecraft lacks refrigeration. Any food you manage to gather would be futile. After all, I never truly expected to depart that planet aboard this vessel. How far is it to the next planet with decent technological prowess? Opening the star map. There it is, Yashi. Its technological capabilities are, in her view, somewhat mediocre. Yet the materials for constructing a spacecraft should be accessible. It lies approximately 1 light year away. 1 light year. Very well, let us seize the moment. Clenching her fist heroically, with Celia scattering flowers beside her. Thus, in the vast, lonely cosmos, a peculiar crescent-shaped spacecraft appeared, vanishing and reappearing at a great distance ahead. The spacecraft of Cavasser gracefully descended upon the relatively verdant planet of Yashi, with the prowess of 3287. The vessel's anti-detection capabilities were far beyond what this level of planet could ever breach. Naturally, the detection and defense systems, meticulously crafted by 3287 under optimal resource conditions, would easily surpass the current capabilities of this ship, effortlessly tracking its presence. After all, this spacecraft was constructed in secrecy by 3287. It was only to be expected that in the days to come, 3287 would further enhance this already advanced vessel, utilizing her intellect and innate talent. Given the right resources and time, she possessed the potential to transform this crescent-shaped anomaly into a formidable space fortress. This, indeed, was Cavasser's aspiration, in a desolate expanse. After the ship's landing, its cloaking system was activated. The central section of the crescent-shaped spacecraft opened a door, revealing Cavasser, 3287, and Celia. "Are you certain the inhabitants here won't detect our ship?" Cavasser inquired, shielding her eyes from the sun as she gazed out at the barren landscape. This planet was indeed quite large. The petite 3287, without raising her gaze, replied coolly, according to the data copied from the Hatik planet. The technological prowess of Yashi is insufficient to detect even the rudimentary products of my creation. As she spoke, the young girl fiddled with a peculiar watch on her left wrist. With a click, 3287 pressed a button on the watch, and her diminutive form began to hover gently. Disliking the awkwardness of being carried by Cavasser, she hastily developed this compact anti-gravity device. This device required the user's DNA, and once donned by the DNA holder, it could interpret the user's brainwaves to facilitate flight. The direct consequence of 3287's invention was Cavasser's fervent request for her to produce several more watches with the same functionality. Although he could fly himself, he had always harbored a passion and curiosity for sci-fi films in his previous life, finding great joy in collecting gadgets reminiscent of those from Doraemon, even if they served little practical purpose. What a proud little girl, Cavasser thought. Shaking her head as she embraced Celia's slender waist, preparing to take flight, Celia, not particularly accustomed to high-tech devices like the watch, felt no qualms about being carried by Cavasser. Just then, a curious sensation caught Cavasser's attention, furrowing her brow. She directed her sharp gaze towards a specific point in the sky, her eyes piercing through the vast cosmic void. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming and inexplicable aura suddenly emerged from a distant location, only to vanish in an instant. It was unmistakably a form of biological energy, rather than the immense power utilized by machinery. The aura that could instantly alert Cavasser, the Supreme Kai, is certainly extraordinary. What's the matter, Brother Cassie? Celia inquired. Noticing Cavasser's sudden stillness, she gazed at him, perplexed, only to find his expression marked by an unprecedented seriousness. Although Cavasser often appears frivolous, this demeanor stems from his past life's personality. However, having served as the Supreme Kai for an extended period, he possesses an inherent air of authority imbued by divine power. Please wait a moment, he said with a smile, gently patting Celia's head. He then delicately tapped his right index finger near his temple, establishing a connection with the Supreme Kai of the East. Did you notice that formidable presence just now? Cavasser inquired. The East Supreme Kai promptly replied, Indeed, my lord. That aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Please conduct a brief investigation, Cavasser requested, his brow furrowing slightly. As a Supreme Kai, he bore a sense of responsibility. If this presence posed a threat to the universe, he would not hesitate to utilize his divine powers to eradicate it. Understood, my lord, the East Supreme Kai responded. At that moment, a voice filled with mild impatience echoed from the sky. What are you doing? Hurry up. Cavasser swiftly embraced Celia's soft form and soared into the sky. This planet lacked the formidable capacity to install identity devices for every citizen, as seen on the Hatek star, nor did it impose global surveillance. Perhaps this planet possessed such capabilities, but chose not to employ them. Who can say for certain? In the heavens, Cavasser cradled Celia's fragrant and delicate body, flying alongside 3287. Well then, what modifications do you envision for the spacecraft? Or what additions do you desire within it? 3287 inquired casually. Adhering to their agreement, you assist me in departing from that planet, and I shall help you craft your desired ship. At this, Cavasser's eyes lit up, eager to respond, when suddenly the voice of the Eastern Realm King interrupted. Lord Realm King has been located. Oh, pray tell, Cavasser replied with narrowed eyes. What? 3287 turned in confusion. Cavasser's response appeared somewhat enigmatic. Cavasser gestured for her to wait a moment, continuing to listen to the report from the East King. The East King elaborated. It is on a primordial planet, adorned with ancient forests and inhabited by animals, yet devoid of humanity. The bearer of that aura is a young man with long black hair, adorned with patches of red fur on his upper body, and possessing a crimson tail. He emanates a menacing energy, though it quickly dissipates. Upon hearing the East King's description, Cavasser froze mid-air, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be? A figure reminiscent of an idol flashed through his mind. Impossible. This realm I occupy should belong to a prehistoric age that is yet to manifest in the Milky Way. Cavasser shook his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself, leaving Celia in his arms baffled, completely unable to comprehend her brother's musings. Alas, it seems he has detected my scrutiny and has actively shielded himself from my probing. The East King's anxious voice suddenly broke through the silence. Cavasser was momentarily taken aback, but soon revealed a faint smile. Never mind, it no longer concerns you. The exploration in a singular direction was relatively straightforward. Moreover, that particular aura seemed not to be too distant, Just moments ago, Kavizier's consciousness had subtly locked onto that energy. Hey, my friend is certainly not the inept king of the water realm depicted in tales, even if you were truly a super scion for. It would be impossible for you to perceive the divine consciousness of our esteemed king of this realm. Furthermore, if it were a scion, it was said that they lacked the capacity to survive in outer space. As the Eastern King had noted, there are no humans on that planet, and consequently, no spaceships could exist. But how did he arrive there? Did he inadvertently stumble upon a cosmic wormhole? Nonetheless, it isn't too far. A spaceship would take merely a matter of days. Perhaps I should prioritize preparing the ship. I do hope it will bring forth a delightful surprise. Chapter 11. The Grand Operation of Spaceship Construction. On the planet Yashi, in the bustling Fidelra district, one of the 6 major super cities. Wide streets thronged with people and were adorned with luxurious hover vehicles. Various magnetic roadways soared through the air, bustling with activity. Numerous small flying mechanical peacekeepers drifted through the sky, maintaining an orderly presence, each diligently fulfilling their duties. Little girl 3287 strolled through the vibrant streets, accompanied by the seemingly idle Kavizier and the curious Celia, whose bright eyes sparkled with wonder as she looked around. Brother Cassie, what is that? Brother Cassie, look. That person is so strange. Haha, Brother Cassie, Celia is tugging at you like a curious little child, wanting to see everything. 3287 led the way into a vast supermarket. Inside, it was incredibly spacious, filled with a dazzling array of countless goods. Now then, aside from that inconsequential gravity chamber, what else do we need? Little girl 3287 navigated deftly amongst the electronic and mechanical products, selecting items with ease. Kawizier held back the little girl Celia, who was eager to join the lively crowd in the distance, and after a moment of contemplation, suggested, how about creating some special combat suits? The kind that are lightweight and flexible, yet offer substantial protection. Quite an easy task. 3287 nodded in agreement, retrieving seemingly inconspicuous components from the shelves. Proceed, she said calmly. Gene repair fluid, to create a healing machine capable of restoring injuries. Yes, continue. We should also construct several training rooms aboard the spacecraft, perhaps combining them with the gravity chamber. Yes, continue. We must not overlook entertainment facilities such as bathrooms, bedrooms, sports arenas, swimming pools, and so forth, preferably of a luxurious standard. Yes, continue. Thus, Kawizier trailed behind the frantically gathering 3287, keeping a watchful eye on the dazed little girl Celia, while he excitedly rattled off a plethora of desired items. By the way, Kawizier interjected, stopping 3287, and with anticipation in his eyes, he asked, could you craft a few suits of iron armor for me? He then elaborated on the characteristics of the Iron Man's suit. The little girl 3287 looked at Kawizier with a mix of difficulty and hesitation. What? Not even you can create that? Kawizier gazed at 3287 in despair, pondering whether Tony truly was an otherworldly genius, so exceptional that even this prodigious young scientist could not replicate his work. 3287 was nearly choked by his words. What are you saying? She glared at Kawizier with discontent, then seriously replied, however, are you certain you want me to make something akin to a toy? I can do it, but I propose enhancing the combat-oriented robot you mentioned earlier by adding a function that allows it to switch to the iron suit mode you just described. How does that sound? That sounds splendid, Kawizier exclaimed, revitalized, his eyes shining. Moreover, the intelligent system we discussed earlier should be integrated, connecting all mechanical devices within the spacecraft, including the super robot, to minimize the presence of unsightly control panels. I don't understand that sort of thing. I can just issue commands to the intelligence when needed. How convenient. That is indeed a commendable idea and worthy of consideration, the little girl 3287 remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Kawizier. She thought to herself that this fellow could indeed generate constructive suggestions, unlike the nonsensical ideas he had previously proposed, which were utterly outdated. Were it not for their agreement, she would not have bothered with those tasks at all. Of course, since she was to undertake the project, she would ensure it was executed to perfection. This way, the spacecraft would be more spacious and comfortable. Kawizier smiled, patting Celia, who had linked her arm with his, and said, isn't that right, Celia? Celia, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, shook her little head in confusion, yet appeared quite impressive in her demeanor. After a brief foray through the supermarket, the diminutive figure known as 3287, accompanied by Cavasser and others, proceeded to the checkout. With a deft motion, 3287 extracted a petite card from her pocket. Following a swift scan, A beep signaled the completion of the transaction. Cavasser, burdened with a plethora of items, begrudgingly assumed the role of a porter, trailing behind the giggling Celia and the sprightly 3287. As for the origins of their funds, Cavasser was only aware that the prodigious young girl, 3287, had merely ventured out for a brief excursion and returned with an additional card in hand. Subsequently, they stumbled upon a peculiar device resembling a computer within the city, and after a cacophony of keystrokes, an inexplicable sequence of nines appeared on the card. While navigating through a narrow alley, Cavasser extended his hand to the jumbled assortment on his back, channeling his divine power. To his astonishment, the items vanished into thin air. It is noteworthy that Cavasser's divine strength was, in fact, the fundamental energy of this universe, allowing him to effortlessly create a micro-subdimensional space, akin to a portable storage pouch, an advantage he saw no reason not to utilize, despite his reluctance to bear the mantle of a laborer. Thus, for nearly a month thereafter, they would spend several days aboard their spacecraft, emerging only when the need arose to procure materials, before retreating once more to their concealed vessel. A month passed. Cavasser, brimming with satisfaction, surveyed the nearly completed wonders aboard the spaceship. He strolled through the extraordinarily lavish lounges, clicking his tongue in appreciation. He passed by the spacious, brightly lit training rooms, equipped with a plethora of rugged exercise tools, and again clicked his tongue in admiration. He moved past rows of highly effective medical machines. Still expressing his approval with a click of his tongue, he wandered through a wardrobe overflowing with an array of garments. From the specialized combat attire he desired to an astonishing assortment of vibrant casual and leisure outfits, eliciting yet another click of appreciation. Ultimately, he arrived at the chamber housing the super robots. "Welcome, Mr. Cavasser," a robotic female voice emanated from the miniature speakers embedded in the ship's walls. As the security door of the room illuminated softly and gradually swung open, Kawizel entered the chamber, where he beheld the metallic walls adorned with square containers, each encased in glass, housing formidable super robots reminiscent of Iron Man due to his fondness for a particular android character in a narrative. Kawizel instructed the young girl to create 18 of these super robots. "Xiao Xia, activate Mark 1 and Mark 2, he commanded with a snap of his fingers, smiling as he added, "Please bring me a glass of juice." "Certainly, Mr. Kawizel," came the mechanical voice, ever obedient and ready to assist with tasks both grand and trivial. In an instant, 2 of the glass coffins illuminated, and with a hiss, 2 imposing Iron Man-like super robots emerged. Shortly thereafter, a mechanical arm delivered a glass of juice before Kawizel. The convenience of having such intelligence thrilled him inwardly as he took a delightful sip of the beverage. The superintelligent system, christened Xiao Xia by Kawizel, was recognized as an embodiment of his divine essence. As long as the divine presence within Kawizel remained, he would eternally hold the highest authority aboard the vessel. Celia was also granted a Level 1 access, a privilege second only to Kawizel's, allowing her to utilize most of the ship's functionalities. Initially, Kawizel intended to bestow a privilege upon 3287, but the young girl gently declined. Cavasser initially assumed that the little girl would offer an explanation such as, "I promised to prepare the spaceship for you," but he was profoundly mistaken. The girl responded in a most unexpected manner. First, she cast Cavasser a scornful glance. Then, with an air of unparalleled arrogance, she nonchalantly remarked, "If I wish to do something, what does it matter if I lack the authority?" Chapter 12. Lament and Music Box. In the vastness of the cosmos, a crescent-shaped colossal spaceship soared through the void. Within its confines lay countless chambers, each more diverse than the last. The technological sophistication of this spacecraft was astounding, bordering on the incredible. In an exceedingly spacious training room, 2 imposing super robots stood facing each other, one clad in a striking red exterior, the other in a deep blue. Yet, they shared a common feature: the elongated eye sections of their helmets glowed with an azure light. Meanwhile, the endearing little girl Celia, dressed in loose-fitting casual attire, sat comfortably on the edge of a plush chair, clutching a bag of popcorn. Beside her, a small coffee table was laden with an array of snacks and a glass of juice. Celia took a bite of popcorn and sipped her juice, her large eyes narrowing in delight. After wiping her mouth, she raised her delicate, fair arm and called out sweetly, "Mark 1 versus Mark 2. Round 1, ready, go?" As her voice faded, the 2 super robots sprang into action. Boom! The red Mark 1 and the blue Mark 2 simultaneously raised their arms, unleashing waves of energy toward one another. The rapid streams of red and blue energy collided mid-air, resulting in a spectacular explosion. A gust of wind caused Celia, seated at the edge of the training room, to squint against the force. Both super robots leaped back, their backs emitting faint purple flames as they swiftly vanished from sight. Help! 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 The training room resonated with the thunderous clashing of steel, each impact sending brilliant sparks into the air. A testament to the collision of the robots' metallic exteriors. Their high-speed movements were nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Help! Once again, the resounding clash of steel reverberated through the air. Two towering super robots emerged simultaneously, retreating from one another, their steel feet scraping against the ground and sparking a flurry of bright flames in the training room, which was adorned with the hard metal discovered by the little girl 3287 on the planet Yashi. The red Mark I and Mark II were both marred with dents and countless scratches upon their metallic exteriors. Yet, remarkably, the scars upon these metals swiftly returned to their original state, revealing the existence of a special memory alloy. The crescent-shaped spaceship, which had been hurtling through the dark void of space, gradually came to a halt. Celia raised her head in curiosity, wondering why they had stopped. At that moment, a cylindrical projection suddenly emerged from the golden floor before her. Atop it rested a glass vial containing a light green liquid that gently swayed. Miss Celia, the ceiling of this chamber is about to open. Would you prefer to leave this room, or would you choose to utilize the -34Y8 serum? The mechanical voice, belonging to the ship's superintelligent Xiao Sha, resonated in the air. Celia wrinkled her delicate nose, casting a glance at the red robot, Mark I, and replied, somewhat displeased. I certainly do not wish to undergo an injection. It would be excruciating. Never mind, I shall go take a bath instead. With that, she set down her popcorn and juice on the nearby coffee table and made her way toward the training room's entrance, which opened automatically. Celia skipped joyfully into the bathroom, the door closing behind her. The ceiling slowly revealed a circular opening, exposing the pitch-black expanse of space outside. Whoosh! The red Mark I and blue Mark II shot out in rapid succession, their speed astonishing. The two super robots unleashed their full potential in the void of space, executing a barrage of colossal energy attacks without a care for the aftermath. The blue Mark II swiftly retreated, gripping its left wrist with its right hand. As its left palm underwent a rapid transformation, mechanical components shifting and rearranging until a long barrel, gleaming with a cold silver light, replaced its mechanical hand. A blue-white energy sphere coalesced at the barrel's opening. Preparing cannon laser, the mechanical voice of Xiao Sha announced from within the blue Mark II. Naturally aimed at the distant red Mark I, fire, came the comm command. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light shot forth, engulfing the red Mark I and obliterating a massive asteroid, floating thousands of kilometers behind it, reducing it to mere dust. The two super robots re-entered the spaceship through the circular passageway in the ceiling, which then gradually sealed shut. Thud, thud. The red and blue super robots landed, arcs of electricity dancing across their metallic exoskeletons, with several areas already singed. However, the damage does not appear to be severe. The metallic shell of the Crimson Mark I suddenly opened, revealing a youth with an eccentric hairstyle, who was none other than the one with an expression of sheer exhilaration. Cavasier twisted his wrist and neck, calmly making his way towards the training room's exit. He lightly touched his earlobe, where a small device was affixed to the skin, primarily serving to connect with the extraordinarily intelligent Xiao Sha. While functioning without it was feasible, proximity was essential. If he were to leave and then return to the spacecraft, he would need to undergo a rescanning for identity verification by Xiao Sha. Without even glancing at the two super robots emitting white smoke, he commanded, Xiao Sha, repair them and send them to the storage. Prepare a hot bath for me. I wish to indulge in a warm soak. Understood, came Xiao Sha's mechanical voice from both Mark I and Mark II, as the two super robots gradually sank into the ground. As Cavasier approached, the door of the room opened automatically. A faint smile graced his lips as he proceeded towards the bathroom. Alas, he wondered when the girl known as 3287 would transform the training room into a space capable of enduring the full force of the super robot's attacks. It was such a hassle to stop everything just to engage in combat. By the way, he recalled Celia mentioning that 3287 had once been a girl in her 20s, whose body had been altered to that of a small child due to an experimental mishap. Why did this evoke such a peculiar sense of DJVU? Cavasol gently caressed his chin before leaping into the generously sized bathtub, indulging in a refreshing splash. Come in, the little girl remarked from her small bed in the bedroom, her tone devoid of interest as she did not turn her head. The door creaked open, revealing Cavasol clad in a white bathrobe, vigorously towel-drying his damp hair. Striding in with an air of nonchalance. He had not regarded 3,287 as merely a little girl, thus he felt little restraint. The girl, however, paid little heed to his presence, absorbed in the object she held. "What brings you here?" she inquired casually. "Oh, I merely came to ask," Caviezel replied, his gaze wandering about the room, only to find the decor surprisingly mundane. He could not help but grimace. She was indeed a rather unremarkable child. "What do you wish to ask?" "I can't keep calling you 3287, can I?" "Surely you have a name." Caviezel scratched his head. "Is that all?" 3287's focus remained steadfast on her object as she muttered, "Just call me AI." Caviezel mused to himself. "Ah, the DJ VU is even stronger now." "What?" AI questioned, perplexed. "Nothing," Caviezel retorted, leaning in unceremoniously to inspect the object AI was so engrossed with. "What are you playing with so intently?" In her hands lay an antiquated metal music box. Adorned with peculiar and incomprehensible engravings, its surface marred by rust that bespoke its age and disrepair. A delicate metal crank was affixed to the side, capable of manual rotation. It was sent to the laboratory for study, but no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't open it, so I kept it, AI explained unexpectedly. "Ah," Caviezel murmured, momentarily taken aback, gazing at the dilapidated music box. "Is this the prelude to a theatrical release?" Chapter 13. Divine Power Utilization Device and the Supermagnetic Storm. What did you say? AI looked at Caviezel with curiosity, sensing his habit of muttering incomprehensible thoughts. "I mean, what is the point of collecting such an old music box?" "It doesn't seem particularly remarkable," Caviezel remarked, scratching his nose as he stole another glance at the worn music box in AI's hands. His intuition had drawn a parallel to the music box from the Dragon Ball movie. In the theatrical release Dragon Fist Explosion, only Goku can compete. There was a music box unearthed by an evil sorcerer, sealing within it the heroic Tapio, who had bound the terrifying phantom being Hildergan with his own blood. He possessed an instrument, either a soon or a flute, which, when played, could calm the tumultuous spirit of Hildergan. Moreover, he wielded the enigmatic sword of the hero. In the film, Little Trunks wielded this sword to achieve feats that even Super Saiyan Goku could not accomplish, severing the tail of the phantom being Hildergan with a single stroke. Such elegance, such grace, such spirit, how astonishing it is. One might wonder, how can he, sharing the same rooster comb, possess such striking charm? AI placed the music box beneath the small bed, donning her slippers as she softly remarked, "I simply feel there is something within this object that I cannot bear to part with. Now, I must attend to my duties." Was it the melancholic aura emanating from the box that prompted her introspection? I say, while I too wish for the spaceship to undergo a swift and comprehensive renovation. There is no need for you to toil so diligently. Our benevolent and kind-hearted employer, Caviezel, followed AI out, though his expression did not quite align with his words. After spending these days together, AI had nearly grown accustomed to Caviezel's peculiar demeanor. As she walked through the corridor, she casually said, "Please grant me a bit more of that energy. I believe I can soon devise a device for energy utilization." "That is certainly no issue. Whatever you require is at your disposal," Caviezel replied with a radiant smile, then casually extended his right hand. "A cup of milk tea, please." Almost within a few breaths, a mechanical arm emerged from the wall, delivering a cup of milk tea within its metallic grasp. Caviezel took the milk tea, blew on the steam, took a small sip, and sighed contentedly, hot. The figure ahead cast a fleeting glance back at him, unable to stifle a quickening of their pace. Celia had finally finished her bath, or rather, her indulgent soak. Wrapped in a white towel, her ample bosom lifted it high, creating an alluring cleavage that boldly stood out, the towel barely covering her rounded, pert form. With a rosy complexion from her bath, Celia lazily stretched, feeling almost drowsy from the soothing warmth. It was so delightful that she wished to linger a while longer. The little girl unwrapped the towel as she walked into her bedroom, revealing an even more breathtaking sight, a porcelain-like body with exquisite, delicate curves. Due to her tender age, her skin seemed so soft it could almost be squeezed for water or milk. "I shall go find Brother Cassie," Celia thought to herself as she took her time dressing. Suddenly, while fastening her clothes, she was struck with a realization and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've forgotten to practice magic these past few days." Tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, she ultimately decided to seek out Brother Cassie for a brief interlude of play. Just a little while, and then she would dutifully practice her magic. "Sister Xia, where's Brother Cassie?" she inquired, bouncing out with enthusiasm. A chip adhered to her earlobe. and being inside the spaceship only amplified her awareness. In lab number 6, Miss Celia, came Sister Sia's distinctive mechanical voice. "Thank you, Sister Sia." In her youthful innocence, Celia always preferred to regard the superintelligent Sister Sia, devoid of emotional input, as if she were human. Caviezel sensed slightly, discovering that the previously felt aura, which resembled that of a Super Scion 4, still lingered on the original planet. A sense of relief washed over him, regardless of whether that presence belonged to a Scion. It appeared incapable of surviving in the vacuum of space, and it was certain that no spacecraft resided on that planet. Otherwise, a month would have sufficed for it to depart if it were able to do so. Caviezel did not entirely envelop his consciousness in that space. Otherwise, he would effortlessly construct images in his mind, should such a phenomenon exist, from the essence his consciousness scanned. He could then directly ascertain whether the bearer of that aura matched his expectations in appearance and identity. Instead, he merely utilized his consciousness to grasp the essence in a rudimentary manner, merely observing whether the aura exhibited any movement. The reason Caviezel refrained from directly sweeping through with his divine consciousness or teleporting to investigate the situation can be understood as the complex and tangled emotions of a devoted Dragon Ball fan. After a prolonged yearning for the original storyline, he suddenly encounters what appears to be a revered idol. He thinks to himself, "It's not far." And soon he will be able to confirm it with his own eyes. With this thought, Caviezel followed AI into laboratory number 6. The door slowly closed behind them. Upon entering, they were confronted with a colossal apparatus that seemed rather incongruous with the advanced spacecraft. A tubular structure resembling an enlarged cannon. The left end connected to a sophisticated computer, while the right end was attached to an odd contraption that resembled some sort of container. AI walked straight up to the container and opened it. "Come on," AI said, her tone as consistently indifferent as ever, pointing at the empty vessel. Caviezel nodded thoughtfully, raising his hand as a strand of divine energy, reminiscent of resplendent stained glass, coiled around his fingertips. With a deliberate focus of his will, he cautiously directed this ethereal force into the peculiar vessel before him. He was acutely aware of the immense weight of this cosmic essence. Though it appeared as but a wisp, its magnitude was crushing, a force capable of overwhelming the strongest of beings. He could not afford to inadvertently jostle the container. It was a whimsical notion that had struck Caviezel a fortnight ago, observing AI struggling to power the spaceship. He noted that while it could absorb energy from the external environment during non-flight periods, an innovation also applied to the 18 super robots whose energy reserves, though finite, seemed inexhaustible, there was an undeniable allure to the concept of flight. Thus, Caviezel pondered whether his divine power could be harnessed as a source of propulsion. The result was a catastrophic failure of the ship's propulsion system, a debacle that even AI, the prodigious scientist, labored tirelessly to rectify. Subsequently, AI insisted that Caviezel produce another fragment of that extraordinary energy, having discerned its latent potential. She believed that if effectively harnessed as a power source for the spaceship, it could revolutionize interstellar travel, an advancement dwarfing her previous discovery of the eternal reactor. This marked the 6th failure. As Caviezel sighed in exasperation, the spaceship suddenly convulsed violently. Alarming red lights flashed as sirens blared. "Warning! Warning! An immeasurable magnetic storm has emerged. Course control compromised. Navigation systems failing. What is happening?" Caviezel exclaimed, instinctively glancing at AI. The young girl beside him. An immeasurable magnetic storm? AI furrowed her brow, contemplating that given sufficient time, she could render the ship impervious to such disturbances. Yet, it was disheartening that a mere magnetic storm could disrupt her meticulously crafted vessel. "Open the star map," she commanded, her authority evident despite not having formal permission. Without hesitation, she conjured a control panel from seemingly nowhere, fingers flying across it in a flurry of activity. Instantly, a diminutive version of the star map materialized before her. Grasping the miniature celestial chart with both hands, she pulled, and it expanded into a three-dimensional projection, transporting Caviezel and AI into the vastness of the universe. Surrounded by spheres the size of basketballs or volleyballs, silently rotating in the cosmic dance. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently again, and Caviezel heard a scream from behind. Turning, he found it was Celia, for there were only 3 souls aboard this vessel. "What is happening, Covey?" she inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Celia felt a twinge of apprehension as she cautiously approached Caviezel, tightly clutching the cuff of his sleeve. Her gaze filled with wonder at the three-dimensional starry projection that adorned the room. Aoi, engrossed in her own tasks, cast a fleeting glance at the celestial display and remarked nonchalantly, Prepare for a nearby descent. Please provide the most feasible landing points. In an instant, a beam of light swept across the star map, pinpointing one particular grayish-white planet. Highest safety rating, Planet Labubura. Is emergency landing required? Chapter 14. The girl standing amidst the bones. Celia pressed her small face against the circular window of the spacecraft. Her wide eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld the external environment. It was hardly a breathtaking vista. On the contrary, the view beyond the ship was one of desolation and decay. It resembled a grim examination of the planet from space, revealing only a dismal palette of gray and white. Dust storms swirled about, remnants of crumbling structures dotted the landscape, and beneath the yellow sands, bones faintly protruded, sending a shiver down Celia's spine, causing her to retract her head in alarm. This was indeed the Labubura planet where Cavasser and his companions had made their unplanned landing. In truth, the descent of the spacecraft had been far from smooth. The sudden onslaught of a powerful magnetic storm had caused disruptions in the navigation system. However, despite the chaotic descent, they had successfully landed on this planet, deemed the safest by the super-intelligent entity known as Xiao Sha. Even though it appeared far from tranquil, the sky, shrouded in darkness, was intermittently pierced by flashes of sickly yellow lightning, a consequence of the intense magnetic storm, which rendered the atmospheric conditions unstable. The storm's howling winds whispered like a lament, echoing a profound sense of injustice. The crescent-shaped spacecraft maneuvered close to the surface and, upon reaching a relatively flat expanse, descended slowly with a sigh reminiscent of a great beast. At last, the ship came to a steady halt. Inside, Cavasser reclined in a soft chair, swaying slightly as he rubbed his temples and muttered, "What a nuisance. Xiao Sha, redesign the flight path. Once this wretched storm passes, we shall depart." "Understood, Mr. Cavasser," Xiao Sha's mechanical voice replied, and instantly, the entire hall was illuminated with a holographic representation of the miniature star map. Vast, expansive, and resplendent. Following a thorough scan, a red beam emanated from their current location on the gray-white Labubura, swiftly extending in a zigzag pattern towards the distance. After connecting with several planets of varying sizes and colors, it ultimately zeroed in on a colossal, verdant planet, teeming with life. "Target enlarged," Cavasser commanded, pointing at the magnificent green planet. Immediately, it was magnified before him, swelling to several times its original size, resembling a vibrant emerald gently rotating in space. Cavasser stroked his chin, deftly manipulating the projected emerald sphere, which responded to his touch like a spinning top, pausing intermittently as he scrutinized the simulated topography upon its surface. This verdant orb was indeed their destination, the very source of the formidable presence they sought. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted his reverie. The little girl, AI, entered, her expression as inscrutable as ever. Without lifting her gaze, she inquired, "Is the life detection device still non-functional?" The superintelligent system, recognizing her query as directed at itself, responded promptly with its mechanical voice. "Due to interference from strong magnetic forces, it remains inoperative." A frown creased the girl's brow, clearly discontented with the lack of control over the current situation. "This cursed magnetic storm," she muttered. "There's no need to fret," Cavasser reassured her, unperturbed as he handed her a glass of juice with a smile. "Consider this an extraordinary excursion. If you find it tedious, we can venture outside later." He cast a glance at the dreary, gray landscape outside, softly murmuring, "It feels as though we've arrived at just the right moment." Time seemed to rewind slightly, revealing the pallid, desolate world of Brawlab, resembling a lifeless celestial body. The atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming sense of despair and sorrow, suffocating in its palpable panic, as if the entire planet were a vast graveyard. In the wilderness, bones lay scattered across the dark red earth, an eerie carpet of white skulls with hollow eyes, broken ribs as if severed by a razor's edge, and tattered remnants of clothing nearly eroded by time. At the center of this boneyard, a slight elevation emerged, like a small hill formed from the remains. Atop this grim mound stood a rusted sword, firmly embedded into the heap of bones. It towered defiantly against the fierce winds, while the mournful howling echoed through the desolation. Was it the wind howling, or was it a lamentation of sorrow? Time had slipped away, its passage indeterminate. When the rust-laden longsword began to tremble gently, reminiscent of a soft lamentation, struggling slightly before being enveloped in a gentle silvery glow. Within this luminescence, the sword's form gradually transformed, and as the light faded, it revealed a young girl, seated with her knees drawn to her chest. She possessed silvery locks and was entirely unclad, her eyes gleaming like twin moons. Rising slowly, Each movement caused the multitude of bones beneath her delicate feet to crack and tumble, creating a stark contrast between the beautiful Bear Maiden and the grim landscape of white bones. The silver-haired girl, oblivious to the macabre ground beneath her, descended from the heap of bones, wandering aimlessly across the bone-strewn earth. Another 30 years have passed, she murmured, her gaze vacant as she surveyed her surroundings. The desolation before her akin to an apocalyptic vision that pierced her very soul. Standing there, a dark golden lightning bolt erupted from the heavens, illuminating her form and casting a glow upon her exquisite silhouette. In the cruel, ashen backdrop, she appeared as a sorrowful work of art. My grandmother spoke of a legend in our lineage, one that foretells the transformation into a divine sword. It is said that those who awaken such a gift will be visited by celestial beings, forging eternal bonds of friendship and fighting side by side. Yet, why did the deities not appear when I awakened? Now, all that remains is a wasteland, ravaged by those alien invaders. Even if I were to eradicate them all, what would it matter? This once beautiful planet is now lifeless. Yet, after all these years, why do you still not come? Is the legend merely a fabrication? Will prophecies ever come to fruition? In this state of utter loss, what purpose does my existence serve, aside from a futile slumber and senseless waiting? The silver-haired maiden tilted her head back, engaging in a soliloquy, yearning to weep, yet devoid of tears. She had succumbed to rust. A divine sword ought not to corrode. Yet her heart was gradually fading. A sword devoid of significance is nothing more than a pitiful scrap of metal. Thus, she stood there, solitary once more, uncertain of how many times she had gazed at the once beautiful sky that mirrored her own decay. Suddenly, in the distant horizon, she beheld a colossal crescent-shaped spacecraft descending rapidly through the dark clouds. Once again, those alien beings. The silver-haired girl's once dull eyes ignited with an extraordinary fire of wrath and loathing, searing into her very being. With a swift motion, her expression remained impassive as a sword of iron materialized in her right hand, and she propelled herself toward the distant landing site of the spacecraft. Chapter 15, Angelia, the Awakening Sword. Angelia opened her eyes and lingered for a moment in her warm cocoon before briskly dressing and descending from her bed. The tender cheeks of the 11-year-old girl were slightly flushed from the cold as she rubbed her hands together and stepped outside the small cottage, gazing at the pristine white snow blanketing the ground. In the distance, she caught a glimpse of green, which prompted a blissful smile to grace her face. Despite their poverty, Angelia's young heart felt a profound sense of contentment. Though she occasionally harbored a flicker of curiosity about the life in the distant metropolis, she was not a greedy child. Despite her tender age, she possessed a remarkable maturity, as her family was burdened with the care of her elderly grandmother, who, at 95, was bedridden and unable to move. While she felt somewhat guilty about her grandmother's condition, Angelia was genuinely grateful for the simple joys of life that her grandmother brought her. After stretching her small arms to embrace the enchanting beauty of nature, Angelia beamed with joy and hurried back inside to prepare breakfast for her grandmother. As they shared the warm meal together, she listened intently to her grandmother recounting the many stories and legends she had heard countless times before. Each retelling captivated young Angelia anew, drawing her into the tales. One such story featured a brave warrior from their tribe, who awakened as a divine sword, following a great celestial being in a quest to vanquish evil and establish peace across the universe. Truly an inspiring and admirable tale. After the stories concluded, Angelia would venture alone to a nearby hill, approximately 3 kilometers away, to gather firewood, which she would then carry to the town 9 kilometers distant to sell. The remaining wood would be saved for their home. Although they lived modestly, their happiness was palpable. Everything seemed destined to unfold beautifully. However, fate intervened. A fleeting figure sliced through the sky, racing past with a fierce wind in its wake. A silver-haired maiden wielding an iron sword flew swiftly towards the site where the spacecraft had previously landed. Beneath her calm exterior simmered a tempest of rage, confusion, and grievance. Why? This planet had already been ravaged. Why would they come to destroy it further? Were all extraterrestrials so cruel? The silver-haired maiden narrowed her icy silver gaze, her lovely pupils radiating a chilling light. This time, she vowed, they would not touch anything here never again. Meanwhile, young Angelia joyfully ran home, carrying the remaining firewood from the town. Today, the kind uncle who sold her the wood had given her an extra 100 labi, but with her keen sense of honesty, she promptly returned the excess to him. Thus, young Angelia found herself in high spirits, humming a tune, her steps becoming light and buoyant, as if the burden of wood upon her back had significantly lessened. The setting sun cast a beautiful silhouette of the little girl on the ground, and she danced upon her own shadow as she raced home, transforming the journey into a delightful adventure. However, upon her return, she was met with the harrowing sight of her grandmother's lifeless body. The wood she carried tumbled to the ground with a clatter, and little Angelia stood frozen at the threshold of her grandmother's bedroom, her expression one of shock as her gaze fell upon the glaring pool of crimson blood. The remnants of flesh, entrails, and the gnarled hands, weathered like tree roots, along with her grandmother's unblinking eyes, filled her with a profound pain. Angelia's eyes ached intensely at the horrific scene, tears streaming down her cheeks as if they were mingling with blood, surging forth from her heart. A throbbing pain enveloped her head, as if it might explode. Her ears throbbed, her nose ached, her mouth, arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, and feet all cried out in agony. Yet, curiously, her heart felt no pain. Had it succumbed to a numbing sorrow? It was as if she were plummeting into an abyss of desolation, devoid of light and warmth. Abandoned by all, perhaps those who could have saved her were already lost to the void. When Angelia regained her senses, she beheld only a desolate wasteland, utterly lifeless. A world stripped of all vitality. The sky was shrouded in darkness, the earth a dreary gray, absent of white snow, green forests, her grandmother, the quaint town, or any semblance of warmth. She stood atop a mound of ruins, a sword thrust into the pinnacle of the debris, blood cascading down its blade. Beneath the sword lay a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Countless extraterrestrial beings had perished beneath her weapon, their bodies piled high, their blood flowing like rivers, their faces etched with grotesque, distorted terror, as if they had witnessed something utterly horrific before their demise. Yet, the little girl remained oblivious, reverting to her innocent, naked form, staring vacantly at the lifeless planet and the swirling black clouds above. This planet was nearing its end, and so, she mused, was she. Inside the crescent-shaped spacecraft, she lingered in her thoughts. Caviezel sauntered into the training chamber, stretching languidly, his face clearly displaying an expression of utter boredom. Although a training room had been established, Caviezel had shown little interest in the concept of training beyond the initial few days. The structural makeup of a Kaioshin is entirely distinct from that of mortal flesh. They have no need for physical exertion, as they inherently possess an unfathomable reservoir of energy, an essence that embodies the very foundation of the universe and sustains its existence. The primordial force of the cosmos. Recently, Caviezel's divine essence had begun to intermittently manifest certain instincts and knowledge that Kaioshin are meant to possess. Thus, he came to understand that the origin of the universe, from which the 5 Kaioshin were birthed, is the nexus where countless parallel dimensions converge. It serves as the source and pillar for the existence of all dimensions. The dimension in which Caviezel resides is known as the prime dimension, distinguished as the primary realm where the 5 great Kaioshin predominantly dwell, rendering it somewhat more unique than other parallel dimensions. Caviezel was aware of the existence of parallel dimensions. In terms of the original narrative, the youthful Trunks, hailing from the future, actually originated from a parallel dimension resembling the prime dimension. However, in his realm, the legendary Super Saiyan Goku met an untimely demise due to a virulent heart disease. Furthermore, Caviezel had previously perused a fan comic titled Dragon Ball Super, Dimensional Chaos, and it now seemed plausible that such a narrative could exist. Yet, a question lingered. Why do all these parallel dimensions feature so-called Kaioshins? To his current knowledge, there are indeed only 5 Kaioshins, who typically operate solely within the prime dimension, only traversing to other parallel realms when absolutely necessary through designated portals in the Kaioshin realm. Thus, could it be said that the Kaioshins depicted within the narrative are merely a farce? Commonplace? Caviezel offered a slight critique, gazing upward at the ceiling which had turned entirely transparent. With a snap of his fingers, he observed in astonishment that the once magnificent top of the spaceship rapidly receded, as if vanishing entirely, revealing the scene beyond. The sky was a deep black, roiling with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. What? Caviezel's gaze sharpened as he discerned a figure approaching in the distance. His keen eyesight allowed him to perceive objects clearly even several kilometers away. To his astonishment, he saw a figure hurtling towards him, a girl with short silver hair, stark naked. However, Caviezel had no inclination to admire the view, for the girl's expression and the object resembling a longsword in her hand were far from inviting, with a mere 5 miles separating them from the crescent-shaped vessel. Angelia's silver eyes glinted with a chilling light. She raised the black longsword, and an extraordinary silver glow enveloped her bare body, cascading down to the sword in her grasp. The sword radiated an aura of lethal energy. At that moment, Angelia appeared as if she had transformed into a soaring demonic blade. The sword of death. The sword of slaughter. The sword of annihilation. With a heart filled with icy wrath, she swung the longsword with all her might, unleashing a long streak of silver sword energy that raced towards the diminutive crescent-shaped spacecraft below. This silver arc of energy moved with such swiftness that, in the blink of an eye, it seemed to bear the cold smile of the Grim Reaper as it descended upon the vessel. Chapter 16. I am thy god within the Crescent spaceship's warehouse. Celia pressed her curious face against the glass enclosure, marveling at the array of super robots resembling Iron Man. Numbered 1 through 18. It struck her as odd, despite her sister AI having mentioned that her true age was over 20. Why did Covey insist on crafting them in this manner? Yet, they were rather aesthetically pleasing. Just as Celia was lost in admiration, suddenly, bang! The glass enclosure housing the red Mark I shattered violently, and a shadow darted upward, revealing an unexpectedly open circular passageway to the outside world. A long trail of scorching heat radiated from the shattered glass enclosure, marking the path of the Mark I's thrusters' intensely compressed heat, the energy and temperature of the flames being terrifyingly high, yet not affecting the surrounding environment. What? Celia fell to the ground, a tuft of hair standing on end, bewildered as she questioned, what just happened? The sharp sword energy from the silver-haired girl was on the verge of striking the Crescent spaceship. In a flash, a red figure surged from the top of the vessel, racing towards the oncoming silvery arc of lethal energy. Maximum output, energy shield. Cavissel, clad in the crimson Mark I iron battle suit, spoke softly as he gazed through the helmet's external viewing capabilities at the silver sword energy poised to strike his head, unperturbed. Such an attack could hardly be fatal. He had no reason to fear it. In a flash, the elongated arc of sword energy, stretching over 10 meters, collided with an invisible energy barrier before him. A colossal circular shockwave emanated from the point of impact, sending debris soaring around the spacecraft. Hey, shouldn't we discuss what just transpired? Cavissel thought, still catching his breath. When he noticed the silver-haired girl had already darted to his front, her expression icy as she swung her sword towards him. With a sharp hiss, the microjets of his armored suit expelled high-pressure flames, allowing Cavissel to deftly evade the strike. He intended to voice his thoughts, but another swing came his way. Barely dodging it, Cavissel felt a surge of anger. Where had this silver-haired girl even emerged from? Though her lack of attire could be considered a peculiar boon, the fact that she remained silent despite his attempts at conversation was infuriating. Even villains typically exchanged barbs. This sudden, wordless assault was bewildering. A hint would have been appreciated. Cavither did not believe that the young girl before him was incapable of understanding his words. According to what he had heard from the Grand Kai, 1,000,000 years ago, a certain Grand Kai had grown weary of the myriad languages spoken by the beings of the lower realms, which made his travels exceedingly inconvenient. Consequently, he united with the other 4 Grand Kais of the cardinal directions and even communicated with the primordial forces of the universe, endeavoring to disseminate their language among all sentient beings across the cosmos. Naturally, this was not a mere imposition of language through brainwashing. Rather, it was akin to a hypnotic suggestion, guiding the countless intelligent races of the universe to gradually evolve their native tongues towards the language of the Grand Kais through generations of propagation and wisdom. Unless a particularly resilient and calamity-stricken race emerged, rising anew after the brink of extinction, they would inevitably develop their own new language upon their resurgence. In the course of their development, they would encounter the universal language of the cosmos. However, most races simply vanished without a trace, leaving no legacy behind. In Cavither's view, the Namekians epitomized such a resilient and calamity-stricken race, hence the emergence of their so-called Namekian language. Returning to the matter at hand, the silver-haired Angelia and the armored Cavither were locked in an intense confrontation high above the ground. Each strike of their blades against Cavither's iron suit unleashed a formidable shockwave, reverberating through the surrounding environment. Small mountains crumbled under the aftershocks of their battle, while fragments of stone and clouds of dust filled the air. The clash was cataclysmic. Each blow sent tremors through the very earth. Covey Seer extended his right hand, a radiant luminescence emanating from his palm. He bellowed, "Do not presume that your nakedness renders you immune to my wrath." A beam of light surged forth from his hand, directed at the bare, silver-haired maiden suspended in midair. The silver-haired girl maintained her frosty demeanor, effortlessly swinging her black iron sword to deflect the energy wave unleashed by Covey Seer, which erupted in a resounding explosion against the distant mountainside. Behind his helmet, Cavieser silently grimaced, having instinctively diminished the energy output in that moment. The silver-haired Angelia. Her expression cold, regarded the oddly shaped red extraterrestrial before her and finally uttered a few chilling words, reminiscent of icy shards, alien, depart, or face death. No sooner had she spoken than a jolt of alarm surged through her. She abruptly turned to find a blue extraterrestrial, strikingly similar to the red one, had stealthily approached from behind. Caught off guard, Angelia found herself ensnared in the tight grasp of the blue alien. Caviezel cast a glance downward and beheld a young girl with chestnut hair standing atop the spaceship, none other than the prodigious scientist aboard, AI. At that moment, the girl gazed indifferently at the silver-haired maiden ensnared by the super robot Mark II, her brow furrowed slightly, betraying a hint of displeasure. The blue alien's form was unexpectedly as frigid as her own. Angelia felt a pang of apprehension, instinctively sensing that the crimson alien behind her was poised to launch an attack. Displaying no sign of alarm, she transformed before the astonished gazes of Caviezel and AI, becoming a gleaming silver sword. The blade shrank dramatically, effortlessly slipping from the powerful mechanical arms of the super robot Mark II, hovering in midair, poised between Caviezel and the formidable machine. As Caviezel beheld the silver longsword, which had transformed from the previously naked silver-haired maiden, he was taken aback as it gradually morphed back into the form of the silver-haired girl. A rush of realization struck him. He recalled the words of the Supreme Kai regarding a certain Supreme Kai who had introduced the universal language of the cosmos a billion years prior. It was said that the divine attendant of that ancient Supreme Kai hailed from a mysterious and powerful race known as the Ancient Sword Clan. Observing the silver-haired girl brandishing what appeared to be an ordinary iron sword, thrusting it towards him with great speed, Caviezel swiftly exited the steel armor of Mark I, his true form floating in midair. He extended a finger and lightly touched the tip of the iron sword. The scene seemed to freeze as the iron sword, imbued with astonishing power, was halted by the mere touch of Caviezel's finger, unable to advance even a fraction, atop the crescent-shaped spacecraft. The little girl gazed up at Caviezel in astonishment. Suddenly, a radiant beam of multicolored light, akin to exquisite glass, descended from the heavens, enveloping Caviezel in its ethereal glow. Bathed in this dreamlike, kaleidoscopic light, Caviezel appeared as a celestial being, the greatest reliance of the Supreme Kai, invoking the primordial forces of the universe. "How beautiful!" exclaimed the little girl, Celia, who had unknowingly emerged from the spacecraft, standing by AI, her head tilted upward to admire Caviezel, who was surrounded by an aura of divinity. Within the vibrant column of light, Caviezel, with a gentle and kind demeanor, bore a soft smile gracing his lips. Releasing his finger from the sword's tip, he grasped the blade with a delicate tug, drawing the somewhat dazed silver-haired girl closer. Caviezel exerted great effort to maintain his gaze, ensuring it did not wander. With his other hand, he gently rested it upon Angelia's silver locks. Instantly, a series of vivid and somber images flashed before his eyes. A charming girl with short red hair, donned in simple attire, was seen traversing a path with a burden of firewood as the breathtaking sunset illuminated her silhouette. Then came the haunting sight of scattered remains, familiar faces now reduced to fragments on the ground, causing the little girl's heart to shatter like glass. Her once lovely red hair and cerulean eyes transformed into a silver hue in that fleeting moment. Next, a scene of bleached bones emerged, and in her existential despair, she chose to succumb to aimless slumber, awaiting the divine being foretold in prophecy, gazing upon the bare maiden before him. As her silver hair gradually returned to red and her silver eyes reverted to sea blue, Caviezel smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Join me as my companion." Chapter 17. The God of Destruction, Beerus, and the warrior Depio. 2 days had elapsed when the crescent-shaped spaceship surged once more towards the heavens. At the circular window of the vessel stood a girl with striking red hair, her cerulean eyes gazing out at the desolate landscape that receded into the distance. It was a sight that evoked memories of the land's former splendor, now marred by bloodshed and devastation. A gentle hand rested upon Angelia's shoulder, prompting her to don a casual outfit aboard the ship. Turning around, she noticed Caviezel also lost in contemplation, his gaze fixed on the ravaged earth beyond the window. "Let it go. The past is forever behind us." Caviezel sighed softly, suddenly taken aback, his voice drifting into a murmur. His eyes appeared to glaze over, unfocused, as if wandering into a distant reverie. Angelia, oblivious to the change in Caviezel's demeanor, cast a final glance at her hometown, now unrecognizable, and gently grasped his hand, nodding slightly in solidarity. Previously, as Caviezel had harnessed the primordial force of the universe to soothe Angelia. Not only had he glimpsed into her heart, but a subtle connection had formed between them, as though they were destined to be together. AI reclined in a soft chair, a translucent square screen hovering before her. Yet her attention was elsewhere. She gazed dreamily at the music box in her hands, admiring its peculiar yet beautiful patterns. The box, somewhat aged, wore the marks of time etched into its metallic surface. Why not open it and listen? A voice chimed from behind. AI recognized it as Celia's without turning. She lightly brushed her fingers against the handle of the music box and shook her head slightly. It won't budge. Celia leaned in. Curiosity piqued as she reached out to touch the music box. Is it broken? No, AI replied softly. It seems to be restricted by some form of seal. It's sealed. Caviezel's voice resonated from behind them. Celia turned to see Caviezel walking alongside the girl with the striking red hair. He gestured knowingly. This music box has been sealed, hasn't he? Angelia walked quietly beside Caviezel, her once vivacious spirit dulled by the influence of her silver-haired counterpart over the years. She had grown more reserved, preferring silence to conversation. AI glanced back at Caviezel and Angelia, observing their presence in the room, increasingly intrigued by the identity of Caviezel. AI pondered the events that had transpired on the planet Angelia, the vibrant, glass-like phenomena that had unfolded, reminiscent of a dream, along with the enigmatic technique of teleportation and the ability to conjure a miniature subdimensional space for storing items through sheer personal power. All contributed to a growing sense of mystery surrounding Caviezel. With a snap of his fingers, Caviezel summoned 3 identical soft chairs to encircle AI's original seat, while a small coffee table emerged from the floor, adorned with a glass of orange juice, a cup of original milk tea, a glass of milk, and a cup of coffee. Over the past few days, the super-intelligent Xiao Xia had meticulously recorded the dietary preferences of Caviezel and his companions, enabling it to provide suitable food and beverages promptly. Please, take a seat, Caviezel invited, noticing the red-haired Angelia standing behind him, and he gestured for her to join him on the chair beside him. Meanwhile, Celia nonchalantly plopped down into one of the soft chairs, eagerly grasping the glass of milk from the table and sipping it with delight, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she savored the moment. Caviezel raised a cup of original milk tea and orange juice, offering the latter to Angelia. After taking a refreshing sip of the slightly hot milk tea, he relished the warmth, for he had always preferred it this way, even on sweltering days, never opting for chilled beverages. He adored the comforting embrace of the warm milk tea, reminiscent of a little girl, while placing an old music box upon his lap. He lifted a cup of coffee and took a delicate sip. Caviezel swiftly consumed a cup of milk tea, the warm liquid coursing down his throat and swiftly being metabolized into various microenergies by his innate divine power, leaving him feeling invigorated. He set down the cup and curiously pointed at the music box on AI's lap. Is it truly unopenable? He inquired. No matter what method I employ, the handle remains immovable. AI sipped a small amount of her bitter coffee, a flavor she had grown accustomed to, one that kept her mind alert. It seems that music box might indeed hold the key, Caviezel murmured softly. What? AI failed to comprehend. Eureka! Celia suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at AI and Caviezel. If we transform Sister Angelia into a sword, we could easily sever that stubborn handle. Then we could use it. Just as Caviezel was about to interject with a witty retort, a voice called out, startling him. Who goes there? Caviezel's expression shifted, and he instinctively vanished, positioning himself protectively behind the 3 women. Who did you think it was? A raspy, deep voice resonated as a figure materialized before Caviezel, enveloped in a dark blue aura, gradually taking on a humanoid shape, complete with rabbit-like ears. This being possessed peculiar eye bags reminiscent of an older individual. Yet the elongated eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance that was captivating. You are Caviezel, he stated, causing Caviezel to pause in surprise before reacting, awoken from slumber. Are we? I never anticipated a casual stroll would lead to an encounter with the esteemed Lord of Destruction. The rabbit-eared entity inclined slightly, a playful smile gracing his features. I am Beerus, the god of destruction for this dimension. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. You are the god of destruction of this dimension, Caviezel realized, lowering his guard. The god of destruction stands in contrast to the Supreme Kai. Notably, there are only 5 Supreme Kais across the infinite parallel dimensions. While each parallel dimension is endowed with its own god of destruction, the Supreme Kai embodies creation, while the god of destruction represents annihilation. The Supreme Kai undergoes generational succession. Yet the god of destruction enters prolonged slumber, their lifespans nearly limitless. Thus, it is not a matter of superiority. However, the Supreme Kai is indeed the embodiment of cosmic orthodoxy. The being before him, known as Beerus, was evidently the god of destruction for this primary dimension. Supreme Kai? God of destruction? AI, overhearing the conversation between Cavasir and Beerus, felt a wave of confusion. Meanwhile, Celia remained blissfully unaware, and Angelia quietly observed without uttering a word. It appears this lady is quite distressed over the music box, Beerus remarked with a subtle smile. To AI's astonishment, the music box that had been in her possession had somehow transferred to Beerus's hand. He extended a finger, his sharp nail delicately tapping the music box. Allow me to lend a slight assistance. Hey, don't meddle with that, Cavasir exclaimed, but it was too late. He knew all too well that if the music box was indeed what he suspected, its contents were far from benign. As for Tapio, do you really think that Cavasir would be inclined to release him? In the astonished gazes of Celia, Angelia, and AI, the handle of the music box began to turn automatically, emitting a celestial melody. Subsequently, the music box illuminated with a radiant white light. A tall figure gradually emerged from within the glow. What the hell? You say they're all pompadours, yet how is this fellow so strikingly handsome? Cavasir lamented. Chapter 18. The warmth of watching the most beautiful sunset together a day and a half later, on a resplendent planet remarkably close to Cavasir's destination. A crescent-shaped spacecraft hovered above a verdant meadow. Cavasir gazed into the distance, observing AI and Tapio seated on the grassy slope. Tapio, with his eyes closed, played his sun flute, while the little girl AI sat a few meters away, hugging her knees and quietly watching the distant sunset. As the intense white light from the music box dissipated, a young man with peculiar attire and pink hair materialized seemingly out of thin air. Holding a sun flute and carrying a sword on his back, he exuded an aura of melancholic nostalgia, as if he had traversed the corridors of time. Upon seeing Tapio, AI's heart skipped a beat. This sudden apparition bore an essence she recognized all too well, perhaps something akin to loneliness. A gentle chuckle escaped from Beerus, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, intrigued. Ah, so a soul is sealed within this diminutive artifact, he mused. Hey, Destroyer, what on earth are you doing? Cavasir retorted, visibly displeased. My name is Beerus, esteemed King Kai, he replied with a courteous demeanor towards Cavasir. Humph, Cavasir scoffed, approaching to shake hands. I am Cavasir. A pleasure to meet you. Beerus smiled. If I inadvertently committed any discourtesy just now, I would be more than willing to rectify it. With that, he directed his right hand towards the bewildered Tapio, summoning a swirling orb of deep purple light in his palm. A formidable energy surged within this small sphere, a force only Cavasir, as a fellow deity, could perceive. What are you planning to do? The little girl Celia exclaimed, though unaware of the perilous nature of Beerus's orb. Her keen sense of justice compelled her to stand in defense of the striking young man who had also appeared. Tapio, unable to sense the dreadful essence of the deep purple orb aimed at him, distinctly felt the oppressive pressure emanating from the peculiar long-eared figure before him, rendering him breathless. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The sensation was far more terrifying than the nightmares inflicted by the fearsome illusionist Hildegard. It was as if this strange long-eared being could obliterate the world at a mere whim. Just as Beerus's destructive energy reached its zenith, a hand seized his wrist. Enough, came the admonition. Even if you are a destroyer, please refrain from acting recklessly in my presence. Kawizel pressed his forehead in distress, seemingly burdened by the existence of the gods of destruction across every dimension, who were a constant source of vexation for the Supreme Kais. The gods of destruction embodied the very essence of annihilation and devastation within the universe, immortal and indestructible. Though they lacked the ability to manipulate the cosmic forces with the same ease as the Supreme Kais, their formidable power was earth-shattering, placing them atop the hierarchy of super warriors within their respective dimensions. Perhaps only the rare-fused warriors of Goku and Vegeta, who appeared infrequently in the original storyline, could rival their might. Consequently, the personalities of the gods of destruction tended to be incredibly whimsical. As manifestations of the universe's need for equilibrium, they acted without restraint, akin to mischievous children, often causing immense frustration for the preceding Supreme Kais. Fortunately, unlike the Supreme Kais, whose lifespan spanned approximately 1,000,000 years, the gods of destruction were essentially ageless and eternal. After millennia of slumber and awakening, their capricious natures would likely temper over time, as the constant cycle of destruction might grow tiresome. The god of destruction of the primary dimension, Beerus, had shifted his interest entirely from destruction to the pursuit of culinary delights, a fact evidenced by his extended stay aboard Kawizal's spaceship over the past day. The highly advanced intelligence system, Xiaosha, encompassed a vast array of recipes from the Haytech planet and other nearby celestial bodies. With Xiaosha's capabilities, creating exquisite dishes was a simple task. Beerus merely grunted, indifferent, dispersing the energy he had been wielding. Meanwhile, Tapia seemed to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his back, his heart pounding like a drum. Under the weight of the long-eared deity's pressure, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, convinced he was doomed. Unexpectedly, this terrifying being, resembling a demon, had been halted by a seemingly unassuming young boy. The overwhelming pressure dissipated abruptly, leaving Tapia nearly exhausted. It was unfathomable to comprehend the nature of the boy before him, as this fearsome entity regarded him as an equal in conversation. Apart from the boy, the long-eared figure appeared oblivious to the presence of the 3 other girls in attendance. Kawizal was taken aback by the unexpected camaraderie between the two and shook his head, diverting his gaze from the peculiar infatuation between a certain lowly enthusiast and a particular lowly. Turning, he noticed the red-haired Angelia quietly standing beside him and couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you standing there for? Let us take a stroll. The scenery on this planet is quite lovely." Since awakening as a sword and enduring those gray experiences, the once lively girl Angelia was no more. Even when she is not in the state of unsealing the sword, transforming into a silver-haired, silver-eyed form, she consistently stands, sits, walks, eats, drinks, and speaks softly, quietly following Cavasur. However, Cavasur often perceives that this girl appears to be in a dazed stupor, likely due to her prolonged slumber sealed in the form of a sword, resulting in her mind having become accustomed to a state of inertia. Unexpectedly, she has acquired the legendary attribute of adorably foolish charm. Yet, upon transformation, she becomes a rather vacant girl devoid of any distinguishing features. Currently, Beerus is aboard the spaceship, sporting a white napkin around his neck, drooling as he continuously orders food from Little Shah. Celia, who played video games all night, is still asleep, while Tapio and AI. Cavasur faintly hears melodious music drifting from behind him. Does that cat not get tired of blowing? Thus, Cavasur justifiably and boldly takes Angelia on an outing. The natural beauty of this planet is truly remarkable, despite the absence of human presence. The lofty blue sky, wispy white clouds, boundless green grasslands, dense primordial forests, and magnificent surging waves, coupled with towering peaks that pierce the sky, create a stunning panorama. With Cavasur's abilities, global travel poses no challenge whatsoever. Upon sensing that Angelia's gloomy heart has brightened a little, Cavasur smiled with delight. Remarkably, Angelia also smiled for the first time, as Cavasur guided her to witness the most beautiful sunset, with the warm glow enveloping her emanating from his silhouette. Chapter 19. Arrival Kakarot. In the pitch-black cosmos, an extraordinary crescent-shaped spaceship soared at an unimaginable speed, leaving a trail of white light across the dark expanse. "Damn it, Beerus. Didn't I tell you not to steal my barbecue? Do you want to fight? I like pudding too," Cavasur exclaimed, kicking away the god of destruction, Beerus, who attempted to sneakily pilfer pudding from his plate, while methodically scooping a piece to taste. Beerus, sent flying by Cavasur's kick, transformed into a spectrum of light and reappeared seated on the opposite side of Cavasur, lifting a plate brimming with delicacies crafted from lance-drew meat, devouring it in one bite, and casually producing a toothpick to pick his teeth. "Don't be so stingy, Cavasur." Kavizur let out a cold snort, his gaze meeting Beerus's, igniting sparks between them. Meanwhile, Celia lounged against the back of her chair, observing the impending ninth battle over food between Kavizur and Beerus, and curiously inquired of the seated Angelia, "Sister Angelia, what are Brother Cassie and Uncle Beerus up to?" Unfortunately for Beerus, his peculiar appearance led Celia to classify him as part of the uncle category. Angelia gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting an indescribable tenderness as she looked toward Kavizur. "It's merely a skirmish between 2 gourmands," she remarked, while Tapio, sitting across from the contemplative AI with a cup of tea, shared his thoughts. The term gourmand was often on Kavizur's lips, and AI found it vividly illustrative. Hence she frequently employed it to describe him. The god of destruction? Merely a glutton, after all. AI and Celia had come to understand Kavizur's true identity. Yet their feelings were tepid, primarily due to their limited realm of comprehension. They had yet to attain a level sufficient to grasp the significance of the title god of destruction within this universe. For beings from a realm like Earth, The distance they had yet to traverse was insurmountable, a journey that would take millennia. Their crescent-shaped spacecraft was swiftly narrowing the gap, drawing ever closer to their destination, the primordial planet, a world belonging to a single individual. Having grown weary of play, the spacecraft dimmed its lights, and with snacks clutched in her arms, Celia drooled and drifted off to sleep on the sofa. The superintelligent system kindly provided a blanket, its mechanical arms quietly draping it over her. Tapio gazed at the little girl AI, who was nestled amidst a heap of mechanical and electronic components. His hand gently rested upon the soon flute at his waist. Accustomed to sleeplessness, he found himself wanting nothing more than to observe this child. Tapio had encountered this girl long before, in his dreams. During his slumber, he often heard the sound of a woman weeping, her soft murmurs and heartfelt whispers resonating in the liminal space between dream and wakefulness, reaching his heart. Upon being released by the peculiar long-eared creature, the moment he laid eyes on this girl, Tapio recognized her as the woman who had frequently cried in his dreams, her sorrowful eyes unmistakable. With a soft sigh, Tapio felt a swirl of emotions within him, unsure of their nature. He rubbed his temples, forcing away the fatigue that threatened to engulf him. If his consciousness were to succumb to slumber or fogginess, the sealed demon, Hildur, within him might very well emerge. Though the pressure aboard this vessel was heavier than that imposed by the demon, embodied by the long-eared creature and the boy who claimed to be the god of destruction, Tapio still felt an overwhelming resistance against the shadows cast by the demon. Moreover, he had never truly witnessed the formidable prowess of Beerus and Cavaciel in action. Thus he remained oblivious to the extent of their extraordinary abilities. He could not fathom that Beerus, with sheer combat strength alone, could easily annihilate the invincible illusionary demon that resided in his mind. Likewise, although Cavaciel's own fighting capabilities were not particularly remarkable, he could channel the primordial forces of the universe to descend upon himself, effortlessly crushing the so-called illusionary demon as one would squash an ant. Gazing into the dark expanse of the starry sky beyond the glass enclosure, Tapio suddenly recalled his brother, who was similarly adrift in the cold, desolate depths of the universe. Leaving him momentarily speechless, Angelia continued to accompany Cavaciel, observing him and Beerus, both draped in white bathrobes, engrossed in a spirited game of cards, specifically a variant known as Landlord, which Cavaciel had taught them. After a few rounds, Beerus was utterly amazed, his interest piqued, leading to an intense rivalry with Cavaciel. However, a hint of compassion flickered in Angelia's eyes as she watched Cavaciel's silhouette. Having resolved to follow him, she felt a subtle connection to his soul. Thus, while Cavaciel appeared carefree and nonchalant, Angelia was acutely aware of the confusion that lingered in his heart. Though she could not comprehend the source of his bewilderment, she resolved to remain by his side throughout his moments of uncertainty. With divine bodies, both Cavaciel and Beerus did not require sleep as mortals do. They played cards through the night, engaged in spirited games of Landlord, and even played mahjong while singing, for the soundproofing of the spaceship was superb. In 3 minutes, we are set to arrive at our destination, the planet Lurantis. Please prepare for landing. The mechanical voice of the announcement roused Celia from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes and regaining her senses, she excitedly dashed toward the window on the wall to gaze outside. What a beautiful planet! Celia exclaimed. Before her lay a verdant globe, teeming with vibrant life, suffused with the essence of nature, stunningly radiant amidst the inky blackness of the cosmos. Beerus rested his chin on his hand, using a spoon to scoop out pudding, savoring the flavor. So that's it. Is it because of this fellow? He mused. No wonder. Beings of such caliber can be considered the pinnacle of combat prowess beneath the deities of this entire dimension. But why have they suddenly appeared? Just a moment ago, Cavaciel, who had been seated across from Beerus, had vanished without a trace. Indeed, the beauty of this planet was unparalleled, showcasing pristine natural landscapes, where jungles and grasslands were alive with the presence of fierce beasts, vividly illustrating the raw law of survival that governed this world. Cavaciel materialized in midair, as a keen-eyed avian beast, soaring through the skies, left its flapping wings behind and darted towards its perceived prey with remarkable agility and speed. It opened its gaping maw, ready to devour, only to discover there was nothing to be found within. In a nearby forest, remnants of a campfire lay scattered on the ground, accompanied by a towering heap of colossal white beast bones. To one side, a man with spiky black hair reclined, resting his head upon his hands. A dark red cloth band adorned his forehead, imbued with a lingering scent of blood. A scar marked his cheek, adding a touch of fierce valor to his already striking features. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Who? Like a wild beast, he sprang up from the ground, instinctively unleashing all his combat readiness, his body taut with tension. The realization that someone had approached him without his awareness weighed heavily on his heart as he lifted his gaze towards the sky. There, he beheld a boy with an unusual hairstyle floating in midair, observing him with a peculiar expression that was both strange and contorted. As if he were disappointed by the absence of someone he wished to see, yet simultaneously relieved by some newfound knowledge. "Who are you?" Bardock inquired, scrutinizing the seemingly innocuous youth before him, yet remaining ever vigilant. Caviezel gazed intently at Bardock, finally managing to utter a single phrase, "Cockroach?" Chapter 20. Berserk. To be candid, based on the description of the sudden, formidable presence relayed to him by his secretary, the East Kai, Caviezel had long since harbored a 99% certainty that the figure before him was none other than his idol, Son Goku, also known as Kakarot. It was quite evident. With the long black hair, the crimson fur, and the tail, combined with an unmatched combat prowess, these features unmistakably pointed to the dashing and audacious Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot? Bardock initially appeared taken aback, his eyes narrowing as an inscrutable expression crossed his face. He silently pondered. Was this not the name of his newborn second son? While Bardock was enveloped in uncertainty, Caviezel in the air was feeling a great deal of discomfort, for with his keen perception, he could discern that the visage of the individual below bore an uncanny resemblance to the idol he had long awaited. Yet, the classic attire, the crimson scarf upon his head, and the scar upon his cheek, when all these characteristics were considered, did they not unmistakably align with Bardock, Goku's father? Thud. Caviezel descended to the ground. Despite his bewilderment concerning this peculiar situation, unable to comprehend why Bardock was present at this seemingly distant point in time from the original narrative. Nor could he fathom how the relatively powerful Bardock from the original tale now appeared to embody the essence of a Super Saiyan 4th level. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to engage, for Bardock was indeed a pivotal character in the storyline, and obtaining an autograph was still uncertain. Greetings. Caviezel endeavored to present himself as congenial. No, rather approachable. No, perhaps as warm as a gentle spring breeze. Well, one could say that was the essence of his intent. Although Bardock did not entirely lower his guard, he sensed that the peculiar youth before him bore no ill intent. Consequently, he relaxed slightly and nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously inquiring, "Who are you?" As Caviezel was about to introduce himself and inquire about Bardock's second son, a dazzling arc of vibrant light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing behind Bardock in a flash. Such an attitude is rather unbecoming, mysterious warrior. Before you stands the esteemed Lord Kaioshin, the arbiter of cosmic order and supreme existence, remarked Beerus, his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Bardock's heart sank. He was taken aback that someone had approached him so stealthily, their overwhelming presence exerting a palpable pressure that he should have sensed. The notion of a Kaioshin? Bardock did not turn around but instead focused on Caviezel, whose expression bore a hint of frustration. Though he had heard of the Kai, the title of Kaioshin was unfamiliar even to someone of his experience. "Do not heed his nonsense. I am merely one of the Kaioshin," Caviezel retorted, rolling his eyes before extending a warm greeting to Bardock. "I am Caviezel, the East Kaioshin. The realm of the East universe falls under my jurisdiction." Bardock felt little astonishment at this revelation, perhaps a mere flicker of surprise. Having ascended to the 4th level of Super Saiyan, his combat prowess was unmatched. Once, Frieza had obliterated their planet, annihilating the Saiyan race, but now, Bardock's strength could effortlessly vanquish Frieza 1,000 times over. Upon reaching a certain level of power, one's perspective and mindset naturally evolve, rendering the divine titles less intimidating. Moreover, Bardock had never encountered a Kaioshin in his numerous reincarnations, akin to Goku's nonchalance upon learning of the East Kaioshin's identity in the original tale. It was evident that the two were cut from the same cloth, sharing a kinship and temperament. The latent potential of Goku, marked by a steady ascent, was a trait he had undoubtedly inherited from Bardock, a fact Caviezel would often reflect upon in the years to come. However, upon hearing Caviezel's name, Bardock visibly paused, his expression betraying a flicker of recognition. Perplexed, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to mere coincidence, as there could not possibly be a son named Kakarot in this timeline. Nor the Caviezel he knew. Bardock, he introduced himself, his voice somewhat stiff, as if he had not spoken in quite some time. "Indeed, it is him," Caviezel mused inwardly. The crescent-shaped spaceship rapidly descended towards the ground, preparing for landing. "Really, why must my brother Kasir rush ahead?" Celia gazed out at the breathtakingly pristine scenery, her heart yearning to venture into the wilderness. Little did she know that Cavasser had succumbed to the urge of instantaneous teleportation, leaving her behind in his selfish pursuit of amusement. Uncle Byros was no better, pursuing Cavasser without a thought for Celia's company. Both were truly inconsiderate. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Celia's lively eyes as she devised a brilliant plan, her gaze twirling with excitement. With a triumphant smile, she dashed toward the depths of the spaceship. In the main control room, the young girl deftly summoned various operational screens, her fingers flying across the buttons in a flurry of activity. Shapes and text flickered and danced upon the large display. Although she had the super-intelligent Xiaxia at her disposal, she preferred the hands-on approach, shunning the idea of issuing commands to the AI. Tapio sat nearby, observing the industrious AI with a faint smile gracing his lips. Over the past few days, he had spent the majority of his time in her company, developing a fondness for this seemingly youthful girl who possessed a remarkably mature spirit. AI, in turn, was even contemplating creating a customized resting pod for him to ensure his peaceful slumber. This connection was not spontaneous. Their fate had been set into motion aboard the manufactured 3287, the moment AI's fingers first brushed against the aged music box. Each bore an alluring essence that resonated with the other, a shared sense of helplessness in the face of darkness, a longing for light, creating a profound bond. Gently, Tapio retrieved the flute from his waist and began to play a soft melody. Suddenly, AI paused in her work, glancing out the window to see a white Mark 7 super robot streaking away from the spaceship like a flash of light. Tapio turned his gaze outside as well, feeling a swell of affection for the somewhat daft yet endearing little girl, and chuckled softly as he watched her eagerly rush out. However, in an instant, bang, bang, a violent sensation of tearing surged through Tapio's mind, chest, and abdomen. A wave of overwhelming pressure engulfed him, as if he were on the brink of explosion. The agony was unbearable, a desperate wish for death surged within him. Even a warrior as resolute as Tapio could not suppress a low cry of anguish. Clutching his head with trembling hands, his face drained of color, sweat pouring from him like a torrent. His teeth ground together, eyes reddening with a feral intensity, threatening to bleed. AI sensed the disturbance and turned to look, instantly jolted by Tapio's terrifying visage, her heart racing in fear. Gone was the calm demeanor he typically exuded. He was now enveloped in a menacing aura, his face contorted in horrifying anguish, resembling a specter from the depths of hell. Yet, within his gaze remained a flicker of clear reason. Run! Tapio shouted with the remnants of his strength and spirit. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of his energy to charge outward. Kawizel was intent on extracting some intriguing information from Badak, but he soon sensed Celia's presence hastily departing. Reluctantly, he turned to glance back, only to behold a white robot hurtling through the sky with remarkable speed. What could that be? Badak had also noticed it. Celia's energy signature was unmistakable to his senses. However, he found it astonishing that such a feeble energy reading could be accompanied by such a rapid velocity. With that level of combat prowess, such speed seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, both Kawizel and the trailing Beerus were taken aback. Beerus, with a spark of curiosity, directed his gaze toward the descending spacecraft and remarked with intrigue, "It appears something fascinating has emerged." The ominous and malevolent aura emanating from it caused Kawizel to also direct his attention in that direction. Suddenly, a colossal dark silhouette materialized in an instant. It was the form of a monstrous entity, devoid of its upper half. Kawizel's expression suddenly changed. "This is bad. AI is still here." Chapter 21. The Super Scion Bardock Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated from behind, startling Celia within the white super robot Mark 7. She turned around to behold an enormous, peculiar creature with only 2 legs, which had inexplicably appeared near their spaceship. "What is that?" Celia's heart raced with astonishment, despite the distance. She could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the colossal half-monster. On the ground, Kawizel swiftly ascended into the air, gazing at the half-monster, known as Illusion Demon Hildergan. With his keen eyesight, he immediately spotted Tapia kneeling beside the massive foot of Hildergan. Sensing that AI's presence remained intact within the spaceship and had neither weakened nor vanished, Kawizel felt a slight alleviation in his heart. A powerful force surged from Hildergan's lower body, sweeping outward like a tidal wave, toppling vast trees in the forest and sending clouds of sand swirling. Ugh, what a racket! Kawizel grimaced slightly, calling out to Beerus, who was chatting with Bardock below. "Hey, Beerus, don't interfere." "Huh?" Beerus raised his head, seemingly still groggy. "Is something happening?" Ignoring the playful antics of this character, Kawiziel smiled faintly at Bardock, who was observing Hildergan's lower body in the distance. So, can you handle it? Bardock raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk crossing his lips as he snorted disdainfully. Let us settle this, then. In an instant, Kawiziel flew to Celia's side, encircled her waist, and vanished with a teleportation. Meanwhile, Bardock transformed into a streak of red light, shooting towards the half-monster in the distance. Bang! The red streak erupted into a brilliant golden glow, accelerating once more. Consider it a post-meal exercise. Damn Hildergan. How could it have escaped? Tapio was filled with regret and self-reproach as he struggled to rise from his weary state, gazing at the familiar terrifying giant form before him. Tapio felt a deep bitterness. He never expected it would escape. He realized he should have remained obediently sealed within the music box. The very act of being released was a grave mistake. With Hildergan's dreadfulness, this planet would soon face destruction, followed by the annihilation of the entire universe. In truth, Tapio had indeed underestimated this so-called illusion demon. In this era, those entities with even a modicum of strength, such as demons and monsters, often proclaim their intentions to annihilate the universe and dominate it. However, in the eyes of the 5 Supreme Kais, who govern the entirety of the cosmos, they are merely slightly more formidable, yet utterly ignorant grasshoppers, no matter how terrifying one may be. As long as they can communicate with the primal forces of the universe and summon the resplendent, multicolored light to augment their own power, the Supreme Kais can effortlessly crush and seal away all existence. These physically demanding tasks are typically delegated to the destroyers of that dimension, while the more indolent Supreme Kais prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unbeknownst to Tapio, he was engulfed in despair, instinctively reaching for his waist to sound his Sun flute in hopes of resealing the illusionary demon, Hildergan. Yet, as if sensing Tapio's intentions, Hildergan's colossal tail lashed out like a whip. The sound of air being torn apart echoed ominously. This is bad. Tapio's pupils constricted as the massive tail rapidly enlarged before him. Suddenly, a golden figure descended from the heavens. Bang! Like a deity emerging from golden flames. Bardock firmly grasped Hildergan's tail, huffing disdainfully, "Your opponent is me." With that, he exerted tremendous force, his sinewy arms twisting with strength, sending Hildergan's massive lower body hurtling away with the might of the insignificant Bardock. Tapio gazed in shock at the golden-haired figure before him. Who is this person? How could he possibly have the strength to contend with the illusionary demon Hildergan? Hey! A voice called from behind. Tapio turned to see Kawiziel supporting a young girl, while the red-haired, blue-eyed maiden, Angelia, stood beside them, accompanied by a white super robot, Mark 7, gently hovering off the ground. Celia. Considering you managed to escape and keep my ship from being crushed, I shall spare your life, Kawiziel said with a faint smile. In an instant, Kawiziel and the 4 others vanished, along with the enormous crescent-shaped spaceship behind them, disappearing into thin air. Bardock threw a punch towards the abdomen of the half-monster, but struck only air, as the creature's form suddenly vanished. Again, Bardock thought, coldly analyzing the creature's abilities and threat level. Hildergan's tail swooped in once more, aiming straight for Bardock's face. Yet Bardock remained calm, deftly tilting his head to evade the strike. Oh, I see. It seems the creature can only avoid an attack by transforming into a phantom at the moment of impact. Bardock's mind was sharp. What is the matter, Bardock? Can't handle such a weakling? Beerus shouted from the ground, his tone dripping with provocation. Quit the chatter. Bardock swiftly retreated a short distance, coming to a steady halt. With unwavering focus, he observed the half-body monster advancing once more. The tail lashed out. In that fleeting moment, something extraordinary transpired. Bardock assumed a combat stance, roaring with fury, and suddenly his entire being seemed to ignite, his golden hair, now standing on end, mingled with disheveled black locks, and red fur sprouted from his body, while the brown tail coiled around his waist transformed into a vivid crimson. In an instant, he ascended to Super Saiyan 4th level. The tail struck Bardock with ferocity. It was merely an afterimage. Bardock abruptly appeared directly above the half-body monster, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his right fist. With a single, thunderous punch, the resplendent golden light cascaded like a river from the heavens, descending with immense, terrifying force, striking the lower half of Hilderg with a cataclysmic impact. Chapter 22, Bardock vs. Beerus. How terrifying is Bardock's full-powered punch as a Super Saiyan 4th level? Should it directly impact the surface of this planet, equivalent to 100 times the size of Earth in Kavizier's previous life, it would obliterate it to the last speck. Even the complete form of Hildegard was defeated in the original narrative by a mere Super Saiyan 3rd level Goku with a single dragon fist, let alone its current diminished state, with Bardock, whose power far exceeds that of Goku at Super Saiyan 3rd level in the original work, launching the attack. Though Bardock's punch, honed through countless battles and bloodshed, may not rival the exquisite mastery of his son Goku's dragon fist, it remains a force of nature in its own right. His punch could shatter any obstacle with overwhelming might. In that critical fraction of a second, Bardock's figure descended, and his right fist erupted with a dazzling golden brilliance, shooting skyward and forming a golden pillar that pierced the clouds. The sheer momentum of his punch caused the colossal planet to tremble. Though Hildegard's lower half barely amounted to 10 meters, it seemed to sense the impending threat of death and began to roar in response to Bardock's might. On a nearby ridge, Cavasir, Angelia, the White Mark 7, Celia, AI, and Tapio materialized out of thin air, upon witnessing Bardock's silhouette and the cataclysmic punch he was about to unleash. Tapio was nearly breathless, unable to fathom that a human could wield such power. Ugh, Cavasir grimaced, his head aching slightly. This guy, does he intend to obliterate this planet? Unbeknownst to them, Beerus had appeared in the air behind Bardock, shaking his head with a TSK, yet showing no inclination to intervene. In truth, the entire sequence from Bardock's leap to his current position unfolded in the blink of an eye. Perish. In the midst of battle, Bardock, or rather, the Scion warrior, emanated an air of icy ruthlessness, bathed in a golden radiance that rendered him akin to a divine being clad in a sacred robe, transcending the mortal realm to decree death. What a formidable punch this was! The heavens seemed to dim beneath its might, as tranquility enveloped the world. Also coming to the unparalleled force of this singular blow, a golden beam pierced through the very fabric of existence. Boom! A silent tremor reverberated in every corner. Then came a tempestuous storm, rapidly sweeping outward from Hildegard, the unfortunate recipient of that fist, uprooting countless trees, grasses, stones, and waters into the sky, reminiscent of the most catastrophic natural disaster. Yet, this calamity was as fleeting as it was fierce. The earth soon regained its composure. Such was the power that even the typically vivacious and loquacious Celia was rendered speechless, as was the small girl AI beside her. The unadulterated display of personal valor and raw, visceral violence profoundly impacted someone like her, who was accustomed to the realm of science. She stared blankly at the devastation surrounding her, as if a tempest of unimaginable force had swept through, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, the even more unresponsive girl, Angelia, bore a stoic expression, her mind far removed from anything other than the affairs of Cavasir. Beholding Bardock suspended in midair, Tapio found himself at a loss for words. The might of this man's punch was nothing short of astonishing, defying all conventional reasoning. Hildegard's lower half had vanished without a trace. In the air, Bardock glanced downward, observing a colorful, crystalline vortex gradually fading away. Casting a sidelong glance at the disgruntled Cavasir perched on a distant ridge, Bardock let out a soft hum of disdain. Meanwhile, hovering behind Bardock, Beerus elegantly suspended himself with hands behind his back. Ah, indeed, the Supreme Kai is to be admired, he remarked with a light chuckle, directing his gaze towards Cavasir and his companions, who, along with their spaceship, appeared unscathed, starkly contrasting the flattened terrain around them. Beerus shook his head. To manipulate the forces of the universe with such ease is truly enviable. Yet his expression remained languid, devoid of any semblance of envy. Had it not been for Cavasir's timely intervention in harnessing the primordial energy of the universe to mitigate Bardock's punch, this planet might very well have been reduced to cosmic dust. The golden light surrounding Bardock dissipated, returning him to his normal black-haired form. Hey, I must say, even in battle, one ought to exercise a degree of caution. Must you create such a ruckus? Our spaceship nearly met its demise because of you. Cavasir's disgruntled voice chimed in, to which Bardock turned, realizing that Cavasir had, at some point, levitated beside him. However, Bardock had grown somewhat accustomed to his sudden appearances and disappearances, no longer finding them surprising. Just as Bardock was about to utter a word, a foot struck his cheek with incredible force, sending him hurtling through the air at breakneck speed. In the distance, he witnessed a series of majestic mountains crumbling and collapsing one after another. Following that was a thunderous roar, the sound of the mountain's collapse echoing ominously. Dust filled the air. What are you playing at? Cavasir exclaimed, gazing speechlessly at Beerus, who had retracted his foot. What do you mean by playing? Beerus replied, perplexed. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his arm, he sent a brilliant orb of energy flying, which exploded on an island far away, annihilating it in an instant. From the shattered mountains, a dazzling golden light erupted from the crevices of the broken stones, only to be forcefully expelled, transforming into powder as it continued to shatter in midair. The dark-haired, red-clad Bardock shot upwards like a laser, propelling himself towards Beerus, who stood before Cavasir, 12 kilometers away. With a resounding clash, a vibrant flash of colors erupted as Bardock and Beerus collided fiercely in the sky, akin to two meteors crashing into one another, causing a shockwave that rippled through the atmosphere. Their gazes locked. Bardock's cold eyes met Beerus's narrowed ones. Both perceived the fervor for battle within each other, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Then, the dazzling and bewildering combat commenced, a whirlwind of punches and kicks that transformed their fists into a meteor shower, the air igniting from their rapid exchanges. They battled in the sky, suddenly appearing on the ground, creating fissures in the earth as the ground caved in, only to vanish again and reappear above the ocean, stirring towering waves and bottomless whirlpools. Bardock deflected a punch from Beerus, using the momentum to swiftly retreat while launching an energy wave towards him. Beerus, with a disdainful smile, flicked his left hand as if swatting a ball, redirecting Bardock's attack back at him, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" Facing the incoming strike, Bardock did not flinch. Instead, he smirked, unleashing a more intense golden aura that enveloped him. He caught the incoming energy ball, spun around, dissipating its force, and then hurled it back at Beerus with renewed velocity. In the next instant, Bardock's hands glowed with a brilliant golden radiance. "Prepare to receive." Bardock chuckled, his hands transforming into countless fleeting shadows, ceaselessly striking. In an instant, waves of golden shock waves surged forth, trailing the third energy sphere aimed at Beerus. The barrage of shock waves unleashed by Bardock was so densely packed that, from a distance, the myriad golden rays resembled an enormous net, sprawling across the skies towards Beerus. Furthermore, Bardock's movements showed no signs of abating. He relentlessly hurled shockwaves with a fervor akin to madness. Chapter 23. Resolutely standing through time. Second update. For days have elapsed since the fierce confrontation between Bardock and Beerus. Following that day, Bardock, utterly exhausted, plummeted from the heavens, his body marred by injuries, and immediately succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Beerus perched atop a distant ridge, hands clasped behind his back, observing Bardock with an expression of evident satisfaction, as if reveling in the aftermath of their clash. It seemed he had not indulged in such an unrestrained battle for an eternity, though it was clear he had not entirely let go, except for Cavasir. The others were utterly stunned by the cataclysmic confrontation they had witnessed, profoundly affected by the sheer aesthetic violence displayed by Bardock and Beerus. For the young girl, despite her knowledge that the High-Tide planet had conquered numerous worlds and reached an extensive expanse within the universe, she did not naively believe that the cosmos had been thoroughly comprehended by the High-Tide people. Nevertheless, she harbored a misconception of having a comprehensive understanding of the universe. No matter how she imagined it, she had never considered that the power of individual life could be so terrifying, capable of unleashing destruction comparable to that of dozens of super-neutron bombs with a mere fist, thus utterly shattering her worldview. As for Celia, having grown up on a planet rife with magic, she had never before witnessed such a terrifying display of destructive power in combat. Her face had turned pale with fear, and she remained hidden within the confines of Mark 7, too intimidated to emerge for a considerable time. Regarding Angelia, she remained indifferent, her aloofness attributed to her own considerable strength. Even in her transformed state as a divine sword, while she could not rival Bardock's Super Scion 4, she was still formidable. For Tapio, the realization that he had indeed vanquished Hildur with a single punch left him in disbelief, confirming that the monstrous creature had truly vanished from within him. His grip tightened around the old music box, slightly trembling. A cool little hand grasped his, causing Tapio to startle. Looking down, he noticed the young girl, tiptoeing, resting her hand upon his, her expression serene, perhaps even adorned with a hint of a smile. In that fleeting moment, a profound connection was established. For days after the confrontation, as dusk began to settle, the spaceship lingered in a valley. Encouraged by Celia, Tapio set up a grill outside the spacecraft, preparing to indulge in a barbecue. The little girl AI was busily assisting nearby. The air was intermittently punctuated by the sound of detonations, causing a slight tremor. Yet neither Tapio, who was engrossed in barbecuing, nor AI paid it any mind. As for Celia, who was salivating and eagerly gazing at the succulent, fatty meat on the grill, she was even less concerned. Those were the sounds of combat, the clash between Cavasir and Bardock. Ever since that day, Cavasir had sought out Bardock to challenge him. Naturally, The outcome was a relentless thrashing administered by Bardock, who, for caution's sake, exerted his full strength without resorting to the primordial forces of the universe, despite having an abundance of divine power within him. Cavashir struggled to effectively convert it into combat prowess, and this scant divine energy was insufficient to overpower his opponent, leading to his decisive defeat. Bardock was taken aback. He had anticipated that Cavashir would be on par with someone like Beerus, yet he found this individual to be surprisingly weak. However, Cavashir soon began to cling to Bardock and Beerus, insisting they engage in sparring sessions, eager to explore combat techniques and unveil the offensive potential of his divine energy. Initially, Bardock was reluctant, doubting that any significant improvement in combat ability could be achieved in such a short span. Yet, the developments over the next few days left him utterly astonished. In just 4 short days, Cavashir, who previously could not withstand even 10 moves in his base form, advanced at a meteoric pace. His combat prowess soaring to the point where he could now contend evenly with Bardock in his Super Saiyan form. Bardock realized that he would need to transform into Super Saiyan 2 or a higher form to maintain a solid advantage. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that Cavashir showed no signs of fatigue. Not only did he possess far more divine energy than he could manifest in combat, but he could also effortlessly tap into the primordial forces of the universe. Thus, no matter how drained he might feel, he could restore himself to full vigor in a mere breath, swinging his fists as if unscathed. Bang! After an extended bout, Cavashir and Bardock, in his Super Saiyan form, suddenly broke apart. As Cavashir was sent flying, he recalled Bardock's earlier words and thought to himself, indeed, that encounter between Beerus and Bardock did not see the latter unleash his full power. Suddenly, Cavashir froze, gazing with exasperation at Bardock, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at him. He shouted in frustration, "Hey, if you're not going to fight, then don't transform into something so terrifying." He quickly descended to the ground, exhaling and retracting the surging divine energy enveloping him. Previously, each time they sparred until sunset, when Bardock wished to end the bout, he would transform into Super Saiyan 4 and decisively overpower Cavashir, concluding their skirmish. Bardock, suspended in the sky, exhaled a sigh, pondering to himself how astonishingly rapid Cavashir's progress had been. Fortunately, Bardock had gleaned some insights from Cavasil, realizing that Cavasil was merely harnessing the latent powers that resided within him. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite terrifying. "Hey, I must ask you, Beerus, during that day when you faced Bardock, how much of your strength did you truly exert?" Cavasil inquired, turning to Beerus, who sat leisurely atop a tree, nonchalantly savoring an apple. Beerus paused, taking another bite of the juicy fruit, and replied casually, "I would say about 50% of my power, which is already quite remarkable." 50%? Cavashir experiences a slight toothache. As night falls, the darkness envelopes the sky, revealing a celestial expanse that is vastly different from Earth, mesmerizing and resplendent in its brilliance. Kawizel, Bardock, Beerus, Tapio, Celia, and the little girl AI gathered around the campfire, indulging in a sumptuous feast of roasted meat. This planet, in its primal state, was abundant in meat. Bardock had ventured out and returned with a mountain of ingredients, revealing his true nature as a glutton. At that moment, an insatiable eater was voraciously devouring the meat. Bardock, a scion of renowned appetite. Celia, observing Bardock's incredible consumption, marveled at the sight. This uncle was not only formidable in combat, but also astoundingly voracious. Could any ordinary person consume food with such reckless abandon? Surely, a normal individual would have perished after such indulgence. Yet Kawizel remained unfazed, having read the original tale and understanding the Scion lineage. Indeed, they were the progenitors of gluttony, their profound stomachs insatiable even for the dragon's roasts. "By the way, I have yet to inquire about your origins, Bardock." Kawizel discarded a bone, wiped his mouth, and turned his gaze toward Bardock, who was still stuffing his face. Bardock looked up, his chewing unceasing, his expression one of mild confusion. Beerus, seated nearby, elegantly consumed his portion with knife and fork. "Well, you see, I am the Supreme Kai. My subordinates detected a sudden surge of immense life force on this planet, prompting my long journey here," Kawizel explained, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. Bardock fell silent, swallowing his mouthful with a soft gulp. Still, he remained quiet. "Huh?" The somewhat slow-witted Celia, puzzled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, had a tuft of hair sticking up in her customary manner. AI, while passing meat to Tapio, remarked lightly, "If it's inconvenient to share, you need not speak." Bardock lowered his head slightly, enveloped in silence. I do not actually belong to this world. To articulate the essence of not belonging to this era, one must begin with my lineage and my homeland. Bardock's voice resonated deeply as he gradually revealed his identity as a scion. Blood and fire, fury and destruction flowed from his narrative. Thus, dispatched to the planet Canassa to execute a conquest, I encountered the last warrior of that world, who, before his demise, struck me with a blow he referred to as the Phantom Fist. It was after this encounter that I acquired a glimpse of the ability to see the future. Bardock's voice echoed, recounting the enmity, the confrontations, and the bloodshed between the Scions and Frisia, each moment vividly resurrected in the ears of Kawai-Sir. Strangely, the explosion from which I believed I could not survive did not claim my life. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself seemingly transported back to the primitive epoch of planet Vegeta, a time when we Scions had yet to inhabit that celestial body. And even the indigenous people known as the Zafra had not yet emerged. Fueled by my rage and my own weakness, I transformed into a Super Saiyan of the first level, effortlessly defeating a being who appeared to be an ancestor of Frisia, known as Chilled. I seized their spacecraft and drifted through the North Galaxy, yearning to encounter my kin. However, after a bout of slumber, I awoke once more in an even more ancient time. Thus, I experienced a cycle of awakenings and slumbering, each time returning to a more primordial era, where even colliding with a star would only result in awakening rather than death. In the 2 years and 5 months following my third awakening, I ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. During the 3 months following my sixth awakening, I reached the third level, and in the 5 years following my eighth awakening, I attained the fourth level on a planet within the North Galaxy. By the sea, the rising sun resembled a fiery sphere, radiant yet gentle, slowly ascending from beyond the horizon. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, creating white froth. Bardock stood solitary upon a rock, steadfast and unwavering. Kawai-Sir stood by the shore, gazing at Bardock's silhouette, his mind incessantly replaying Bardock's words from the previous night. This marked the 9th time, and I find myself pondering when this ordeal will find its conclusion. Yet, as Scions, we have never cowered before any challenge. Thus, even if we must perpetually tread the path towards the past, even if it leads us to the very genesis of the universe where we might meet our demise, I harbor no regrets. For in that initial moment, before all of this transpired, I witnessed the scene of my son, Kakarot, vanquishing that scoundrel, Frisia. Therefore, even if existence unfolds in this manner, it is of no consequence to me. Kawizel gazed silently at the resolute figure of Bardock, feeling an indescribable sense of desolation emanating from his silhouette. At that moment, he reaffirmed once more that he was indeed eons ahead of the timeline depicted in the original narrative, despite being a Supreme Kai. He would likely never witness the characters from the original story. The sight of Bardock's back was profoundly poignant, evoking a sense of reverence that was ineffable. Chapter 24, Return Journey, Supreme Kai Realm, Third Update. In the realm where the welfare, fortune, and essence of the entire universe converge, the Supreme Kai Realm was born. This realm transcends countless dimensions and billions of timelines, serving as the source and bond above all space-time and dimensions, sacred, noble, vast, and enigmatic. Within it, the primordial essence of the universe has given rise to 5 supreme deities known as the Supreme Kais. They govern the cosmos, exalted and omnipotent, gazing down upon all living beings. Yet, beyond all beings lies the universe. A little over 20 days later, having traversed several planets and continuously ravaging the ecology and terrain of this star domain, Kawizel's combat prowess successfully reached a level comparable to Bardock's full power in his third transformation as a Super Saiyan. However, further advancement became exceedingly arduous, bordering on the impossible. Kawai-Sir, indifferent as ever, had nearly exhausted his vigor. After all, his current form was devoid of flesh and blood. He could no longer relish the exquisite comfort that came from resting after exerting himself to the brink of exhaustion, an experience he had cherished in his past life. Thus, even with an increase in his combat prowess, the sensation remained largely unremarkable. His strength had, in essence, remained unchanged. It merely manifested in a different form. Moreover, Kawai-Sir believed that the full power of Super Saiyan 3 was sufficient for him to flaunt and impress others during idle moments. It was time to return, wasn't it? As everyone tidied up and prepared to board, Celia naturally followed Kawai-Sir, while Tapio expressed his desire to journey to the realm of the Supreme Kai, hoping to enlist the help of other Kais to locate his brother, who was still wandering in the far corners of the universe. He wished to rescue his sibling from the clutches of Hilda. Meanwhile, AI had developed a keen interest in phenomena that defied scientific explanation, and since Tapio was heading there, she decided to accompany him. As for Angelia, her intentions were clear, and there was no need for elaboration. However, when Cavasir was about to board the crescent-shaped spaceship, he noticed that Beerus had not followed suit, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Beerus shook his head, stretched lazily, and yawned, stating nonchalantly, "I shall not accompany you. There are countless universes, each with their own destroyers. One cannot simply go wherever one wishes. You may proceed. I intend to continue my slumber." Cavasir was taken aback, but then smiled faintly, extending his arm and giving a thumbs up as the spaceship's hatch slowly closed. "Until we meet again." Ah. The realm of the Supreme Kai. No words could adequately capture the splendor and sanctity of this land, where all glory converged, tranquility flowed, and hope was born. At this moment, upon a high slope on the Grand Supreme Kai's planet, a rotund figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing. Behind him stood 3 other Supreme Kais, the meticulous North Supreme Kai, the combative South Supreme Kai, and the alluringly mature West Supreme Kai. Their expressions were gravely serious. "What do you think?" The West Supreme Kai, Jishika, inquired, her voice imbued with a magnetic femininity tinged with profound concern. The Grand Supreme Kai remained silent, his squinted eyes revealing flickers of radiant light, resplendent like shimmering glass. His gaze pierced through the vastness of countless dimensions, reaching into the depths of infinity. After a considerable pause, the Grand Supreme Kai withdrew his gaze, returning to his ordinary appearance, and sighed softly. "Time is running short." The 3 Supreme Kais behind him wore heavy expressions, their brows furrowed. "I didn't expect Kaisi to be planning his return so soon," Jishika murmured. The brawny South Supreme Kai disagreed, asserting, "It is the same anywhere, is it not? This encompasses the entire universe." Suddenly, the North Supreme Kai interjected, a note of puzzlement in his tone. "Do you not find it peculiar? Kasi, with such a distance, could simply teleport there without any hassle." The Grand Kai God shook his head slightly, harboring a hint of perplexity. It seemed he struggled to accept the image of his own greatness. In the inky void of the universe, a white streak of light zipped through like a beam. It was a crescent-shaped spacecraft. After nearly a month of companionship, Bardock had grown accustomed to the advanced technology within this vessel. Celia joyously dashed to the bathroom, ushering the little girls AI and Angelia to enjoy a warm bath, followed by a delightful excursion to the entertainment room for ice skating, video games, and movies. Eventually, Cavasir, Celia, AI, and Angelia lounged on reclining chairs, where the simulated beach environment enveloped them with remarkably lifelike simulated sunlight and the gentle caress of artificial sea breezes. The sandy beach and the ocean were also present, making it entirely fitting for Celia, AI, and Angelia to be clad in swimsuits in this serene setting. Meanwhile, Tapio sat cross-legged, resting his legendary sword upon his lap, lost in contemplative silence, while Bardock had retreated to the training room, activating the gravity device, happily sweating under what seemed to be an 800-fold increase in gravity. As AI leisurely perused a book from her reclined position, she suddenly noticed Cavasir's unusual demeanor. "What is the matter?" she inquired. Cavasir gazed at the ceiling, his eyes somewhat distant, shaking his head. "It's nothing," he replied, rising to his feet and heading toward the corridor. "I'm going back to my room." Angelia followed suit. "What is wrong with Brother Kasi?" Celia asked, puzzled. AI shook her head, equally perplexed. "It seems he is missing home?" Celia chuckled. "But aren't we on our way to Brother Kasi's home now?" In the bedroom, Cavasir lay on the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he buried his head under the covers, letting out a sigh. He missed home, his previous life. He wasn't devoid of feelings, at first. He might have approached it as a mere adventure with a light-hearted attitude. Yet, he could not deceive himself, nor could he feign indifference. How could he be indifferent? He could never return, never see his parents again. While the absence of classes was a relief, he also missed his classmates, the girl he once secretly admired, and the taste of his mother's cooking. He felt a profound melancholy, uncertain of how he had transformed in their eyes, whether he had perished or not. After all, he should be considered as having soul transcended, for his former body had not accompanied him. Just as Cavasir's thoughts grew tumultuous, a warm, soft presence nestled beside him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he instinctively pulled the comforting figure into his embrace, gazing into Angelia's beautiful azure eyes, filled with affection and tenderness. "Don't be sad," Angelia said, reaching out to smooth Cavasir's furrowed brow. Cavasir pressed his lips gently against Angelia's jade-like skin, which instantly bloomed with a captivating blush. He kissed her arm, then her neck, as white as that of a swan, followed by her cheeks, the tip of her nose, her forehead, her hair, and her soft, delicate lips. As he buried his face in the fragrant peaks of the young maiden, the heaviness in his heart began to dissipate. Angelia's voice, as soft as a kitten's, was irresistibly alluring. Her head nestled against his chest, her breath warm and intoxicating, leaving her feeling faint. Angeline blushed, twisting her body shyly. Kawizel smiled gently and pulled up the blanket. Chapter 25, Return Journey, King of the Gods' Realm, Part 2. Cavasser opened his eyes, feeling invigorated and refreshed. In his arms lay the bare form of the young maiden, Angelia, her supple body resembling both clouds and flowing water. Her skin was as smooth as ice, cool to the touch, offering an exquisite comfort in his embrace. The room was dimly lit, the bedding carelessly strewn across the bed, barely covering the majority of their skin. Angelia's swimsuit and Cavasser's clothing lay haphazardly discarded on the floor. As Angelia slowly awakened, she resembled a newly awakened sprite. Her sea-blue eyes opened to meet Cavasser's calm gaze, and a gentle smile unconsciously graced her lips. She extended her hand, allowing the blanket to slip from her smooth arm, revealing her porcelain skin. She playfully touched the tip of Cavasser's nose and caressed his brow, her eyes filled with tender affection. "Shall we rise?" Cavasser asked with a light chuckle, his left hand caressing Angelia's sleek back beneath the covers, while his right hand gently grasped the youthful curves of her form, kneading softly. Angelia surrendered to his touch, her gaze fixed upon Cavasser's handsome eyes, captivated. Cavasser gently touched Angelia's delicate nose with his own, whispering, "Once we arrive in the realm of the Supreme Kai, shall we proceed with the ceremony and make you my divine attendant?" A subtle smile graced the corners of Angelia's lips as she nodded in agreement. The two fell into a comfortable silence, embracing one another tightly as if they had become one. The sensation of their embrace was truly enchanting, as if they could feel each other's hearts intertwining. This tranquil intimacy left them both utterly captivated. Although Cavasser's divine form resembles that of an ordinary human in many respects, possessing desires for sustenance and companionship, these are merely superficial traits. As long as he chooses to remain unaffected by such impulses, abstaining from food, drink, and romantic entanglements, he remains undisturbed by them. It would be absurd for a magnificent deity to be troubled by the mundane concerns that plague mortals. Similarly, Angelia, while capable of indulging in food and romance, underwent a profound transformation when her sword physique awakened, liberating her from the trivial burdens of a typical corporeal existence. She, too, spent countless years, prior to her encounter with Cavasser, existing without the need for nourishment or pleasure. For both of them, corporeal delights are merely byproducts of their mutual affection. True joy resides in their shared gaze. It is said that many years ago, the great King of Realms, who forged a pact with a maiden of the ancient Sword Clan, unified the languages of the universe, and quelled cosmic turmoil, was also an Eastern King of Realms. In the training chamber, under a staggering gravity of 800 times normal, the atmosphere took on a sinister, dark red hue, rendering the air both terrifying and surreal, subtly distorted by the overwhelming force. Bardock, balancing on one hand in an inverted position, bore an immense block of blue-white metal upon his feet, an extraordinarily dense substance that felt impossibly heavy in such extreme conditions. His body, drenched in sweat, left puddles on the ground, while pronounced veins bulged ominously beneath his skin. Yet, in this moment of physical exhaustion, Bardock's mind remained remarkably calm and lucid. Throughout nearly a month of battling Cavasser, he had witnessed that resplendent, prismatic power emanating from Cavasser on multiple occasions, and had even experienced it firsthand. It was vast, profound, and noble, defying all attempts at description. Was this the essence of divinity? A flicker of inspiration surged within him, and despite his extreme fatigue, his thoughts crystallized with clarity. Unbeknownst to him, his spiky hair began to take on a faint crimson hue. Kawizel and Angelia emerged from the room, only to find AI and Celia seated on plush chairs, engaged in conversation. Celia's incessant chatter filled the air, while AI offered half-hearted responses. "Ah," Kawizel thought, feeling rather jovial, as he greeted them with a smile and plopped down beside AI, seizing a piece of fruit from the coffee table to nibble on. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed another piece behind him, which Angelia deftly caught. "How goes the time machine you were tinkering with?" Kawizel spoke through a mouthful of fruit. AI replied coolly, "You merely provided a name, did you not?" There's only a faint glimmer of understanding at this point. A glimmer is all we need. Coezier chuckled, reassured by the notion that if Bulma could create such wonders, their own brilliant young scientist should surely succeed. Little did he realize that, unlike Bulma, AI had no prior inspiration to draw upon. Bulma's invention of the time machine stemmed from a moment of desperation in a future ravaged by the androids 17 and 18, when Mr. Popo, a servant of the Supreme Kai, approached her in the West City Refuge, imploring her to construct a new time machine to return to the past and save the world. Hence, Bulma was able to manifest such an extraordinary device within a few years. AI, on the other hand, was left with nothing but a whimsical name conjured by Coezier. Her progress in such a brief time, however, showcased her prodigious intellect. Tapeu stepped out of the room, his pallor alarming. He approached where Coezier and the others were seated. And upon seeing him, AI gasped, "What is the matter?" Tapeu shook his head, his expression grim as he turned to Coezier. "Hildegard has not vanished." "What?" AI exclaimed. Sitting up in shock, Coezier furrowed his brow at this revelation. "Not vanished. Someone like Hildegard should not have survived a blow from Bardock," he mused. "If she has returned, then we shall simply eliminate her once more." Bardock's voice rang out, and as Tapeu turned, he saw Bardock had changed into a battle suit, seemingly fresh from a shower. Ignoring the brutish scion, Coezier pondered for a moment before suggesting, "We shall wait until we reach the Supreme Kai's realm. Perhaps he will have a solution." At that moment, Celia timidly interjected, raising her hand. "But how do we even get to this realm?" The others simultaneously turned their gaze toward Coezier, suddenly realizing he had never mentioned the location of the Supreme Kai's realm. Would they simply fly indefinitely in their spaceship until they arrived? "Why are you all looking at me?" Caviezel's hand, poised in midair as he reached for the fruit, innocently remarked, "You never asked me, did you?" Following this, the crescent-shaped spaceship, hurtling through the pitch-black cosmos, became enveloped in a cascade of iridescent light, vanishing into the void of space as if it had never existed. Chapter 26, The Divine Maiden and the Z-Sword. Fifth update. After a sudden shift in the fabric of reality, the scene before the onlookers transformed entirely. A vessel, shaped like a crescent moon, materialized against the backdrop of a delicate lavender sky. It surged forward a short distance before gradually decelerating, descending, and finally landing upon the verdant grass bordering a serene lake. The hatch of the spacecraft opened with a soft hiss. "Wow, how beautiful!" exclaimed Celia, bursting forth from the cabin, her gaze captivated by the boundless splendor surrounding her. It felt as though all the exquisite wonders of the world coalesced in this place. The air infused with a refreshing essence that invigorated both body and spirit. Here, the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers entwined harmoniously, and an ethereal aura permeated the atmosphere, radiating auspiciousness. It was truly astonishing to behold such a sight in the mortal realm. No one could remain unmoved by its beauty. "Ah, this is not the mortal realm at all," Caviezel interjected, approaching from behind and scratching his head. "This is the sanctuary, you know." Little Cassie, knowing this is the sanctuary. "Why did you so carelessly bring outsiders here?" A voice, half laughing and half serious, suddenly echoed from above. The group looked up to see a woman, resembling Caviezel in hairstyle, floating gracefully in midair. Under the watchful gaze of the West Kaioshin, Caviezel obediently donned the garb of the Kaioshin, lamenting, "Sister, is it really so bad to bring friends over for a visit?" Bardock and Tapio also emerged from the spacecraft, peering at the West Kaioshin, Jishika, and silently nodding in acknowledgement of the similar aura and demeanor she shared with Caviezel. They understood that this woman was certainly another Kaioshin. "Humph," Jishika huffed lightly. Not dwelling on the matter further, she casually surveyed the companions near Caviezel, but her gaze flickered with interest upon seeing Bardock. "So, this must be the super warrior who suddenly appeared in the main dimension a few days ago?" Bardock, clearly puzzled by Jishika's words, replied, "Huh? Jishika, you are aware of this event?" Caviezel questioned, for he perceived Bardock as powerful yet still of the mortal tier. "You, of all people," Jishika replied, shaking her head. "How could I not know? There are only about 10 warriors of his caliber across the cosmic dimensions. The main dimension is where we primarily operate. So how could we overlook the emergence of such an individual? It's just you, my little friend, who seems to lounge about, oblivious to everything. Only about 10? Bardock's heart raced, previously believing his strength was formidable enough. After all, Beerus was a god. Only to discover that there were over 10 beings of similar prowess existing within the universe. Caviezel was equally astonished. There are a dozen in each dimension? His surprise was understandable, for in his previous life, the ultimate Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was heralded as the mightiest warrior across all dimensions. However, if each dimension harbored around 10 warriors of Super Saiyan 4 caliber, what did that imply? Is this the divine attendant you have chosen? Suddenly, the Supreme Kai of the West, Zashika, floated before Angelia, scrutinizing her closely. She paused in disbelief and, upon further inspection, exclaimed, "Is she truly a descendant of the ancient Sword Clan?" "No, she belongs to the Breralab clan," Caviezel corrected her. Yet, Zashika paid him no mind, continuing to examine Angelia with great interest. "I never anticipated that the bloodline of the ancient Sword Clan still existed. Could it be that the Grand Supreme Kai's prophecy might actually come to fruition?" Stealing a glance at Celia, who was being tugged along with AI, who had donned an anti-gravity watch, though it proved ineffective here, leaving AI to be carried by Tapio, as well as Bardock and Caviezel soaring into the skies. Zashika sighed inwardly. "Little Covey, must you truly bear this burden alone? Grand Supreme Kai, the future you perceive, is it truly as it seems? If a ritual is to be conducted, now is the time. We shall entertain your friends for the moment." Regaining her composure, Zashika waved to Caviezel, who was gesturing towards Angelia from the sky. In the air, the group flew in tandem. "You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Angelia and I have matters to attend to," Caviezel announced to the others. Suddenly recalling something, he moved beside AI and whispered, "Regarding the time machine, our elder brother, the Grand Supreme Kai, has conducted some research on time. I shall take you to him shortly to see if we can glean any insights. What I seek is a time-traveling machine, not a dimensional one." AI, cradled into Pio's arms, rolled her eyes and retorted, "I know, quit nagging." Covey, sir, unfazed, turned to the silent Bardock and remarked, "By the way, Bardock, your situation is similar. Perhaps the Grand Kaioshin can assist you. You cannot continue to live back like this indefinitely." Bardock hesitated for a moment before nodding. If this could resolve his troublesome predicament, he would certainly welcome it. "Very well, we shall proceed ahead." Covey, sir, chuckled heartily and swiftly embraced the flying Angelia, soaring at an accelerated pace in another direction. This fellow, the West Kaioshin, shook his head. The Grand Kaioshin gazed upward, his eyes traversing the pale violet sky. "What is it?" inquired the North Kaioshin from behind him. "The rifts of causality are widening. It is likely they will shatter soon," the Grand Kaioshin replied, withdrawing his gaze with a heavy sigh. The North Kaioshin remained silent, his heart laden, casting a glance upward in stunned silence. After a long pause, he lowered his gaze and suddenly exclaimed, "Covey, sir, has returned." "Yes, I'm aware," the Grand Kaioshin nodded, having noticed immediately. "Must we truly entrust everything to him?" The North Kaioshin hesitated. "He is special." The Grand Kaioshin shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. "Brother, what exactly have you seen?" The North Kaioshin asked this question more than once. "He is special," the Grand Kaioshin reiterated. "But that burden is exceedingly heavy. This is both a responsibility and a destiny." He sighed wistfully. On the Grand Kaioshin's planet, there exists a well known as the Well of the Mother Deity. This well connects to the very core and essence of the universe. It is a realm of resplendent, multicolored glass, resembling a grand crucible that encompasses worlds, countless timelines, and the boundless universe, capable of nurturing all things, where each thread of the vibrant glass's primordial power bears the weight of a mountain. Covey, sir, gazed upon Angelia, bathed in the resplendent hues of the prismatic divine light. He watched as her crimson hair gradually transformed into a noble shade of burgundy, observed the emergence of a purple diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead, and beheld the radiant colors of the glassy light dancing across her pure, flawless form. He noticed as she slowly opened her violet golden eyes and offered him a faint smile. Then, he witnessed her sudden metamorphosis into a figure of chilling ruthlessness, with silver hair and silver eyes. In an instant, she became a gleaming silver longsword, only to later undergo a magnificent transformation into a divine blade that shimmered with the vibrant colors of the prismatic light. Caviezel extended his hand, and instantly, the sacred sword, imbued with a surging divine aura, gracefully flew into his grasp. As he held the sword, a warm and familiar sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of holding a beloved maiden's hand. Gazing at the resplendent blade, he noticed an intricate design etched near the hilt, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a character resembling the letter Z. "Is that your other name?" "Very well. Henceforth, I shall refer to this form as Z." Caviezel raised the divine sword, enveloped in a kaleidoscopic aura, resembling a celestial being. Chapter 27. The Music Box and the Gem. 6th update. Some things, the more they are used, the more they become sealed. Bardock was struck by the final warrior of Kan-Asha and acquired the ability to foresee the future, yet the cost was that he could never reach the future he envisioned. Instead, he would be perpetually sent back to the past, destined to be a person who could never live to see the future. In the long river of time, he gazed at the downstream scenery, only able to swim against the current. The outcome might be his demise in the swirling waters or an endless ascent, ultimately to be consumed by the black hole at its source. No one could alter this. It was the power of the rules. The Grand Kaishin conveyed this to Bardock. Upon hearing this, Bardock merely chuckled lightly, indifferent to the revelation, for he had never harbored great expectations from the beginning. To him now, these matters held little significance. Seeking out a formidable opponent to battle was perhaps the only thing he wished to pursue in the times ahead. By the way, dear brother, Cavashir suddenly spoke, scratching his head. How many years separate us from Bardock's original era? Kawizel remains deeply troubled by the years that separate his current timeline from the original narrative. Compelled to ascertain the truth, the Grand Kaishin, perplexed, gazes curiously at Kawizel, questioning the purpose behind his inquiry. Bardock, too, cast a puzzled glance in Kawizel's direction. I am merely curious, Kawizel deflects, though the earnest anticipation etched upon his face is unmistakable. One must not underestimate the resolve of sentient beings. The Grand Kaishin shakes his head, asserting that even the weakest of individuals, when imbued with an overwhelmingly potent will, can resonate with the very fabric of cosmic laws, stirring unseen forces and yielding remarkable outcomes. I surmise that the final warrior of planet Kan-Asha must have channeled the collective hatred and determination of his entire planet into that singular strike, which undoubtedly bore an abundance of intent. Kawizel was momentarily taken aback, inexplicably reminded of the first boss from the GT saga, Baby, a manifestation of the Zenkai's resentment. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, why not give it a try? The Grand Kai smiled faintly, his plump visage emanating warmth. He addressed Bardock, saying, young man, might you open your mind a little? Allow me a glimpse into your experiences. Bardock hesitated for a moment, then replied with a sense of calm, very well. In truth, he was quite curious about how distant he was from the era he was familiar with. The Grand Kai smiled again, levitating slightly and placing his hand atop Bardock's head. Closing his eyes, the divine essence within the Grand Kai radiated brilliance, the multicolored divine energy swirling within him. Scenes, messages, and sensations poured from Bardock's consciousness into that of the Grand Kai. In an instant, the Grand Kai activated his abilities, keenly sensing the profound weight of time and history hidden within Bardock's memories. His thoughts transformed into radiant hands, delicately sifting through the layers of this historical sensation, striving to untangle its complexities. After a considerable time, it concluded. The Grand Kai opened his eyes, and Bardock, too, abruptly awakened, gasping for breath as if he had just relived a dream. What did you find? Kawizel inquired eagerly. The Grand Kai pondered for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. Approximately 75 million years. How much? Kawizel was taken aback, the last flicker of hope extinguished, shattering his desire to greet Goku. While lakeside, Celia curiously circled around Angelia, examining her up and down, exclaiming, Angelia, why do I feel like you've changed so much all of a sudden? At that moment, Angelia's once crimson hair and azure eyes had transformed into short burgundy locks and violet irises, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Upon hearing Celia's words, she smiled gently, maintaining her serene demeanor without uttering a word. Meanwhile, not far away, AI and Tapio strolled together. What do you plan to do? AI inquired, her gaze fixed on her feet as she calmly asked. If possible, Tapio fell into silence. Never mind. AI ceased her speech. Sometimes, words were unnecessary. They could understand each other's feelings intuitively. Just as they were enveloped in silence, Kawizel suddenly swooped down from afar, landing before them with a thud. Come on, Tapio. Let's see if the Grand Kai has any solutions regarding the Phantom Demon. Upon hearing this, the Grand Kai frowned, murmuring, I have indeed heard of this. Really? Tapio responded. Do you have a way to deal with Hildag? According to Kashi, this so-called Phantom Demon was not particularly formidable, with the strength of the warrior named Bardock. It could easily be vanquished. The Grand Kai shook his head, pondering. However, since its lower half manifested within you even after its destruction, can we infer that the illusion demon can only be truly vanquished when it is whole? Cavasser articulated his thoughts. Indeed, that is also my belief. The Grand Kai nodded in agreement. Then, can you assist me in locating my brother in the universe? Tapio inquired eagerly. The Grand Kai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Cavasser shook his head in disagreement, articulating, "Firstly, the universe is vast beyond comprehension. Even you are unaware of your brother's whereabouts. This endeavor is infinitely more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. Even we, the Supreme Kai, cannot hope to locate such a diminutive music box within this expansive cosmos. Secondly, when the Hildra emerged from within you, your manifestation of agony was unmistakable, and your body exhibited signs of immense strain from being sealed within that music box. The passage of time has a negligible effect on you. You mentioned that your brother was still a youth when he was sealed. Even if we were to find the music box that contains your brother, we cannot guarantee that when the Hildra escapes, he will not succumb to the unbearable burden. For it is likely that the priest who sealed Hildra within you both never considered the possibility of its emergence." Tapio fell silent. The Supreme Kai also remained quiet, his steady gaze fixed upon the valiant young man before him. After a prolonged moment, Tapio exhaled deeply. Casting a glance at the little girl in the distance who looked earnestly at the Supreme Kai, he implored, "Might you seal me once more within this music box?" He retrieved the ancient music box from his breast, its surface marred with rust, resembling traces of tears. Cavasser sighed softly, observing as the Supreme Kai accepted the music box from Tapio's hands. Tapio stood relaxed, the familiar, aged music box beneath his feet, as one prepares to truly let go. A sense of relief mingles with a tinge of melancholy, and at this moment, Tapio experienced that very sentiment. "Come now," he whispered gently. Then, he was enveloped in a resplendent radiance, flowing toward the music box below him. "I wish to see her one last time," Tapio sighed within the light, only to astonishingly behold the figure of the little girl, clad in familiar attire, tears streaming from her eyes. Yet her lips curved into an unprecedented smile as she dashed toward him without hesitation. The golden light faded away. Cavasser gazed upon the unchanging visage of the antiquated music box, now adorned with a delicate, light blue gemstone, shaped like a teardrop, as if someone's sorrow had fallen upon it. Approaching to retrieve the music box, Cavasser sighed inwardly. "Since you have made this choice, I shall assist you. The very condition that prompted your aid was to grant you freedom, indeed, the moment you deemed most liberating, was it not?" Chapter 28, Celia's Homeland. 7th update. The crescent-shaped spacecraft embarked once more. In the pitch-black cosmos, a streak of light blazed forth like a shooting star, yet this time, two souls were absent from the vessel. Celia cradled the music box, tears welling in her large eyes. Sister AI, brother Tapio Celia, with her innocent heart, shared an untainted bond with AI and Tapio. Now, with AI and Tapio imprisoned within the music box, it was akin to their demise, and the weight of her sorrow was immeasurable. Bardak observed the music box in Celia's hands, reflecting on the commendable valor of Tapio, who had willingly sacrificed himself for a greater cause. He thought of the equally selfless girl, AI, and as his gaze fell upon the pale blue teardrop gemstone embedded in the weathered box, memories of his wife, Hanatia, surfaced unbidden. Even his hardened heart quivered momentarily. Silently, Bardak turned away, binding a crimson ribbon around his arm, before re-entering the training chamber of the spacecraft, where he immediately set the gravity to 900 times. Cavasser gazed for a moment at the retreating figure of Bardak, then turned to observe Celia's sorrowful expression for AI and Tapio. With a gentle sigh, he ran his fingers through his hair and approached her, taking the music box before leading Celia toward the corridor of the spaceship. "Brother Casey, where are you taking me?" Celia exclaimed, nearly stumbling as Cavasser suddenly pulled her along. To rest, Cavasser replied without turning back, "Angelia, wait for me in our room." Angelia, who had been by Cavasser's side all along, nodded in acquiescence. Cavasser, navigating through a labyrinthine path, finally arrived at the entrance of the storage room aboard the spacecraft. "Welcome, Mr. Cavasser," echoed the voice of the superintelligent AI, Shasha, as the automated door to the storage room slid open. Celia was perplexed, unsure of Cavasser's intentions for bringing her to this place. Cavius walked straight to a small glass cabinet against the inner wall of the room and opened it. He spoke softly, and as his words fell, the glass cover lifted automatically. Cavius placed the music box onto its base, whereupon several small mechanisms sprang into action, securely fastening the music box in place, while the glass cover gradually returned to its original position. Since they had chosen to embrace slumber, it was only fitting to allow them to rest in peace. Cavius stood quietly before the music box for a moment before pulling the ever-glancing Celia out of the room. Truth be told, he was reluctant to see AI sealed away in such a manner. A super genius capable of creating anything would be immensely beneficial. He had high hopes that AI would help him construct the time machine he so dearly desired. Nevertheless, He had no intention of regarding AI merely as a tool. The notion of a time machine, or even the spacecraft beneath his feet, was merely a whim of the moment, something he wished for and casually acquired. By the way, Celia, didn't you mention wanting to return home? Where is your home? Really? Zizia had risen early that morning, washed up, and rushed to the courtyard to recite magical incantations, repeating them over and over until they flowed effortlessly from her lips, transcending conscious thought and embedding the intricate syllables deep within her memory. As the sole practitioner of magic in her village, and one of the few capable of training in the legendary mountains nearby, Zizia cherished each day with profound gratitude. These legendary mountains were known as the Padula Mountains, colloquially referred to as the Magic Mountains. The name Padula belonged to an ancient sorcerer, revered as the progenitor of magic. Now, Zizia was a sorceress, a witch. After completing her daily recitation of magical incantations, she would embark on practicing the simple spells she had already learned, continuously honing her skills and striving for mastery. Time always seemed to flow swiftly when one was diligently engaged in their endeavors. I wonder if our somewhat absent-minded junior sister, Celia, has been found yet? Zizia felt a pang of concern for their somewhat bewildered junior sister. Although Celia possessed remarkable magical prowess, her thoughts were even more innocent than those of Zizia, who hailed from the countryside. It had been some time since Celia's mysterious disappearance, and Zizia couldn't help but worry about her well-being. To understand the magical prodigy, the little sister disciple, is the very target that Zizia has long sought to emulate. The Magic Mountains are revered as a sacred place by all who aspire to the arcane arts. They gather the most exceptional sorcerers from across the globe. With a multitude of mages inhabiting these peaks, it is customary for numerous sorcerers to descend annually to take on apprentices and impart their magical knowledge. Within this mountainous realm resides a grand sorceress, whose status is unparalleled. She possesses the authority to guide the disciples of other mages at will, and those sorcerers feel only honored, never angered or embarrassed. This esteemed figure, recognized by all disciples of the mountain as the little sister disciple's master, is known as Utu-Wyeth, a grand sorceress acknowledged as the closest to Padora. To receive even a modicum of guidance from Utu-Wyeth is the shared aspiration of all disciples in this mountainous domain. Thus, upon learning of the mysterious disappearance of Utu-Wyeth's sole apprentice, Celia, the entire community of mages and apprentices embarked on a quest to uncover Celia's whereabouts, hoping to earn Utu-Wyeth's favor and gain invaluable insights. After completing her morning lessons, Zizia gathered her recent queries and confusions, preparing to seek out her mentor. She mused to herself how advantageous it would be to master flight magic, sparing her the trouble of running back and forth each day. In a profound cavern, the walls illuminated by magical lamps cast an aura akin to daylight. An elderly woman, adorned with a pointed magical hat, meticulously examined a colossal six-pointed star magic circle etched upon the ground, sighing repeatedly. "Disciple, it is I who have brought you harm," she lamented. Just then, a hidden magic circle upon the cavern wall suddenly burst forth with radiance. The elderly woman gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Visitors from beyond the stars." Ancient tomes document, and her own research has confirmed, that their world is indeed a massive celestial body, surrounded by other intelligent civilizations. On a narrow mountain path, Zizia stood in astonishment, gazing at a colossal object descending from the heavens, crashing into the canyon beside her, stirring up fierce winds that nearly swept her garments away. What could that be? Zizia's mind raced, nearly overwhelmed with disbelief. As she peered down, her astonishment deepened. 3 figures were slowly ascending from the canyon's depths. Among them, one girl bore a striking resemblance to their long-missing little sister disciple, Celia. Chapter 29. Young lad, your earrings are quite exquisite. After Aoi was sealed within the music box alongside Tapio, Cavasser felt a sudden disinterest and recalled his promise to return the little lowly Celia to her homeland. Thus, he entered the crescent-shaped spacecraft and instructed the super-intelligent Xiaosha to display the interstellar map. During this period of cosmic travel, Xiaosha continuously intercepted all manner of electromagnetic waves, radio waves, and pulse waves within the acceptable range, various signals carrying information that Cavasser could not comprehend, thereby augmenting Xiaosha's extensive database. Although the repository of information for Xiaosha is directly copied from the ultimate database of the super-technological planet Haitaiku, which is already quite extensive, it matters little since Xiaosha's memory is nearly infinite. Subsequently, Cavasser summoned the star domain where Haitaiku resides, magnified it, and filtered for planets that are conducive to human habitation and propagation, adorned with picturesque landscapes. Finally, he called Celia over to identify them one by one, ultimately pinpointing a planet that had been designated by high-tech scientists with a lengthy string of numbers. The crescent-shaped spacecraft then rippled with a spectrum of colors in the realm of the Supreme Kai, vanishing into the sacred domain. Zizha looked in disbelief at the three individuals who emerged from the unfathomable depths of the canyon, her heart brimming with astonishment, for these peculiar figures appeared remarkably youthful. Such young individuals capable of mastering advanced flight magic were something Zizha had only heard of in tales about her talented junior sister, Celia. The individual on the far left was a young man with a red cloth tied around his forehead, a scar etched across his face, and a gaze that was both cold and fierce as he floated with his arms crossed, exuding an intimidating presence. In the center stood another youth, clad in rather eccentric attire and sporting an unusual hairstyle, while a substantial sword, appearing both substantial and antiquated, was slung across his back, its purpose unclear, as Zizha had seldom encountered swordsmen. As for the third individual, Zizha rubbed her eyes and stared intently, wiping her eyes again in disbelief until Celia, feeling self-conscious under her gaze, finally spoke. "Junior sister Celia? Junior sister?" Celia, who had been diligently studying magic under her master Yutuya, rarely ventured beyond the confines of her master's abode and was unaware of this moniker. I do not recognize her," Celia replied innocently, as she seldom left her master's cave and thus had little acquaintance with the multitude of individuals residing within the mountainous region. In fact, Celia was oblivious to the direction of her master's mountain gate. However, she had faith that as long as she remained within 100 laws distance from her master, he would sense her location and come to retrieve her. Bardak, indifferent to these exchanges, floated about casually surveying the endless mountains around him, many of which were shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery. It truly is junior sister Celia, Zizha thought, astonished that her long-lost junior sister had suddenly descended from the heavens before her. Curiously, she turned to Cavasir and Bardak. "Are you friends of junior sister?" "My name is Zizha, a disciple of Master Leonardo. I look forward to your guidance." With that, she politely bowed slightly to Celia and the two others. Cavasir and the two others drifted along the mountain path, their feet firmly planted on the ground. Cavasir, with a slight smile, patted Celia's shoulder and remarked, "The little junior sister you speak of was an accidental find by the roadside." Ignoring Celia's look of discontent and Zizha's expression of astonishment, Cavasir gestured towards the longsword he carried on his back and said, "This is my companion, named Angelia. She is still slumbering." "Does a sword really have a name?" "Angelia sounds like a girl's name." "Sleeping? Can a sword actually sleep?" Zizha mused, feeling rather perplexed. Moreover, what did he mean by finding a junior sister by the roadside? Turning her attention to Badak, she noticed him retracting his gaze from the surroundings, his demeanor cool as he stated simply, "Badak." Zizha found the gaze of this Badak unsettling, causing her discomfort. Suddenly, she noticed the pair of Patra earrings that Cavasir always wore and curiously asked, "Cavasir, why do you wear earrings?" It was a rarity for her to see a boy adorned with earrings, and encountering this large man with such accessories struck her as exceedingly peculiar. Cavasir quietly inquired of Celia how to reach her master. Upon hearing Zizha's words, she offered a faint smile and gently flicked the earring dangling from her earlobe, remarking, "This is a custom from our homeland. Indeed, it is customary for each generation of the realm kings to possess a pair of such earrings, akin to garments, bestowed by the mother goddess as part of their regalia." It struck Zizha as peculiar that a boy wearing earrings seemed rather odd, and she found herself involuntarily contemplating how they would appear on her own ears, for they were undeniably beautiful. Celia, on the other hand, felt no such disquiet. Although she had once thought it strange for her brother, Cassie, to wear earrings, her extensive travels with Cavasir across the cosmos and encounters with myriad races had rendered such peculiarities mundane. As they continued on their way, suddenly, a microchip embedded in the back of Cavasir's earlobe emitted a signal, and a mechanical voice of Xiao Xia resonated in his ear, unidentified life form approaching rapidly. Speed measured at 200 meters per second. Cavathil, however, exhibited no sign of surprise. With his keen perception, he had long since sensed it. Bardak also abruptly lifted his gaze, beholding an elderly woman clad in a magical robe, adorned with a pointed wizard's hat, gracefully hovering in midair while clutching a staff. "Master!" Celia exclaimed joyfully, gazing up at the old sorceress. Upon seeing that Celia was unharmed, the ancient mage Yutu Noya's wrinkled visage broke into a smile. On the grass, "I extend my gratitude to this young man for his care of my apprentice." After Cavathil recounted the circumstances of how he found Celia, Yutu Noya took a sip of tea, her expression reflecting relief. As for Cavathil, he found amusement in recalling how Yutu Noya had effortlessly conjured a tablecloth with a mere flick of her wrist, followed by the appearance of an abundance of steaming dishes with a few whimsical gestures, although he could achieve similar feats with his divine power. Having come from a world dominated by technology in his previous life, he felt a peculiar fascination and curiosity towards the concept of magic. Thus, in the ensuing days, he engaged in discussions about magic with the elderly woman known as Yutu Noya. He did not feel the need to disclose his identity as a supreme Kai, as it was a matter of little concern to him. Meanwhile, Bardock, having long deemed the situation dull, retreated to the spaceship to resume his training. On yet another sunny afternoon, Cavathil and the elderly sorceress seated themselves upon the grass, engaged in conversation, predominantly with Cavathil seeking her wisdom regarding magical matters. Grateful for the young man's rescue of her beloved apprentice and the safe return of Celia, Yutu Noya welcomed Cavathil warmly, patiently addressing his inquiries. As Cavathil pondered, Yutu Noya could no longer restrain herself, her gaze fixated on the exquisite earrings adorning Cavathil's ears. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand, exclaiming, "What business does a man have wearing earrings? Allow me to give them a try." With that, she removed the earring from Cavathil's right ear. Cavathil was lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that his earrings had been removed. Yet, deep within his subconscious, an overwhelming sense of foreboding surged forth, as if a dreadful scenario he had encountered before was on the verge of unfolding. Cavashir suddenly lifted his head, only to see that the old hag Yutu Waya was about to adorn her right ear with his precious earring. Chapter 30. Run, oh run. Do you know the sensation of a thunderclap on a clear day? Do you comprehend what it feels like when a million angry alpacas stampede through your mind? Witnessing that repulsive old woman, with her flower-like visage, crudely clutching his Patra earring, and noticing that the earring was mere millimeters from her shriveled earlobe, Cavashir felt as though the heavens were collapsing around him. In an instant, a flash of thought struck the back of his mind. It's on. The earring is now adorning that old witch's ear. So this is how it is. It turns out I am the illustrious, unmatched, graceful, and captivating lord of the old realm, the 15th generation. Yet, this old man, with bags under his eyes and a face reminiscent of a flower, is as repulsive as Master Rashi. This mundane world surely has lost all meaning to continue existing. A wave of despair, akin to the onset of an apocalypse, surged within Cavashir's heart, obliterating all hope. What is the essence of human existence? Though I am no longer human, who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I destined to go? Living solely for oneself, only loving oneself. Is this my fate? Am I to become the man who will be Hokage? Or perhaps the king of the pirates, destined to be? Could it be this? No. I am merely an ordinary youth, inexplicably transported here due to my fondness for Dragon Ball. It is enough that I have not transformed into my beloved scion. But why? Oh, why, please? In the style of Cheongyao, must I become that flamboyant old man? Even before this revelation, I had persevered valiantly. Wait, please, give me a moment. What is this sudden flood of memories? Explain it to me clearly. Brother Kashi. Oh, that voice. It seems to belong to the little girl Celia. You're being naughty. You should now refer to me as Master. What's wrong, Brother Kashi? Wait. What is my current identity? Am I male or female? Or does age render such distinctions irrelevant? Brother Kashi, don't scare me. What's wrong? Shall I ask the Master to return the earring to you? Please, wake up. Little girl, have you not realized? Your master is currently within me. Master, please return the earring to Brother Kashi. It truly feels as though I have nurtured you in vain. Is it merely an earring? Must the youth be so affected? Is that not the voice of that deceased old woman? Indeed, it must be because she resides within me that I can hear her words. Yet, it seems as though she is conversing with Celia, which is quite peculiar. Wait, hold on a moment. Cavathil abruptly opened his eyes. The elderly woman, whose face resembled a chrysanthemum, murmured. Cavathil struggled to swallow, inquiring what had transpired. Yutu Waya withdrew her hand, which had been poised to assist Cavathil in adorning an earring. You're awake. She casually tossed the earring back to Cavathil, adding, then put it on yourself. Kavi, are you all right? Celia suddenly leaped from behind Yutu Waya, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Cavathil. What on earth was happening? Cavathil felt a bit dizzy. Yet it seemed evident that he was not merging harmoniously with the cheerful visage of the chrysanthemum-faced woman before him. What was going on? The old witch, Yutu Waya, chuckled mockingly, although her tone bore a hint of confusion. Just a moment ago, you suddenly yanked off the other earring, tearing your earlobe in the process. Did you lose your mind all at once? I yanked it off. Cavasser instinctively reached for his left ear, only to discover that his earlobe had mysteriously vanished. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a radiant, multicolored barrier that served as a mirror. Upon gazing into it, he noticed a conspicuous tear at the side of his missing earlobe, emanating a kaleidoscope of luminous hues, yet devoid of any blood. On the ground lay another earring. Indeed. Brother Cavasser, that was quite alarming, Celia remarked with concern. The moment she saw her master adorned with earrings, she swiftly yanked the other earring from her own ear. Her movements so rapid that they were barely perceptible. Subsequently, her eyes grew vacant, creating an eerie aura. Ah, did such a thing truly occur? Cavasser mused, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. How peculiar. Was it perhaps a stomachache? He sighed with relief, realizing that his subconscious had acted astutely. Recognizing that although he could not reclaim the earring, he could remove his own. What was that old man in the original story thinking? He was as foolish as a pig. Wait, am I chastising myself? The following day, beside the crescent-shaped spaceship, Celia asked, Brother Cavasser, are we departing now? Are you really leaving? Her tone was laden with melancholy, her sparkling eyes glistening with reluctance. Cavasser's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the old witch. Waya, lurking behind Celia, feeling a chill run down his spine. He realized that lingering any longer could lead to an uncontrollable narrative twist, and he had no desire to remain on this terrifying planet, not out of fear. Can I bid farewell to Sister Angelia? Celia pointed to the long sword on Cavasser's back. Oh, that? Certainly. Cavasser patted the sword, which instantly radiated a soft, multicolored glow. As the light dissipated, Angelia's tall and graceful figure emerged. Waya's eyes sparkled with surprise at the sight. Farewell, Sister Angelia. Farewell, Uncle Badak. Goodbye, Brother Cavasser. Celia. That microchip behind your earlobe is still functional. After the last processing, it can transmit signals over vast distances. If anything arises, just reach out. We will come immediately. Understood. Goodbye. In a swift motion, the crescent spaceship vanished into the heavens, embarking into the inky void of space and the infinite starry expanse. Perhaps it would never return. Or perhaps they would meet again. Who could say? In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the Grand Supreme Kai sat in solitude for nearly half a year. His profound gaze pierced through the void, surveying the deepest recesses of the universe. As the deity of all gods, he stood atop the highest peak, witnessing the farthest and most diverse vistas, be they magnificent or tragic. In the depths of the void, cracks continued to widen, filling the eyes of the great king of the gods with profound pity. Has the time finally come? From within those fissures, streams of inky blackness, tinged with an eerie violet glow, seeped forth like the sanguine essence of malevolent spirits. Cassio, with his corpulent form, let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 1. The Tree of Spirits. What is the true extent of the universe? The galaxies shimmer brilliantly, yet where lies the end? The lifeblood of the Ganges, along with myriad races, perpetually proliferates, thrives, battles, perishes, and reincarnates within this boundless cosmos, humble yet magnificent. The greatest of all is life. As we turn the pages of history, how many prodigies, blazing like the sun, with unparalleled martial prowess, traverse the annals of time, ascending to the pinnacle of vibrant existence, unmatched across all dimensions. The heaviest burden is the human heart. A single thought can manifest as a Buddha, yet with another, one can become a demon. Even the most insignificant of lives may unleash immense power, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that can overturn the past and present. However, these truths have always existed within the universe. Delilah was roused from his intense hunger, struggling to open his eyes, finding the sky still shrouded in darkness. Upon gazing upward, the pitch-black expanse of stars appeared exquisitely beautiful, devoid of any haze, as pristine as if everything had vanished. Indeed, everything has disappeared. How many days has it been since that moment? A fortnight? A month? Or perhaps a year? It matters little now. What is significant is that since the colossal tree emerged in the distant north, this world has been slowly succumbing to demise. The crops in the fields perished overnight. The once boundless greenery and forests vanished at a terrifying pace. The earth cracked and crumbled, resembling an aged hand, parched and seemingly on the brink of death. The water on the surface dwindled, and even the air became increasingly inhospitable, transforming the once azure skies into a stark gray. It is said that even the seas have recently dried up, leaving the land as if a chunk had been forcibly excised, causing a vast depression. The ocean floor too lay parched and cracked. This world is dying. Once a robust figure, Delilah had become emaciated. his form resembling nothing more than a bony framework draped in a pallid semblance of human skin. His sunken eyes held a murky gaze as he laboriously shifted his body. Approaching a nearby stone on the ground, trembling as he leaned down, he parted his lips, which seemed to have been sliced by countless blades, and extended a tongue as dry as a withered branch to lick the cold stone. The stone was faintly damp. Exhausted, he licked the exposed part of the stone, then collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. He could endure no longer. His vacant eyes gazed up at the heavens above. The night sky is so exquisitely beautiful that it compels one to forget the grim reality of being ensnared in this earthly purgatory. Am I the last living soul? Oh. I recall the last time I glanced at the Kingdom newspaper, which reported that several witnesses claimed to have seen beings from beyond our world cast the seeds of that tree. How absurd. Have we been reduced to mere fertilizer for a tree? Delilah felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, and in a daze, he beheld the pitch-black sky suddenly illuminated by a multitude of white streaks of light. A meteor shower, he mused, as he watched these shooting stars swiftly dart northward, leaving behind faint, pale trails. Delilah perished. Surrounding him lay countless emaciated corpses, stacked haphazardly in this parched abyss, resembling a graveyard. Zart burst into laughter, soaring into the air with over 20 companions, unconcerned by the earlier notification of the disappearance of the last life form on this planet. They transformed into a streak of light, racing towards their destination. The northern part of this planet remained frigid. Even with an energy shield during flight, the cold seeped in, chilling them to the bone. Yet, Zart's heart burned with fervor. The holy tree's seeds had not disappointed them. Gazing upon the once lush and vibrant planet in its current desolation, Zart understood that the sacred tree had matured once more, bearing another crop of holy fruits. He pondered eagerly how many of these fruits the Holy King would bestow upon them this time. The thought of consuming the holy fruit filled Zart with an ethereal longing. Though he had only tasted it thrice, the sensation of power surging within was undeniably intoxicating, a rapture that no earthly beauty could rival. Suddenly, one of his companions exclaimed with excitement, snapping Zart from his reverie. He turned his gaze forward and felt a surge of exhilaration as he beheld a towering tree, reaching tens of thousands of meters into the sky. This colossal tree was resplendent with verdant foliage, laden with fruit, standing in stark contrast to the ravaged landscape of the planet. As Zart and his companions accelerated desperately towards the tree laden with holy fruits, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens like lightning, blocking their path. Who are you? Get out of the way. Zart shouted furiously at the figure's back. His eyes blazing with rage, and without hesitation, he hurled a crimson energy sphere towards the oblivious intruder. The other 20 companions paused momentarily, then exchanged cruel smiles, preparing to surge forward once more. Little did they know, bang! A figure suddenly emerged, facing away from them, as a shadow darted behind him, striking like a whip, retracting the crimson energy sphere that Zalt had unleashed and hurtling it back at him with tenfold speed. Bang! Zalt was struck by his own furious assault, letting out a cry as he plummeted downward. The others were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the figure turned, revealing a red band across his forehead and a pair of cold, merciless eyes. A blinding white light flashed, engulfing all consciousness. As Zalt descended, he beheld the unfolding events above with disbelief, murmuring, "Spare me." Before he could complete his plea, he saw a beam of light shoot towards him from the terrifying figure with a tail. Having effortlessly dealt with a few insignificant foes, Bardock displayed no change in expression. He turned his gaze towards an enormous tree, its size defying reason, furrowing his brow. Is this the spirit tree Cavashir spoke of? Truly domineering. Chapter 2. The Seal. This was a desolate planet, akin to a withered husk. However, in its northern expanse, a towering giant tree stood, brimming with vitality. The tree was lush and green, its branches teeming with the essence of life. Its roots spread outwards like leeches, siphoning the planet's nutrients. Viewed from the endless cosmos, this planet, parasitized by the monstrous tree, resembled a sorrowful speck of dust. Approximately 1 million miles away, a crescent-shaped colossal spaceship floated silently in the void. On the desiccated planet, the already cracked and fragile ground was struck, creating over 20 deep craters, each housing a spherical craft with its hatch ajar. Among these craters was one colossal spacecraft, 50 times the size of the single-person combat sphere, securely resting on the surface. Inside the massive spaceship, in the main chamber, a gigantic chair occupied the center, flanked by 3 extraterrestrial beings clad in uniform combat attire. Though they bore diverse and even grotesque appearances, their faces were solemn, betraying a deep-seated fear and a flicker of fervent admiration for the entity seated in the central chair. On this imposing seat sat an alien with a cold, otherworldly visage. Propped on one hand, gazing intently out at the expanse beyond the ship. Beyond the visual window lies a desolate expanse, an unbroken stretch of barren land. With the sky enveloped in an endless gray haze, the sovereign of this star domain, the holy monarch Saint King, Druli, gazes coldly at the horizon outside, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of his seat, revealing his growing impatience. After a moment of waiting, a fiery rage ignites within him. Druli squints, and within his eerie violet-green eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickers, as waves of pressure, akin to a tsunami, emanate from the holy monarch. The 6 alien warriors flanking Druli break into a sweat, yet they stifle any sounds of distress. My lord, the Saint King, Zalt and the others should return shortly. Please, have a little more patience. One of the alien warriors finally musters the courage to speak, trembling as he, along with the other 5, silently curses the 20 or so individuals who went to gather the sacred fruits. Suddenly, his eye catches a glimpse of a white light approaching from the horizon. Pointing excitedly, he exclaims, "Ah, they are back." Upon hearing this, Druli narrows his eyes once more, a dangerous glint flickering within his elongated pupils as he coldly retorts, "Who permitted you to speak in such a manner before me?" The alien warrior who shouted feels as though struck by lightning, his face paling and pupils dilating in fear. Druli then opens his violet-green eyes, casting a glance behind him. His pupils instantaneously burst forth with 2 radiant beams of violet-green light, akin to lasers or meteors, which pierce through the neck of the alien warrior. A spray of green blood erupting as the warrior collapses lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 5 stand frozen, paralyzed by fear. This all transpires within mere blinks of an eye. However, the Saint King Druli is known for his unpredictable temperament, and executing a few subordinates with a mere gesture is a commonplace occurrence. Turning his attention back to the approaching white dot, Druli's eyes flash with an uneasy feeling. Was it just one? At that moment, the distant white spot suddenly surged forward, as if drawn in by an unseen force, rapidly growing larger and clearer until a figure burst forth, illuminating the space outside their window, hovering approximately 50 meters above them at an angle. Inside the spacecraft, whether it be Druli or any of the meticulously chosen alien warriors, their vision remained sharp, enabling them to discern the newcomer's features with clarity. The figure that suddenly materializes is a young man clad in peculiar battle attire, with spiked black hair and a red cloth band tied around his forehead. A cross-shaped scar adorns his cheek, and his bronze skin radiates an aura of coldness as he hovers in midair, gazing at them with an icy demeanor. "Oh, an unfamiliar individual has appeared," Druli muses softly, yet his violet-green eyes are filled with indifference and a brewing malice, his mood considerably sour. "Who are you?" One of the 5 extraterrestrial warriors stepped forward and questioned. The black-haired youth, seemingly oblivious, maintained his cold, unyielding gaze. "Has that peculiar fellow seen my subordinates?" Druli squinted, directing his gaze towards the black-haired youth in the sky, his demeanor suggesting a condescension despite being below. Bardock, with an impassive expression, scrutinized the oddly featured alien. The chilling aura emanating from this individual bore a striking resemblance to that of the despicable Frisia, igniting a tumult of murderous intent within Bardock. Pointing his thumb backward, Bardock coldly inquired, "Is that tree planted by you?" Seeing the audacious disregard for Lord Saint King's question, the 5 extraterrestrial warriors were immediately incensed. Soaring into the sky with dazzling blue, green, and purple lights illuminating their hands. However, in a fleeting moment, Bardock vanished from their sight, reappearing behind them. Then, with a series of thunderous explosions, the 5 extraterrestrial warriors plummeted to the ground, propelled by their own momentum. "I am asking you." Bardock's face was a mask of frost as he regarded this individual, whose battle power barely reached a mere tens of millions yet wielded authority in this star domain. His icy tone persisted. "Did you plant that tree?" Druli's countenance darkened with palpable anger as he replied coldly, "You insolent fool. Do you know who you are speaking to?" Before he could finish his words, Bardock raised a hand and effortlessly unleashed an energy wave towards the massive spaceship below. In the ensuing cacophony, a crater emerged, far larger than the 20 surrounding pits. As the dust settled, it revealed Druli, arms crossed defensively, his battle attire obliterated to mere remnants. "You wretch." Druli's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You are done for." Yet, his proclamation was cut short as Bardock appeared to have lost patience and interest, casting a cold glance at him before casually gesturing with 2 fingers. In an instant, a beam of energy trailing a faint red glow struck the so-called Saint King Druli at an astonishing speed. Amidst the flames, Bardock pivoted and swiftly soared towards the massive spirit tree. At this juncture, he found no need to transform into a super scion to contend with such a foe, whose power barely surpassed a few tens of millions. In contrast, years ago, he had been powerless against Frisia, who possessed less than 1,000,000 in battle power. The author muses, Bardock likely remains unaware of Frisia's ability to transform. With a mere flick of his hand, Bardock could obliterate him dozens of times over. But to what avail? Planet Vegeta had long since been reduced to cosmic dust. With resolute determination, Bardock sped through the void of space, his face a picture of calm, concealing the turmoil within. In the inky darkness of the cosmos, a crescent-shaped spaceship lingered. Kawizel stood beside the quietly composed Angelina, surveying the 18 glass coffins that housed countless mechanical arms and a myriad of visible and invisible rays, tirelessly working upon the 18 super robots. He stroked his chin and casually inquired, "How long until completion?" 29 minutes and 42 seconds, Mr. Kawizel, came the timely response from the mechanical voice of Xiao Sha. "Then we shall return later," Kawizel replied, leading Angelina out. The doors of the room gradually closed, sealing with an array of exquisitely intricate locks, accessible only to those possessing authority aboard the vessel. Suddenly, Bardock appeared in the lounge, and with a cacophonous thud, a vibrant array of peculiar fruits cascaded onto the floor, forming a towering pile nearly as tall as a person. The technique of instantaneous movement, imparted by Kawizel, the divine Kaioshin, had taken Bardock merely a few days to master. Unlike the rudimentary, instantaneous movement learned by Sun Wukong on the planet Adralat, Kawizel taught Bardock a form of teleportation that did not necessitate perception of the target. Of course, if one preferred to sense the aura of a distant individual before teleporting, that was perfectly acceptable. Kawizel's gaze swept over the fruits, and he counted with ease. Their number totaled 177. Ah, he mused. Beside him, Angelina regarded the unusual fruits, each the size of a human head. With a rare spark of curiosity, she had learned from Kawizel that these fruits could only be born from a tree that had absorbed the life energy of an entire planet, enhancing one's combat prowess or energy without any side effects. "These are the seeds from the tree's apex," Bardock declared, producing a green seed, roughly the size of half a palm, and tossed it to Kawizel. "Well done," Kawizel nodded, accepting the seed of the spiritual tree. Bardock waved a hand dismissively and turned to depart for his quarters to rest. Kavisar casually weighed the seeds in his hand, glancing at the spiritual tree's fruits scattered on the ground. He smacked his lips, unable to suppress the curiosity that lingered from his previous life. He picked one up and took a bite, discovering the flavor to be quite pleasant. Encouraged, he devoured 3 more, tossing 2 towards Angelia, who only consumed 1. Sighing and wiping his mouth, Kavisar felt a pang of regret. Alas, with his current divine form, indulging in such treats merely satisfied his cravings, devoid of the exhilarating sensation of burgeoning power. As his divine attendant, Angelia, having undergone the transformation by the essence of the universe, shared the same experience. Shaking his head, Kavisar straightened up and extended his hand towards Angelia. Instantly, she understood, her entire being radiating with a spectrum of colorful light, transforming into a resplendent divine sword, which Kavisar grasped firmly in his hand. Kavisar wielded his long sword, casually slicing through the air with a nonchalant gesture, devoid of any imposing aura. In an instant, a rift in the fabric of dimensions materialized beneath the blade. Ever since the advent of Angelia, Kavisar appeared increasingly fond of employing her in various endeavors. After all, who could resist the remarkable utility of my Angelia? With a graceful wave of his hand, Kavisar summoned a flurry of over 100 spirit tree fruits from the ground, which swiftly flew into the dimensional rift. Finally, he lifted the green seed in his hand, casting it into the air. With a series of intricate gestures, he conjured a mesmerizing spectrum of light that danced between his fingers, delineating ethereal illusions. An ancient character, inscribed with profound significance, struck the green spirit tree seed, causing all its distinctive aura to coalesce, rendering it an unremarkable object. Subsequently, Kavisar cast it into the rift as well, which gradually sealed shut. Kavisar resolved that, barring exceptional circumstances, he would refrain from unveiling that peculiar item during his tenure. In his previous life, he had perceived the spirit tree as a considerable menace. Not only was it addictive, but the cost of utilizing an entire planet as sustenance was rather intolerable. After all, he was a deity of the universe. Was it not tantamount to defying him? Did they presume to rival a god of destruction? Nevertheless, the fruits that had already ripened could certainly be consumed without concern. as he would not fall victim to addiction. Chapter 3, Planet Vegeta? In the pitch-black cosmos, the crescent-shaped spacecraft glided through the void. The mechanical voice of the hyper-intelligent Xiao Xiao resonated. Countdown to the completion of the Mark series Super Robot Optimization. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, complete. With a soft hiss, 18 coffin-like containers were revealed, gradually opening their lids. 18 majestic and imposing super robots emerged, their Iron Man exteriors exuding an aura of chilling severity. Caviezel surveyed these newly minted super robots, crafted with what was arguably the pinnacle of technology in the universe, and marveled at their brilliance. According to the data derived from consultations with Bardock, supplemented by his own analyses, these super robots possessed a power level comparable to that of Bardock's Super Scion second stage prior to optimization. However, post-optimization, they were undoubtedly at the level of Super Scion third stage. As for the reason such a remarkable leap could be achieved through a single optimization, he simply needed to activate the receiver. Caviezel snapped his fingers. Yes, Mr. Caviezel. Came the mechanical voices from within the 18 super robots, their intelligent systems being subsystems of Xiao Xiao. With a series of clicks, the mechanical components on the chest of the 18 super robots transformed, ultimately extending a transparent, crystal-like tubular object simultaneously. Caviezel extended his right hand, and simultaneously, a cascade of iridescent threads, akin to vibrant glass, flowed and coiled between his fingers, reminiscent of serpents in motion. Precisely 18 strands danced before him. With a flick of his fingers, these 18 radiant beams surged forth like shooting stars, each penetrating the crystalline tubes embedded in the chest of 18 super robots. The tubes gradually retracted, and the structural transformation of the robot's cores ensued, ultimately revealing a diamond-shaped luminous crystal within which the shimmering light of the iridescent threads could be discerned. This was the divine power conversion device, a creation finally realized by the genius girl before her departure, leaving behind the blueprints that had recently been brought to fruition by the hyper-intelligent Xiao Xiao. While these super robots were already equipped with remarkably advanced eternal reactors, providing a continuous energy supply, such energy had its limitations. The assessment of Caviezel's extraordinary combat prowess served as evidence of this fact. Conventional scientific methods found it increasingly challenging to enhance the combat capabilities of these machines. However, Caviezel's divine power addressed this dilemma by retaining the original eternal reactor as a backup energy source. The ingenious girl conceived the idea of miniaturizing the divine power conversion device and embedding it within the super robots, swiftly bringing her vision to life. It is not surprising that the divine power utilization device, crafted by the genius girl, could enable the battle robots to unleash the strength of a Super Scion's third tier, while our revered King Kai, Caviezel, could only manifest the power of the second tier. This situation serves once again to illustrate the true nature of divinity. Nevertheless, Caviezel harbored doubts about the combat prowess of the South King Kai, whose physique was riddled with imperfections, suspecting it might surpass that of the current Super Scion Bardock. Do not question why the divine power infused into the robots appeared scant. Although it seemed minimal, it was, in fact, a compressed version. Furthermore, divine power possesses remarkable durability. For instance, if Mark I were to operate at maximum output, equivalent to the third tier, it could potentially unleash its energy continuously for hundreds or even thousands of years. Caviezel remains blissfully unaware that the divine power within him has diminished over time, even during his rigorous training sessions with Bardock. Given that these advanced robots are equipped with divine power conversion devices, it is only natural that this spacecraft has also embraced such technology, having long since replaced its primary propulsion system with energy derived from divine power. As a result, the speed of the Crescent Moon spacecraft has surged dramatically, akin to a surge of adrenaline, and this newfound velocity is remarkably sustained. However, certain internal amenities such as lighting, environmental control systems, and training rooms continue to rely on the energy produced by an eternal reactor. The last point, which bears no relevance to Caviezel, concerns the young girl's unfinished work, a substantial stack of blueprints related to theories of time and space. While Caviezel finds these schematics bewildering, their practical applications are currently limited to communications. Although interdimensional conversations remain elusive for the time being, long-distance communication across the cosmos is certainly feasible. Caviezel had even mentioned this to Celia during their farewell. Nevertheless, Caviezel harbors the belief that, according to the narrative of the film, the girl AI and Tapio may yet have another chance to see the light of day. Tapio, in particular, could potentially liberate himself from the shadows of the Phantom Clan. Similarly, the brilliant minds of Bulma and AI might soon devise a machine for interdimensional communication. However, it seems improbable that Kawizir will witness these developments, as he doubts he will live to see that era. 75 million years is an unfathomable span. As for the ancient character in the original tale who appears in the storyline, it is likely due to his being sealed within the Z-Sword. Each time Kawizir gazes at the serene and beautiful profile of Angelia, he dismisses any notion of her demise being a consequence of his actions. He knows that neither he nor Angelia could possibly endure for such an eternity. Upon the death of an awakened member of the ancient sword clan, they exist perpetually in the form of their sword body, which explains the inferior nature of the Z-Sword in the original narrative. Nonetheless, Kawizir remains uncertain whether the Z-Sword in the original tale and the tranquil girl beside him are one and the same. However, the old man in the original story claimed to have been sealed within the Z-Sword by an evil entity, a fact that deeply troubles Kawizir. As he narrowly escaped becoming akin to that old man, a sense of unease lingers within him. Upon entering the lounge, he is greeted by Angelia, who states, "Master, Bardock seems to have something he wishes to discuss with you." Initially, Kawizir felt compelled to uphold the principles of equality and freedom that he cherished from his origins in the Red Flag Society. Yet, hearing a stunningly beautiful girl address him as master, even though Angelia's demeanor is calm and somewhat aloof, her voice remains soft and carries a hint of feminine allure. Thus, Kawizir resolutely refrains from correcting Angelia's address of him. But I digress. Bardock is looking for me. Kawizil found himself perplexed. Bardock was the epitome of a scion, wholly engrossed in the pursuits of training and combat. What? You claim to be familiar with this sector of the galaxy? The vicinity of your planet, Vegeta? Kawizil was genuinely astonished. He had always believed that the galaxy at present is utterly barren, so how could a planet named Vegeta suddenly emerge? In a moment of clarity, a spark of realization illuminated Kawizil's mind. 75 million years? Surely, that span of time was sufficient for humanity to shed its primitive traits. Barely a fraction of Earth's historical timeline, let alone the vastness of the galaxy. It was no wonder that upon learning of this 75 million year time frame, an unsettling feeling had lingered within him. Indeed, something was amiss. Are you certain? Kawizil inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze on Bardock. Bardock, gesturing towards a beautiful planet swiftly passing by, replied nonchalantly, "That planet is the one my team is tasked with conquering." Cavashir fell into silence, suddenly looking up to ask, "Do you know Vegeta? Well then, let's proceed to the control room and direct me to the star map." Moments later, the crescent-shaped spacecraft, traversing the dark expanse of the cosmos at an astonishing speed, vanished beneath a cascade of resplendent, iridescent light. Chapter 4. The Azure Planet humans are indeed creatures subtly influenced by their environment and subconscious, aren't they? For Cavashir, distances of light years, whether numbering in tens, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, can be traversed in the blink of an eye. The barriers of planets, star rivers, star domains, and galaxies are but mere distances on a chessboard for one as formidable as the King of Worlds. Take the North King of Worlds, for instance. Cavashir had previously requested him to seek out Earth within the Northern Universe. The North King of Worlds remarked that even he would require several pauses to fully skin the Northern Universe with his divine consciousness. And let us not forget he was referring to the entirety of the Northern Universe. Indeed, what is the Northern Universe? It encompasses an innumerable multitude of parallel dimensions. All the northern realms of these parallel dimensions fall within the vastness of the Northern Universe. As for Cavashir, who exists on the same level as the North King of Worlds, his hesitance stems merely from the bewilderment and resistance of an ordinary person suddenly thrust into divinity. Awakening to find himself inexplicably elevated to the status of a supreme being, Cavashir felt a deep-seated unease, a sense of disorientation. Thus, he endeavored to overlook the extraordinary powers he now possessed. To be candid, at first, he felt somewhat lost and flustered, uncertain of what had transpired, utterly at a loss. He struggled to accept that he had suddenly become great and omnipotent. However, after days of experience, having traversed the realms in the form of a king of worlds and immersed in the resplendent divine power enveloping him, Cavashir gradually began to adapt to his newfound status as a lofty and magnificent deity. Consequently, the journey to the planet indicated by Bardock took merely the blink of an eye. Outside the magnificent, sprawling planet, a crescent-shaped spacecraft materialized amidst a vibrant display of colors, swiftly piercing the atmosphere and unleashing a fiery wave of heat, akin to a raging dragon as it hurtled toward the surface. With the immense shockwave dissipating, clouds of dust billowed into the air, and the Crescent spacecraft landed steadily upon a rocky highland. The hatch opened. Cavasor, bearing a sword upon his back, gazed into the distant scenery as dusk enveloped the land. The horizon was graced by an immense and captivating crimson sun. He inquired, "Is this planet Vegeta?" As he stepped forth, Angelia transformed into the form of the sword once more, resting upon Cavasor's back. Being a sword, it naturally required a master to nurture it. Thus, communing with the divine power within Cavasor was the most effective means to cultivate Angelia. Bardock, silent, ascended into the air, leaping several hundred meters skyward, where he hovered with serene eyes surveying his surroundings. He then lifted his gaze, contemplating the heavens above and the faintly visible stars that adorned the twilight sky. Suddenly, Bardock accelerated, transforming into a streak of white light as he descended toward the ground. With a soft thud, he landed gracefully upon the earth. Cavasor, with a hint of perplexity, gracefully leaped forward, effortlessly covering a distance of several dozen meters to land beside Bardock. There, he observed Bardock stoop to pick up a stone roughly the size of a head. Maintaining an impassive expression, Bardock's hands began to emanate a radiant white light, and the stone was soon enveloped in a cacophony of grinding sounds, reminiscent of teeth being sharpened. As he dissipated the energy coursing through his hands, the stone, originally the size of a head, was compressed to the dimensions of a half-sized fist, its hue deepening significantly. Cowizel stroked his chin, observing quietly. Sensing something peculiar in Bardock's actions, Bardock lifted a stone, roughly the size of half a fist, and tossed it lightly in his hand. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist around it, and with a flick of his wrist, the stone transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling toward the ground. Strangely, it produced little sound, leaving behind a black hole, half the size of a fist. Peering into it, one could see nothing but darkness, an unfathomable abyss. As Kakarot tossed the stone, he gently closed his eyes, attuning his senses to the surroundings. When he opened them again, he inquired, "Does a distance of approximately 1,000 meters hold any particular significance?" Bardock, with a measured exhale and eyes now open, replied in his characteristic, somewhat austere tone, "During my previous journey, specifically the 7th, when I returned to an earlier timeline, I once ventured to planet Vegeta. I resolved that in the next and subsequent opportunities to return here, I would replicate the action I just performed. Remarkably, it was at that very depth of 1,000 meters that I discovered the stone I just mentioned." Bardock's expression remained unchanged. Cowizel stood in silence, realizing that Bardock was also validating his continual return to the past. Cowizel suddenly pondered, "How did you find such a small stone?" Bardock cast a fleeting glance at Cowizel, then turned to walk back, casually remarking, "It's merely a little trick. I left a fragment of my own energy within that stone, thus it can be easily sensed." In the control room of the Crescent Moon spacecraft, Cowizel asked, "Bardock, you previously mentioned that you had a young son sent to another planet. Could you share the coordinates of that planet?" As he spoke, Cowizel unfurled the star map, causing the room's illumination to dim automatically and transforming the star chart into a holographic projection, immersing them in the vastness of space. He toyed with the central orb representing their current location on planet Vegeta, gazing at Bardock as he inquired, "Do you recall the coordinates of the planet to which he was sent?" Bardock crossed his arms in silence. Had he been the Bardock of yore, he would have coldly dismissed such trifling inquiries with a disdainful remark about the worthlessness of such information. However, after enduring countless experiences, his mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. Now, he found himself mute in response to Cowizel's question. Uncertain? Cowizel expressed his disappointment. Whether it was the later renaming that led to the emergence of the Milky Way or other unforeseen circumstances, at least Cowizel now understood that the temporal distance from the original storyline was merely 75 million years. Thus, by conventional reasoning, for a planet like Earth to evolve from its inception to maturity, this span of time should be insufficient. This implies that even in the present, this terrestrial mass should indeed exist. Just as disappointment clouded Cowizel's thoughts, Bardock suddenly lowered his hands and strode toward one end of the holographic star map. As he walked, he spread his arms wide and performed a gesture of pressing his palms together, causing the entire star map to diminish significantly in scale. Cavasor was taken aback. Bardock casually manipulated the star chart, which obediently followed his hand, resembling a virtual spacecraft soaring through the cosmos. Soon, under Bardock's adept guidance, a virtual pale blue planet materialized beneath his grasp. With a swift motion, Bardock seized the pale blue orb and, addressing the visibly elated Cavasor, remarked, "Our cosmic coordinate system differs from the one aboard your ship, but this should be the one. This is it. This is it." Cavesser exclaimed, his voice tinged with palpable excitement. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Bardock, who remained expressionless, and mused to himself, "Ah, old Bardock, a man of contradictions. He feigns disdain for that useless son, yet he has meticulously remembered the coordinates of the planet he was sent to. TSK. Xiao Xia. Please relay the coordinates of this planet to me," Cavesser commanded, maintaining his composure as he pointed at the pale blue virtual planet in Bardock's hand. "Certainly, Mr. Cavesser." Xiao Xia's mechanical voice promptly reported the current coordinates of Earth. Cavesser immediately closed his eyes, briefly calculating in his mind according to the coordinates provided by Little Xia. Snap! Cavesser opened his eyes and snapped his fingers, instantly enveloping the crescent-shaped spaceship soaring through the dark expanse of space in a radiant, multicolored light. In the next moment, a serene, azure planet began to spin into view against the backdrop of the pitch-black universe. Chapter 5. The Namekians? Whether due to his memories of Earth from a past life or the depictions of Earth in comics, Cavesser had never considered the notion that Earth could be a realm of interstellar civilization. However, reality proved him mistaken. Observing the diverse extraterrestrial beings bustling along the streets, Cavesser was filled with wonder. Yet, since Bardock had assured him that this was indeed the planet where his younger son had been dispatched, Cavesser harbored no doubts that this would be the future haven of Dragon Ball warriors. Moreover, upon witnessing this cerulean planet from the vastness of outer space, Cavesser felt deep within his heart that this was indeed the place. There was no mistake. To his astonishment, that underdeveloped planet in the North Galaxy possessed such civilization in this era. Bardock, typically reserved and sparing with words, was also affected by the atmosphere of this exceedingly modern city. After all, their Scion tradition dictated that infants born with insufficient battle power be sent to planets lacking advanced combat capabilities and cutting-edge technology. Though Scions were fierce, they were not so foolish as to dispatch their young to worlds equipped with superior combat strength. It was not out of compassion, but rather practicality. Sending these inherently deficient infants to handle the affairs of lower-tier planets was simply more efficient. Throughout the long passage of time, the rise and fall of civilizations was a commonplace occurrence. Cavesser nonchalantly waved his hand, slightly irked by Bardock's dismissive attitude towards their home planet. Speaking of the North Galaxy, Cavesser suddenly felt intrigued and asked Bardock, "Do you know, Bardock, that in this era, there is no concept of the Milky Way? I wonder if in your past experiences, there was ever a time when the universe lacked a Milky Way?" "No Milky Way?" Bardock furrowed his brow slightly. "As I mentioned before, I broke through to the 4th tier on a planet in the North Galaxy during my last journey." "Oh, I see," Cavesser mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of oppression, as if a thin veil of gray had descended upon him. Covey and his companions now find themselves in the 87th District of the United Government, located in the vibrant city of West City on the planet designated as Blue Star. This celestial body boasts an exceptionally advanced technological civilization, having leapt into the interstellar era centuries ago. Fortuitously, within the nearby star regions, there are no planets possessing technology vastly superior to that of Blue Star, nor are there tyrants like Drully and Frisia, who dominate their respective territories through overwhelming personal power. Consequently, Blue Star has thrived and navigated the challenges of the interstellar age with remarkable success. Moreover, due to its exquisite planetary environment, Blue Star has gradually become a favored destination for many distinguished beings from across the cosmos, who frequently traverse its atmosphere in ships of peculiar and varied designs. Of course, while extraterrestrial vessels are permitted to approach Blue Star, they must do so under the vigilant oversight of the planetary government's security system. Landing in designated docking areas reserved for off-world guests, friendly vessels from allied planets typically establish a connection with Blue Star's governmental systems, allowing for prior reservations. Upon entering the atmosphere, they are subjected to a brief examination by the global security apparatus and are then free to land at any docking point across the planet. The crescent-shaped spacecraft belonging to Cavesser was docked at the West Docking Square of District 87, having been left there by the previous occupants. In addition, the majestic appearance of Cavesser's vessel, often referred to as exquisite and sophisticated, rendered it a striking presence amidst the diverse array of spacecraft in the docking area. Resembling a colossal titan, it was evident that this was the chariot of a distinguished cosmic figure, prompting an exceptionally courteous demeanor from the official reception personnel. As for casually leaving their crescent-shaped ship, which embodied the wisdom of a young girl standing among the foremost scientists of the universe, Cavesser felt no apprehension whatsoever. Not to mention the security forces of Blue Star. It was also irrelevant to mention that Little Shah would never permit any being other than Cavasser, Celia, Angelia, and Bardak to board the ship, for the 18 Iron Man suits at the third-tier Super Scion level were by no means to be taken lightly. Thus, Cavasser cheerfully donned his sword and ventured out for a stroll with Bardak. One must admit that the civilization of the planet known as Blue Star, or Earth, is remarkably advanced, reminiscent of the future world from Cavasser's previous life. Towering skyscrapers abound, and the streets are filled with modes of transportation that Cavasser had never encountered before. Suspended in the air are various tubular structures, within which spherical objects dart about at high speeds, likely serving as something akin to public transport. High above, an array of peculiar, yet seemingly opulent flying vehicles traverse the skies, likely belonging to various notable figures and affluent individuals. The atmosphere was bustling, with a plethora of shops lining the streets, all exuding grandeur. The merchandise was abundant: food, clothing, recreational items, educational materials, and everything necessary for daily life, whether terrestrial or celestial. A multitude of extraterrestrial beings moved about, in hues of red, yellow, blue, and black, some with a single eye, for hands, and long horns. Cavassil even noticed a being that appeared to be both male and female gracefully gliding past him. As Cavassil observed in awe, he suddenly spotted a gathering of onlookers at the roadside. I did not expect to witness a spectacle here, he mused. Considering that he had little else to occupy his time during this brief stop, which was merely intended for a modest resupply. Thus, he sauntered over to join the crowd. Bardak had been dragged out by Cavassil under the pretense of a balanced approach to leisure and duty. Naturally, he found little of interest, however. With no battle to engage in, he casually followed along. Upon arriving, Cavassil noticed the crowd had formed a tight circle. He levitated to a vantage point, seeking a better view of the focal point of the gathering. In the center lay a middle-aged man, presumably a local from Blue Star, bloodied and bruised, curled up on the ground and groaning in pain. Beside him knelt a small boy, tears streaming down his face, silently mourning the plight of the man. Bardak remained disinterested, standing at the back of the crowd with his arms crossed, his expression as perpetually cold as ever. Occasionally, he cast a glance skyward, his fingers gently tapping against his arm, seemingly lost in contemplation of some unspoken thoughts. Cavasser possessed exceptional hearing, quickly discerning the events unfolding from the hushed whispers of the surrounding onlookers. In essence, akin to the tormented individuals depicted in One Piece. This middle-aged man from Blue Star had merely encountered a capricious offspring of an alien aristocrat having a particularly foul day, thereby becoming an unwitting scapegoat. It appeared as though a neat stack of bills lay nearby, presumably compensation from the young scion after venting his frustrations. However, the middle-aged man appeared to be more exhaled than inhaled, suggesting he was perilously close to death. The young boy, who had ventured out with his father for a delightful day of shopping, found himself on the brink of despair upon witnessing such a harrowing scene, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes glazed with confusion. After a brief reflection on how this child's plight surpassed even that of protagonists in tales, Cavasser contemplated retreating. Yet, then came a voice. "I can heal him." At that moment, a diminutive figure emerged from the throng, offering a friendly smile to the dazed boy before crouching down. With both tiny hands gently pressed upon the ailing man, an extraordinary radiance emanated from the child's palms. Within mere breaths, the middle-aged man's injuries astonishingly healed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Cavasser, however, stood transfixed, fixated on the little healer. Green skin, peculiar antennae adorning the forehead, and a uniquely flamboyant attire. Was this an Namekian? Chapter 6. The creator of Dragon Ball, thank you immensely for saving my life. The middle-aged man, fully restored from the brink of death, knelt before the green-skinned extraterrestrial child, his voice brimming with gratitude, as directed by the astonished onlookers. The boy, who had been reduced to tears and fear, now reacted, scrambling to intercept his green savior. His face a mixture of laughter and tears, rendered speechless by his own clumsiness, resorting instead to repeatedly bowing. The crowd murmured and gestured, expressing their awe at the miraculous abilities of this suddenly appeared green-skinned alien. However, in these times, who hadn't encountered a peculiar or impressive extraterrestrial? Thus, while astonished, they remained relatively indifferent. The green-skinned child repeatedly waved his hands, indicating that such assistance was merely a trifle, and there was no need for such reverence. Ultimately, after much insistence, the middle-aged man and his son reluctantly departed, casting glances back as they left. With the excitement dissipated, the crowd naturally dispersed. "Excuse me, are you a Namekian?" Just as the atmosphere settled, the little green figure suddenly heard someone speaking to him from behind. Startled, he turned to see a human with a peculiar hairstyle, brandishing a sword, his eyes seemingly alight with excitement. A shiver ran through the little green-skinned being. But true to the simplicity of his kind, he did not deny it. Nodding, he spoke in a fluent and melodious universal language. "I am Deba, hailing from Namek." Indeed, this was the case. Cavasier felt a sense of joy. He initially believed that if the Scions were absent, then the Namekians would likely be elusive as well. After all, the Namekians were the creators of the Dragon Balls, an extraordinary artifact. Of course, Cavasier was aware that the Scions were not the original inhabitants of planet Vegeta. They might still be in some corner of the universe, perhaps in their monkey forms. However, the Namekian before him was undeniably real. Even a mere touch of his head would suffice. "What are you doing?" Deba exclaimed, swatting away the strange hand that had reached toward his head, clearly displeased. "Oh." Cavasier sheepishly withdrew his hand, which had extended without him realizing it. He felt a low, muffled chuckle emanating from the sword on his back, causing his face to flush with embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. Deba regarded this peculiar individual with a hint of bewilderment. He felt it was rather odd, as he had some interactions with the inhabitants of Blue Star. Many interstellar navigation challenges had been resolved with the assistance of his Namekian kin. Thus, he did not find it strange that Cavasier recognized him. In fact, Deba had sneaked away from his group, who were on official business on Blue Star. Reflecting on this, Deba believed that his fellow clan members were likely on the verge of locating him. Indeed, his presumption was not far from the truth. Deba, from the distant sky. 3 or 4 green-skinned adults with antennae on their foreheads descended swiftly beside him. The passers-by had grown accustomed to such aerial displays. Only a few glanced curiously in their direction before resuming their own paths. Among the arriving Namekians, one appeared to be the leader and looked at the contrite Deba with a pained expression. For this prodigious child of the Dragon Clan, he found it challenging to impose any punishment. The Namekian Dragon Clan was generally classified into 3 categories based on their abilities: combat, reproduction, and healing. Yet, this child before him was a rare genius, embodying all 3 capabilities that had seldom been seen in generations. Most of the elders in the clan, including the Grand Elder, harbored great expectations for the future of this child. However, the troubling aspect is that this prodigious little one is excessively mischievous, often causing chaos within the clan. To everyone's astonishment, he has even managed to sneak aboard a spaceship bound for Blue Star, demonstrating remarkable audacity. As he prepared to disregard the sudden appearance of several adult Namekians who seemed to possess a cold demeanor akin to Piccolo, Cavasier could no longer restrain himself and posed the question that had been lingering in his mind. He gazed earnestly at little Deba and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Dragon Balls?" "Dragon Balls?" Just as Deba was about to depart with his kin, he paused, inexplicably intrigued, perhaps drawn by the word dragon. "There are 7 orbs," Cavasier explained solemnly, "and when gathered, they can summon a dragon that grants any wish." Cavasier was keenly aware of Deba and the other Namekians' expressions upon hearing the term Dragon Balls. It was evident that, at this juncture, the Namekian realm had yet to encounter such a phenomenon. Suddenly, Cavasier found himself contemplating the non-existent galaxy as well. How could I associate these concepts? He mused with a chuckle in his mind. What utter nonsense. A burly man standing behind the leading Namekian shook his head, clearly dismissing Cavasier's notion of a wish-granting Dragon Ball as mere fantasy, an impossibility. The idea of an orb capable of fulfilling any wish was beyond even the most imaginative Namekian's comprehension. And they would certainly not entertain the notion that such a thing could truly exist. The very premise of wishes being granted contradicts the natural order, defying the laws of the universe. Capable of fulfilling any wish? Deba's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, revealing an expression brimming with curiosity. The brightness in his gaze was reminiscent of a profound ambition lurking deep within his pure, innocent pupils. Cavasier distinctly sensed that the diminutive figure from Namek before him not only possessed considerable combat prowess, but also harbored a rather restless spirit. It was evident that this prodigious child of the dragon race, embodying the 3 primary abilities of the Namekian lineage, would indeed become formidable once his restlessness was fully unleashed. According to the chronicles of later Namekian descendants, the creator of the mystical Dragon Balls, the venerable Elder Dend, passed away with a lingering regret. He never had the chance to personally encounter the individual who had first spoken of the Dragon Balls to him in his childhood. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 7. Is my treasure truly there? Have you already decided to depart? Cavathil glanced at Bardock. Swirling the wine in his crystal goblet, the emerald liquid shimmering like jade within its exquisite confines. Bardock nodded, gulping down a mouthful of fiery red liquor, and carelessly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The crimson-haired maiden, Angelia, seated beside Cavathil like a dutiful attendant, promptly lifted a delicate wine jug to refill Cavathil's glass. Unlike Cavathil, Bardock was unconcerned with niceties, pouring another round for himself and indulging heartily in the mountain of delicacies spread across the table. At that moment, they found themselves in a hotel suspended above a shimmering expanse of ocean. The fashionable establishment, resembling a luxurious resort, floated serenely in midair, caressed by gentle breezes, while white seagulls and other splendid seabirds flitted about. Every now and then, a white wave would crest, and playful fish danced beneath the surface. What a magnificent scene! Most patrons frequented such upscale venues to indulge in the luxurious experience of this picturesque environment. Yet, amidst the splendor, there echoed the unsettling sound of chopstick snapping. The diners surrounding Cavathil were visibly intimidated by Bardock's ruthless appetite. Although the expenses here were substantial, for Cavathil, financial matters were far beyond his realm of concern. Fool! Suddenly, from a nearby table, a red-skinned extraterrestrial displayed an angry countenance, sending a blue-skinned youth flying with a swift slap. A cacophony ensued as the youth, akin to a projectile, careened through the air, toppling tables and chairs until he collided with the wall with a resounding crash, momentarily sticking there like a poster before finally crumpling to the ground. This blue-skinned youth, merely an ordinary human, could hardly withstand the force of a warrior from that planet. At this moment, it felt as though every organ within me had been shattered. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. After a suffocating bout of breathlessness, I erupted into a violent fit of coughing, tears streaming down my face as I trembled and writhed on the ground, my limbs feeling as though they were being torn apart. In truth, had it not been for the wall of this hotel, constructed from an exceptionally hard stone material, a gaping hole would have formed from the impact. How foolishly reckless! The red-skinned warrior from Quitana scoffed disdainfully. This insignificant creature from Blue Planet was truly lacking in awareness to provoke him. A mere guide daring to challenge his authority was tantamount to courting death. This was yet another encounter with the warriors from Quitana, raising the question of whether their planet sought conflict with us from Blue Planet. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at the crimson-skinned warrior, whispering softly, "What are they babbling about?" The Quitana warrior, hearing the hushed discussions, felt a surge of irritation. His primal instincts flared, and he glared with his bulbous green eyes, roaring, "Are you all tired of living?" The crowd fell silent in an instant. Although some among the Blue Planet citizens practiced martial arts and sought physical refinement, the majority placed greater value on technology. Thus, despite their disdain for the brutish red-skinned figure before them, they obediently fell silent. After all, they knew they could not contend with him. Furthermore, these savages traveled in packs. To offend one meant inviting a horde of fierce warriors bearing menacing smiles. Hence, the wise citizens of Blue Planet chose to remain quiet. The sound of clinking glasses resonated, a seemingly innocuous noise that suddenly drew everyone's attention to a white square table. A youth with a peculiar hairstyle and a young man with spiky black hair clinked their glasses, tilting their heads back to drink in unison. The red-haired girl beside the eccentric-haired boy promptly refilled their glasses. The Quitana warrior's murderous gaze darted towards Cavathil and Bardock, his expression darkening. In this vast universe, who knows if we'll meet again? Let us drink to this last cup. Cavathil raised his large goblet, feigning ignorance of the warrior's fury. Bardock also lifted his glass, silently clinking it, and then downed its contents, saying, "Until we meet again." The veins on the forehead of the red-skinned Quitana warrior throbbed with rage. These three individuals dared to act as if he were invisible. Truly, they were courting disaster. "It seemed that you three harbored discontent towards me, Anida." The red-skinned warrior revealed a menacing smile, his gaze ominous and bloodthirsty, as he cracked his enormous fist with a series of resounding sounds. Behind him, the young man from Blue Star, having regained a modicum of composure, knelt on the ground, wincing in pain and drawing in sharp breaths, particularly due to the swelling on the left side of his face, brutally struck by the red-skinned warrior, Ani. His cheek was grotesquely swollen, a deep crimson hue seeping with droplets of blood. The youth glared at the back of the hideous, barbaric warrior, his eyes glinting with a fierce, vengeful hatred, his entire body trembling as if he might lose control and rush forward to claw at his flesh and blood. Yet, Beneath this rage lay a profound sense of helplessness. For the red-skinned barbarian before him was overwhelmingly powerful. Bardak rose to his feet, lifting his gaze towards the transparent ceiling, revealing the azure sky beyond. Kid. The warrior Ani hurled a punch directly at Bardak's face, his fist ablaze with scorching white light. Bardak swiftly untied the red cloth band from his arm, wrapping it around his forehead and securing it at the back of his head. The force of the punch stirred the strands of hair on Bardak's forehead. Whoosh. Ani's fist missed its mark, his balance faltering as a look of astonishment crossed his face. Bardak appeared behind Ani, executing a casual spinning kick that sent Ani hurtling out of the room at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the distant horizon. In an instant, Bardak too disappeared from sight. A gasp swept through the crowd as realization dawned upon them. Good heavens, what had just transpired? Had the formidable warrior from the planet of Quitna truly been defeated so easily? Where had he been sent flying to? Surely he wasn't circling Blue Star? And what of that mysterious figure? Where had he gone? The brief skirmish had concluded so swiftly that the spectators were still reeling from the shock. The young man from Blue Star stood unsteadily, disbelief etched across his features. He suddenly looked up, directing his gaze towards the two men and one woman he had noticed earlier. At this moment, only the girl with the striking red hair and the boy with the peculiar hairstyle remained. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that not only did the girl possess an alluring charm, but even the boy, with his unusual hairstyle, exuded an air of noble mystery, each of his movements captivating in their elegance. Suddenly, the young man from Blue Star noticed the enigmatic boy directing his gaze towards him. A jolt of anxiety surged within him, as if merely meeting the boy's eyes had tightened the strings of his nerves. He observed as the mysterious youth placed a hand upon the shoulder of the girl beside him, and then, from his side, it seemed a flash of sword light sliced through the air, conjuring a rift in reality. The mysterious boy pointed his right hand towards the young man, and from the rift emerged a shadowy figure that tumbled to the ground before him. It was an unusual fruit. The earlier red-skinned warrior was not yet dead. Did he not wish to finish him off personally? Perhaps he should try eating this fruit and see what it brings. The voice of the enigmatic youth floated lightly in the air, and in an instant, he wrapped his arms around the waist of the girl with crimson hair, vanishing into thin air. The young man from Blue Star stood in a daze, staring at the fruit on the ground, before extending his trembling hand. Crunch. He took a bite. Crunch. Another bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He devoured it voraciously. A brilliant blue and white light surged visibly from his body as he ravenously gnawed at the fruit of the spiritual tree, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, while he laughed maniacally. Chapter 8. Go and Seek. Cavasur gazed down from the lofty heights, surveying the aquamarine, or below. The cerulean planet, silently spinning in the vast expanse of inky space, appeared to radiate a gentle azure luminescence, reminiscent of crystal and exquisite jade, exuding unparalleled beauty. Cavasir suddenly felt a sense of loss. Was it truly impossible to partake in the unfolding narrative? For someone like Cavasir, a devoted aficionado of Dragon Ball in a past life, to find himself in such a dreamlike realm, yet be unable to witness firsthand the exhilarating history he once fervently admired must surely be the greatest regret of all. Cavasir gently rubbed his temples, wearing an expression of resigned helplessness. Angelia floated beside him, as tranquil as ever, possessing a divine bond with Cavasir that allowed her to sense the faint trace of his current discontent. They both hovered outside the atmosphere of the blue planet, one embodying the essence of a deity and the other that of a divine sword. The vacuum of space posed no obstacle for either of them. Although the blue planet was indeed equipped with a comprehensive satellite security and defense system surrounding its atmosphere, under the veil of Cavasir's seemingly omnipotent divine power, no means could detect the presence of Cavasir and Angelia unless they were confronted by another deity. For instance, at this very moment, an extraordinarily advanced miniature satellite drifted past them. If one could observe closely, they would witness the satellite emitting probing waves that rapidly scanned a vast sector of the starry expanse before it. However, as it approached Cavasir and Angelia, it peculiarly veered away from them, as if animated, and resumed its original trajectory behind them. In the eyes of Cavasir, a colorful mist swirled, and his gaze, piercing like a beacon, penetrated the layers of atmosphere, surveying the beauty of this planet, its oceans, forests, lands, soaring birds, roaming beasts, cities, towering edifices, and intricate road networks. What marvels would this planet behold 7.5 million years hence? Surely, the technological advancements of the Earth in the original narrative could not rival those of the present day. Indeed, 7.5 million years is an unfathomably lengthy span. Even the esteemed deity of this realm could not endure such a duration, merely a fleeting fragment in the grand tapestry of history, sufficient for civilizations to rise and fall multiple times. Suddenly, Cavusser's gaze fixated on a vast docking bay, where a colossal spaceship of crescent shape loomed. A spark of recognition ignited in his eyes as he stroked his chin, recalling a novel from his past life titled One Piece, I Am the Devil. After pondering for a moment, a realization dawned upon him, and he broke into a mischievous grin. On Blue Star, at the headquarters of the Alliance government, stood three towering white edifices resembling spires. The two flanking towers were slightly shorter, while the central tower soared the highest, its upper section adorned with a spherical protrusion, home to the office of the federal president, offering a panoramic view of the entirety of Blue Star through its windows. These three towers epitomized the zenith of authority on the planet, serving as the most fortified bastion of its defense system. Constructed from rare, ultra-durable cosmic minerals, they were designed to withstand assaults from violent cosmic warriors, impervious even to the mightiest of energy shockwaves. Moreover, while the interior ambience of the White Towers mirrored that of other governmental buildings on the planet, albeit with a touch of opulence, every inch of flooring, every wall, and every corner fell within the purview of an extensive surveillance system. Should any anomaly be detected, a humanoid mech would suddenly emerge from the ceilings, walls, or floors. Security robots, second only in combat prowess to the President's elite guards, programmed with the most stringent and comprehensive directives. No one could hope to deceive the system. Any hint of discord would result in immediate subjugation and apprehension. Countless cosmic thieves and interstellar assassins had met their downfall here in times past. Yet today, a sudden whoosh followed by a thunderous crash erupted outside the Grand White Tower. A blue figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the entrance and creating a massive circular crater, causing the ground to collapse. Individuals entering and exiting the tower were momentarily stunned by the gust of wind, and upon witnessing the daunting gash in the earth, they were further startled. Debris flew wildly, striking several luxurious aerial vehicles with a resounding clatter. What on earth was that? Those who traverse this realm are no ordinary individuals. They are either high-ranking officials or colossal magnates, or perhaps titans of the cosmos. Suddenly, their ire was ignited. Each gaze turned towards the depths of the chasm, where a cerulean humanoid robot began to ascend gracefully. Its contours were sleek, encased in frigid metallic armor, with elongated sapphire eyes emitting a ghostly glow. Beneath its feet and emanating from its outstretched palms, nearly imperceptible jets of superheated vapor were forcefully expelled downward. Furthermore, upon its back rested a resplendent blue longsword adorned with iridescent patterns. As the onlookers grappled with the unfolding spectacle, a series of miniature thrusters unfurled from the robot's rear, and with a resounding boom, it transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling towards the edifice of the White Tower. What is happening? Stop it! An invasion. As the blue automaton breached the atrium, it startled numerous occupants, prompting an immediate cacophony of alarms. Alert! Alert! Unknown life form has infiltrated the headquarters. Alert! Alert! Unknown life form has infiltrated the headquarters. Rays of crimson light swept across the robot, which had abruptly halted in the center of the hall, with a series of mechanical clicks. Humanoid security mechs emerged from the floors and walls, encircling the blue entity. Their heads illuminated with ominous red warnings, and an array of weapons materialized. Countless dark muzzles aimed at the intruder. Warning: cease resistance. Surrender immediately. The security mechs intoned in a chilling, metallic chorus. Yet, the blue robot paid them no heed. It raised its gaze, the sapphire glow flickering. Optimal route confirmed, no life forms detected. A radiant white light enveloped the robot as waves of luminous energy surged forth, accurately targeting each security mech present. Simultaneously, propulsion surged from beneath its feet and palms, propelling it upward. Bang, bang, bang. If viewed from a distance, one would witness the blue automaton ascend hundreds of floors in an instant, shattering the ultra-durable flooring crafted from cosmic minerals in its wake. Miraculously, it avoided all individuals in its path, leaving no casualties in its tumultuous ascent. With a thunderous crash, the blue figure burst through the floor, emerging before the door of the federal president's office. At the entrance, for rigorously trained super soldiers, the president's elite guards stood resolutely prepared. Halt! One guard commanded, his expression icy as he lunged forward. The blue robot spread its arms wide, and the thrusters on its back unleashed a torrent of power. Bang! Bang! The blue automaton forcefully collided with the 4 guards, crashing through the specially designed super door, reducing it to rubble. Chapter 9. The beginning of the legend. The door to the federal president's office was violently flung open. Within the confines of the office, a cacophony erupted as several high-ranking government officials, clad in formal attire, cried out in distress, struck by the shards of splintered doors, blood gushing forth as they fell into disarray. The 4 presidential guards were sent sprawling, rolling like tumbling gourds across the floor, ultimately crashing against the corner walls, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The federal president, setting aside documents concerning the colossal meteorite approaching Blue Star, maintained a composed demeanor as he gazed toward the entrance, where a blue mech was slowly advancing. He was acutely aware of the invasion. As the strongest bastion of the Blue Star defense system, the federal headquarters was enveloped by a vast hemispherical early warning network that would instantaneously report any anomalies detected. Initially, he had presumed that this was merely the work of inconsequential figures, yet he was astonished by the swiftness of their incursion. It was infuriating. The supposed prowess of the security mechs, lauded by the technicians, seemed utterly inadequate. Even the elite guards had been so effortlessly subdued. The president's heart simmered with indignation, though his expression remained as tranquil as a still lake as he regarded the blue mech drawing near, calmly inquiring, "Pray tell, who might you be?" The defense network had promptly identified the presence of an unidentified life form, thus the president recognized that this mech undoubtedly housed a sentient being. Moreover, this sudden intruder had traversed from the lowest levels of the White Tower to this height of several hundred floors without inflicting harm upon any of the individuals in between, suggesting that he did not harbor intentions of destruction. Beside the president, a pale-faced minister attempted to voice his concerns, but was silenced by a sharp glance from the president. It appeared that all were in accord. Suddenly, a youthful voice emanated from within the blue mech, laced with a tone of nonchalance, as if mocking the gravity of the situation. The components of the mech's front began to shift and rearrange, akin to garments being discarded, revealing the intricate inner workings of the machine. A young man with an eccentric hairstyle emerged, smiling. "It seems you are not a native of our Blue Star," the president remarked, his expression subtly shifting in surprise, yet he maintained his aloof composure. "Oh?" The newcomer, Cavesser, mused, glancing at himself with intrigue. "Can you discern that?" It was noteworthy that, at first glance, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Earthlings, now referred to as Blue Star inhabitants. The president shook his head, his fingers gently tapping the table. "It is the essence. Each planet's populace possesses its own distinctive aura, regardless of appearances. The residents of Blue Star cannot embody the essence you possess, even though Cavesser himself did not deliberately reveal it. A figure of such stature as the president of this Blue Star possesses an innate perception, able to sense the tumultuous and unique aura concealed beneath Cavesser's seemingly ordinary exterior, a feeling that evokes an insurmountable sense of superiority." "You are rather intriguing," Cavesser remarked, casting a glance at the others present, only to find that beneath the president's imposing presence, none dared to interject. "It appears the president has trained them well." To be succinct, Cavesser paused thoughtfully, then smiled, stating that due to certain personal reasons, he suddenly felt an urge to leave something behind before departing this planet, something that could endure for countless years. After much contemplation, he concluded that only a legend could serve that purpose. Cavesser winked at the president and gestured with open hands. The president stared at him, struggling to articulate a response, finally uttering, "Huh?" Cavesser scratched his head, acknowledging that mere words would not suffice, and suggested they proceed properly. "Very well, Mr. Cavesser." In the distance, underground, a colossal crescent-shaped spacecraft had mysteriously appeared. Suddenly, a vast signal network emanated from the crescent ship, enveloping the entire Blue Star in an enormous, invisible shroud in the blink of an eye. All inhabitants of the Blue Star witnessed this incredible moment unfold. As they continued their daily toils, every visible screen in their line of sight abruptly transformed, revealing a young man with an eccentric hairstyle. "Greetings, people of Blue Star," he said with a courteous smile. But wait, isn't that the president beside him? "Now, with the esteemed president as a witness, I wish to leave a small gift for all of you, caught in the humdrum of life. First, behold the humanoid robot standing behind me. Oh, rest assured, it is undoubtedly the most advanced super robot crafted with the pinnacle of technology known to me in the entire universe, primarily designed for combat. Now, to lend more credence to my words, let us have our delightful super robot perform a brief demonstration. Are you aware of the colossal meteor approaching this planet? Yes, the very one currently displayed on the screen. Fear not, you are not dreaming. This footage is directly sourced from the Federation's database, authentic and reliable. Isn't that right, Mr. President? Now, let us allow our magnificent robot to commence its performance. At this moment, all inhabitants of Blue Star, including the esteemed president, as well as the extraterrestrial beings still residing on Blue Star, were rendered almost catatonic, witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. The scene revealed a cerulean super robot bursting forth from the Federal White Tower, soaring towards the heavens and into the inky void of space, transforming into a radiant light. Traveling at a velocity akin to that of a beam of light, colliding head-on with a colossal meteorite, nearly half the size of Blue Star. In an instant, an overwhelming sensation of cataclysm enveloped the atmosphere, as the distant explosion from the cosmos seemed to shake the very foundation of Blue Star. Yet, astonishingly, the cerulean super robot returned unscathed. Throughout this entire episode, not a single camera switch occurred on screens across the globe. Everyone, incredulous yet compelled to believe, mirrored the expression of their president, who appeared equally bewildered. Truth be told, Cavasser found himself questioning whether his actions had perhaps been too grandiose for these untraveled ancestors of Earth. Furthermore, he wished to share a video with everyone. Instantly, the global screens transitioned to a footage depicting the earlier encounter between Cavasser and Bedak at the seaside restaurant. The savage extraterrestrial warriors, the beleaguered youths of Blue Star, and a rolling fruit from the spirit tree unfolded before the world. Everyone clearly witnessed the Blue Star compatriot consuming that peculiar fruit, his muscles swelling, a palpable aura emanating from his form, and a fervent, fierce expression adorning his face. The scene shifted to the coastline, where the youth, now filled with manic laughter, manifested a blazing light upon his right fist. The winds howled in response as his fist transformed into a meteor, and with a single strike, he obliterated the formidable red-skinned warrior of the Quitna. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. The once feeble individual, merely an ordinary person like themselves, had, through the consumption of that strange fruit, managed to annihilate the powerful Quitna warrior with a singular blow. Many fixated their gaze on the screen, eyes wide, breathing heavily. Suddenly, the youth reappeared, grinning as he conjured a multitude of those bizarre fruits, eerily levitating above his palm. Thus, I shall leave behind this super robot and the fruits you have already witnessed the effects of on this planet. If fortune favors you, life shall become quite intriguing. Would it not? Ah, yes, these two items are merely inconspicuous trinkets within a colossal crescent-shaped spacecraft. Should ambition stir within you, seek them out. I have left everything there, the super robot, the fruits, or even that immense spacecraft, where you may obtain what your heart desires. As the Namekian little buddy prepared to depart Blue Star, he gazed in astonishment at the display screen of the spacecraft, whispering in disbelief, "Isn't that the same individual?" Chapter 10, A Call for Help. The Grand Kaioshin gazed into the depths of the void for an extended period, finally releasing a long, profound sigh. It is truly about to begin. In the abyss, the chain that was perpetually fracturing suddenly shattered, transforming into countless fragments and revealing a dark, foreboding chasm. At the other end of this profound abyss, a colossal, swirling, terrifying demon eye opened. Having left the Crescent Moon spacecraft on Blue Star and entrusted certain essential matters to Xiao Sha, Cavasser intended to hitch a ride with Angelia for a leisurely tour of the current Namek. The Crescent Moon spacecraft was merely a whimsical creation of his, so parting with it did not evoke much regret. Moreover, leaving the ship behind and making slight adjustments would not only allow him, as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, to offer a modicum of assistance to the characters he once cherished, but also serve as a delightfully mischievous means to tease the protagonist across the expanse of time. In a bid to infuse novelty into the future of Earth, Cavasser deliberately left behind the legacy of the super robot and the spirit tree's fruits. With the aid of the Crescent Moon spacecraft, these would flourish on this aquamarine planet, enduring for approximately 75 million years. Eventually, Xiao Sha herself would voluntarily deactivate the spacecraft's self-shielding system, lifting the powerful magnetic fields that enveloped it, awaiting the arrival of the most restless souls on Earth at that time. Of course, during these 75 million years, Cavasser would not hoard his treasures selfishly. He permitted Xiao Sha to scatter some of the super robot and spirit tree fruits across the planet, allowing fortunate individuals to discover them. Additionally, various other advanced technologies from the spacecraft could be disseminated. Naturally, all items originating from the Crescent Moon spacecraft would bear its crescent emblem, attesting to the ancient legend from many years past. Just imagine the expressions on Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa's faces when they arrive on Earth only to find Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo clad in battle suits far superior to their own. How amusing that would be. Of course, Cavasor was acutely aware that it was unlikely for Sun Wukong and Piccolo to don such combat attire. Nevertheless, when these idols of his youth, Sun Wukong and the others, activated the holographic recordings they had meticulously preserved, viewing their own moments of bravado and pretense, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. Well, Cavasor, who had largely resigned himself to the idea that he was detached from the original narrative, found himself seeking distractions. Moreover, Cavasor explicitly instructed Xiao Sha to ensure that 7.5 million years hence, Earth should not ascend to a level of technological advancement that would propel it into the interstellar age. For if that were to occur, the Scions, or rather the cosmic colonizers, would undoubtedly no longer regard Earth as a primitive and uncomplicated realm. How then could the esteemed Prince Kakarot be sent to Earth? It is crucial to understand that it was precisely because Earth was deemed a low-tier planet devoid of conquest difficulty that the Scions felt secure in sending their underqualified infants there. If Kakarot had not been dispatched to Earth, how could he have been found by Gohan? If Kakarot had not been discovered by Gohan, how could he have fallen into the ravine and struck the back of his head? If Kakarot had not injured his head, how could he have transformed from a brutal and merciless Scion into the kind-hearted and sagacious martial arts master known as Sun Wukong? If this world lacked such a Sun Wukong, how could it rightfully be called the Dragon Ball universe? Thus, Cavasor would absolutely not permit such an occurrence. Even if he were deprived of the opportunity to witness the legend unfold with his own eyes, Cavasor would not allow any misalignment of events due to his negligence. The scenes from those black and white comics had once evoked in him profound and unadulterated emotions. The entirety of Dragon Ball resembled a magnificent symphony, vibrant and spirited. For instance, each time Cavasor listened to the theme song of Dragon Ball Z Kai, it would evoke memories of his earlier days watching Dragon Ball. Especially during his viewings of Dragon Ball GT, despite his various scoffs and disdain for its plot, the grand finale had captivated him. When the supposed deceased Sun Wukong emerged from the depths, cradling that colossal blue and white energy sphere, his weary yet resolute eyes rising above the horizon, he was gradually drawn in by the accompanying piano melody of the theme song. Cavasor was profoundly moved at that moment. As he reached the conclusion of GT, he found himself unable to fully comprehend it, yet he watched with tears in his eyes. Particularly poignant was the scene where Sun Wukong returned to Kame House, engaging in a spar with Krillin, only to be subsequently defeated. Krillin, astonished, turned to Master Roshi with a hearty laugh, and as he turned back, Sun Wukong had vanished, the waves erasing his footprints on the beach. This atmosphere, which seemed to erase the very existence of Sun Wukong from this world, stirred a tremor in Cavasor's heart. Bringing a sting to his nose, he admitted to being rather sentimental. After Sun Wukong rode off on the Divine Dragon, Xiao Fang discovered his tattered blue martial arts GI on the ground. The worn garment bore the marks and glories of its owner's battles, leaving Xiao Fang and Cavasor in a state of bewilderment. Like Xiao Fang, Cavasor was puzzled, exclaiming, "Wait, didn't Wukong elope with the Divine Dragon?" Though he struggled to grasp the official meaning behind it all, the scenes and snippets lingered within him, weaving threads of melancholy, a sense of loss, and sighs that he found difficult to release. How did I come to recall such sorrowful things? Cavasor mused, shaking his head as he elegantly picked up a piece of pink pastry and savored it. Angelia gently poured him a cup of hot beverage, and Cavasor naturally accepted the cup, taking a sip with an air of nonchalance. If one were to view the picnic-like scene of Cavasor and Angelia from a distance, they would find themselves outside the upper deck of a rapidly flying spaceship, the vessel of the returning Namekians, with Cavasor wielding his extraordinary divine powers for protection. The two traveled with an ease that would likely be perceived as shocking by onlookers. It seemed as though Cavasor was inherently suited for a life of indulgence and leisure, effortlessly navigating the realms of divine power. While he might receive a failing grade in combat, as Cavasor always emphasized that the East Kaioshin's divine nature was not suited for battle, such affairs were the domain of the South Kaioshin. His ability to enjoy life and transform experiences into pleasure would undoubtedly earn him a perfect score, an SSS rating that soared beyond the ordinary. Cavasor, too, is gradually attempting to embrace his newfound existence with a sense of ease and acceptance. After all, he has traversed into a realm where he stands nearly invincible as a deity among dimensions. He feels quite innocent in this regard. He simply yearns to experience the life of a scion, engaging in battles to gain experience, occasionally unleashing formidable powers, and perhaps even dyeing his hair a striking gold in moments of fury. Just as Cavasor contemplates the intricacies of life, A mechanical voice emanates from the miniature chip behind his earlobe. Mr. Cavasser, a signal has been received from 30 million light-years away just 1 second ago. Cavasser was taken aback, simultaneously devouring the pastry delicately offered by Angelia, and playfully placing a segment of her finger into his mouth, winking mischievously at the quiet girl with crimson short hair. Analysis. Very well. As a superintelligence. Xiao Sha almost instantaneously relayed the signal from the far reaches of another universe. Brother Caxi, please come to our rescue. Cuvier's complexion suddenly shifted. Celia. Note. The author primarily identifies as a supporter of the original work and expresses a degree of acceptance towards GT solely due to its conclusion. However, they largely disagree with most of the theatrical adaptations, particularly those featuring Broly. Taking the films related to Broly as an example, it is evident that the official narrative was derived from the original work's phrase about the legendary Super Saiyan that appears once in a millennium. Yet, in the recently released chapter about Bardock, it was stated that the legend of the Super Saiyan originated from Bardock's journey into the past. Does this not contradict itself? Thus, if Broly makes an appearance in this narrative, it will merely be as a variant of the Super Saiyan. As the legendary Super Saiyan in this text adheres to the interpretation presented in Bardock's chapter. Chapter 11. A world of despair. Cavier's pupils constricted dramatically, transforming into needle-like points, revealing the profound shock within. Meanwhile, beside him, the red-haired Angelia gazed at the planet below with an expression of confusion and concern. At that moment, they floated outside the atmosphere of a colossal planet, observing it from above. Upon receiving Celia's distress signal transmitted from the crescent ship far away on the blue star, Cavier wasted no time, channeling his divine power and expending energy to execute a super long-range, instantaneous movement that traversed the starry expanse to arrive at this location. By personal habit, Cavier always materialized outside the planet when using instantaneous movement, taking a moment to admire the breathtaking and magnificent panorama of a planet amidst the dark void of space before leisurely descending into its atmosphere. However, this time, the planet before them was not what he had anticipated. Once, when they had departed, it was a beautiful, vibrant world, Celia's home planet, but now it appeared shrouded in a dark shadow, its visage drastically altered. A wave of decayed, frenzied, and negative energy emanated from the black shadow enveloping the planet. Cavier felt a profound weight upon his heart. What has transpired? In an unusual display, Angelia inquired, for she could genuinely sense the subtle unease that lingered deep within Cavier. Cavier raised his hand, shaking his head slightly, his expression grave. The profound divine power within him surged. Cavier opened his divine eyes, which suddenly erupted with a dazzling kaleidoscope of colors. Two beams of light transforming into divine swords that pierced through the shadows enveloping the planet's surface, sweeping across the continent. The unease that had subtly stirred within him for many days finally surged forth. After traversing the cosmos and gradually coming to accept his identity as a god of the realm, he felt for the first time the weight of responsibility that accompanied those three words. Thus, he unabashedly wielded his power and divine authority. Although still somewhat inexperienced in combat, he had gradually mastered his abilities in other realms. Moreover, when the need for battle arose, he could simply descend with the overwhelming force of the cosmic essence. Celia, weary and drained, sat beside the campfire, its flickering light illuminating the pallor and melancholy upon her delicate features. The shadows of her and Zizha danced against the stone walls of the cave, swaying gently with the breeze. The crackling of the firewood was both haunting and intense. Celia turned her gaze towards Zizha, whose eyes were hollow and devoid of life. She could faintly recall the brilliance that once graced Zizha's enchanting face during their discussions of magic. Yet now, that visage was marred by a lack of spirit, fear, helplessness, and a creeping despair. Zizha, Celia murmured softly, but Zizha merely shifted her gaze slightly, stiffly turning her head to face Celia. Taking a few deep breaths, Celia struggled to contain the immense unease and panic within her, fighting back the sting of tears and the sense of injustice that threatened to overwhelm her. She silently urged herself to remain strong. Biting her pale lips, Celia addressed the still-dazed Zizha. It's all right, there is hope. This world still holds hope. I have already sent a message to Brother Kashi. He will surely come. He will come to save me, to save us, to save this world. He is formidable. He is a god. Celia spoke tremulously. At the cave's entrance, the sky outside was shrouded in ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. A blinding flash of golden lightning erupted, momentarily illuminating the cave. Zizha's eyes, now teetering on the brink of madness, reflected disbelief. Hope? she exclaimed, her once melodious voice now harsh and grating. This entire world has gone mad, and you dare speak of hope? Everyone seems possessed by demons, spiraling into madness, wreaking havoc, slaughtering one another. And you still utter the word hope? The air is thick with the chilling, terrifying breath of malevolence, and dark, fearsome specters roam freely. You still speak of hope? Even your master, the great Uthuwaya, succumbed to despair and perished while foretelling the state of the world today, and you dare to mention hope? Celia's face paled at Zija's vehement questioning, her mouth opening in a silent gasp, yet no words escaped her lips. Tears brimmed in her eyes as the golden thunder roared outside. Celia trembled, sensing that the magical barrier left by her master was no longer capable of shielding her from the terrifying black aura. A chill enveloped her, as if the breath of a demon wafted through the cave's entrance. Zishia's face contorted, displaying an expression that was neither entirely sorrowful nor joyful, her mouth twitching in a nervous grimace. Within her once beautiful eyes, a swirling mist of darkness simmered ominously as she fixated on Celia. Celia, there is no longer any hope in this world. It is crumbling. Despair reigns. Celia, this world is sinking beneath the breath of demons. The sky is withering. The earth is desiccating. The forests are rotting. The seas are mutating. This world has been tainted by the black breath of demons. Everyone has transformed into brutal, grotesque, and irrational monsters, just like putrid, decaying flesh. Zishia laughed maniacally, tears flowing down her cheeks. The swirling black mist in her eyes grew ever more intense, mingling with shades of gray despair. There is no hope left, Celia. Do you understand? There is absolutely no hope. Even Master Utuwuya's cave cannot shield us from those dreadful entities. We too shall become like those outside. We will. It is inevitable. This world is already dead, Celia. No one can save such a world. Even the gods are powerless. There is no hope remaining. Celia, seated on the ground, gradually scooted backward, her pallid face whispering, "Do not speak of it. Do not say any more." At that moment, Zishia's voice abruptly ceased. The black mist in her eyes reached a crescendo before pouring forth like dark plasma from her eye sockets. A chilling breeze swept into the cave as a shadowy presence surged forward. Terror flickered in Celia's eyes, her face drained of all color. Zishia was enveloped by the black shadow, her form swallowed by the spherical black mist, her hands flailing weakly. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the black mist, belonging to Zija. Celia's heart quivered violently. No matter how resolute she had become, an overwhelming sense of despair surged within her at this moment. She instinctively regretted and blamed herself. Despite her previous panic, helplessness, and grievances, she should never have emitted that signal for help. Nor should she have drawn her brother Cassie into this calamity. Celia's mind felt as though it were being torn apart. On one hand, she believed that Cassie could rescue her. On the other, she was engulfed by an immense dread of this world that had turned so alien and hopeless. Feeling that calling out to Cassie would only endanger him. At that moment, the black mist contracted and then erupted, forming a shadowy figure. 2 points of blood-red light glimmered from its head, with a frenzied brightness dancing within. It emitted a chilling sound, akin to a haunting, maniacal laugh. Celia felt that merely gazing upon this creature would plunge her into disorientation, stirring a tumult of chaotic emotions within her, an onslaught of unfamiliar and savage feelings. These strange emotions instilled terror in Celia. "Am I done for?" Celia whispered inwardly, truly despairing at last. Time seemed to slow as if it were approaching death. In her heart, she murmured, "Master, Celia is coming. Please do not blame me. I have not practiced magic for several days because I wanted to be lazy. Cassie, it's fortunate you couldn't arrive in time. I wish I could send you another message to tell you that the previous one was merely a prank. That I am doing well. Master taught me some fascinating magic today, and I finally have a friend besides you, Sister Ai, Sister Angelia, and Uncle Badak. Her name is Zija. Do you remember Zija? The girl we encountered when we came to Celia's homeland? She has been very kind to me and possesses great insight into magic. We often discuss magical matters." As Cassie's presence felt closer, the black mist advanced, its blood-red eyes radiating a chilling madness. Celia wondered if her own eyes had turned black as well, and then hot tears streamed down her cheeks. "You must not come," she thought, gradually closing her eyes as the tears fell. But just then, a dazzling, multicolored light descended from the heavens. The brilliance arrived so suddenly, without warning. Its grandeur overwhelming, fierce, sacred, and resplendent. She saw it. Truly, she beheld it. That familiar, warm figure, like a deity from the heavens. In the distant, pitch-black void of the universe, countless dimensions intertwined and overlapped, with innumerable fragments of space drifting and colliding. How many years had passed? Hundreds, thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions? No one knows, nor can any being venture into this realm. This space-time is exceedingly unstable. Suddenly, a glimmer of light slowly emerged from this abyss-like darkness, a feeble, iridescent glow. It dazzles like a fragment of the aurora at the edge of the sky, resplendent and magnificent. It sways uncertainly in this tumultuous expanse, akin to a solitary boat adrift amidst turbulent waves, flickering in and out of visibility within the tidal forces of this black hole-like void. Cavasil stood there in a daze. Had I not followed the leader and his companions to fill the hole? Why am I still alive? In this unstable ebb and flow of time and space. A fragment of Cavasil's divine essence drifted aimlessly, his emotions in turmoil, confused, bewildered, utterly lost. Where are you, leader, Jessica, Old South, Old North? Are you still alive? Bardock. Are you still among the living? If tears were possible, perhaps my face would be drenched by now. And you, Angelia, how have you fared? Time passed. The prism of divine essence flickered and vanished amidst the tumultuous tides of time and space. In the underworld, dark clouds rolled ominously. At the entrance of the King of Hell's hall, a long line of souls extended far beyond the gates. Horned blue and red demons, clad in suits, maintained order, occasionally reprimanding wayward souls attempting to cut the line. With an entire dimension's worth of beings having perished, their souls drifted to this realm of the dead. The demons were perpetually overwhelmed, though, being specters themselves, they felt no fatigue. Yet the monotony of their daily tasks weighed heavily upon them. At that moment, a red-skinned demon with black-rimmed glasses suddenly noticed a vibrant, multicolored soul hovering amidst the throng of spirits. A colored soul? How remarkable that such a being lacks a corporeal form. The red demon's heart raced. Hey, you. Yes, you. Don't you know to queue up, newcomer? The blue demon beside him pointed directly at the newly appeared, radiant soul, raising his voice in inquiry. While the blue demon recognized the uniqueness of this colorful apparition, he felt no particular alarm. They were keenly aware of anyone associated with the King of Hell or the various Lords of Realms. For instance, if the one known as Rib Rice from the Western King's domain were to arrive, they would not dare obstruct him. However, this newcomer was evidently unfamiliar. After the blue demon's question, the red demon witnessed the vibrant soul suddenly materialize before them, manifesting a youth with an eccentric hairstyle at its core. The youth cast a detached glance at the red and blue demons, and in that instant, they felt as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. Their very souls seemingly solidifying as their ethereal forms trembled violently. Just as they felt their essence on the brink of collapse, the pressure vanished. When they looked up, the youth had already vanished. The red and blue demons exchanged horrified glances, each recognizing the shock and disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. A mere glance from that being had nearly sent them into oblivion. Yama was diligently engrossed in his work, perusing the biographical records of the souls queuing for judgment, swiftly stamping them with the seal of the underworld, while announcing, "You have committed too many sins, off to hell. You have once saved an entire nation. You may ascend to heaven. You have taken the lives of 9,633 individuals, off to hell," and so forth. Just as Yama was relishing the satisfaction of his judgments, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "You are the current Yama, are you not?" Startled, Yama abruptly raised his head to behold a young man, levitating effortlessly, arms crossed, gazing at him with a serene expression. Kawizel furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself, how is it that the current King of Hell and the spectral emissaries of the underworld fail to recognize even the attire of a supreme Kai? Nevertheless, he refrained from revealing his true identity and continued to inquire of the King of Hell, "Pray tell, how many years have passed since the great upheaval in the realm of the Supreme Kais?" Kawizel was acutely aware that a fragment of his divinity, or rather his soul, drifted amidst the crevices of fragmented dimensions, and that a considerable amount of time must have elapsed outside. Moreover, he observed the figure before him, the King of Hell, and felt an inkling of familiarity. The King of the Gods? The great turmoil? The King of Hell appeared utterly bewildered. Unaware? Kawizel furrowed his brow. The uproar of that great battle from years past had been monumental, gathering countless super warriors from myriad dimensions across the universe, including Bardock, who had ultimately ascended to the status of a super scion god, shaking the very foundations of the primary dimension, obliterating countless nascent dimensions at its fringes. The clash that led to the demise of all 5 kings of the gods, standing at the pinnacle of the universe's dimensions, was nothing short of cataclysmic, tragically heroic. even shattering the sanctity of the king of God's realm, turning it into myriad fragments scattered across countless parallel dimensions. How could the future generations be so oblivious? Who exactly are you? If you are a deceased soul, you must comply with the king of hell's judgments. He still has countless souls awaiting their verdicts. Who is this individual, unaware of the king of hell's pressing duties? Just then, an overwhelming pressure surged toward the king of hell. His crimson visage turned ashen. The chill of the soul enveloped him, as if an incomprehensibly formidable aura bore down upon him, leaving no room for resistance or doubt. This oppressive force was beyond anything even the Grand King could muster. The king of hell raged internally. Caviezel squinted, suddenly recognizing the figure before him as the king of hell from the original Dragon Ball. If that were the case, what was the situation on planet Zafuru in the northern galaxy? The king of hell felt a cold shiver coursing through him, unable to contain his tremors. Upon hearing the young man's inquiry, 1,000 thoughts of confusion raced through his mind. Where on earth is that egg-headed planet? I am the king of hell, not the king of gods. How could I possibly know what is happening on that particular planet? Even the king of gods would not be idly preoccupied with the affairs of every single planet. Caviezel seemed to have contemplated this as well. Still frowning as he directly commanded, examine the death records and investigate if there have been any recent changes concerning the planet Zifru. Are there any Scion souls that have reported to the underworld? What about the Zifruans? Oh, understood. The king of hell paused momentarily, then, perspiring profusely, began to scour the records, aware that the individual before him was someone he could not afford to offend. The king of hell worked with remarkable efficiency and reported back promptly. Indeed, in the preceding years, primarily Zifruan and Scion souls have reported to the underworld. However, 2 years ago, there was a sudden influx of Zifruan souls. It seemed as if all the Zifruans had come to report at once. It appears that the Scions had already established a stronghold on the planet Zifru years prior, and 2 years ago, they finally seized the opportunity during the full moon to annihilate the Zifruans. Speaking of which, that entity known as Baby must have been released 2 years ago as well. Correct? Caviezel nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable. Just when Yin Wang thought this distinguished figure might have further instructions, the young man suddenly vanished, much like his arrival. Without a trace of energy fluctuation. Though intimidating, his essence did not seem malevolent. Rather, it inexplicably compelled one towards submission. Yin Wang pondered this. Yet cold sweat continued to trickle down his brow. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the young East Kaioshin, Shin, and his attendant, Jebet, floated gracefully through the air. Concern etched on Shin's face. He lamented the elusive hiding place of the sealed Majin Buu's egg, concealed by that cunning rascal Babidi. It was infuriating. If Majin Buu were to reemerge, the entire universe would be laid waste by this dreadful entity. As a Kaioshin, he felt a profound sense of responsibility and duty. The thought of Majin Buu's return kept him restless. However, should the fiend return, the young Kaioshin would likely find his anxiety compounded. Jebet followed the East Kaioshin in silence, as was his custom. He longed for the ancient era recorded in legends, when the Kaioshin truly governed the universe. A look of nostalgia crossed Shin's face, but he shook his head. Even the Kaioshin of yore might have struggled against Majin Buu. After all, the mightiest Grand Kaioshin had been defeated by that vile creature. Each recollection of those brutal times filled the East Kaioshin with a mix of sorrow and trepidation. I hope more super warriors emerge in the universe. Jebet, please inform the Grand Kai to keep a vigilant eye on promising warriors within each of the 4 realms under his jurisdiction. Understood. As the East Kaioshin Shin and his attendant Jebet drifted further away, a dazzling spectrum of colors materialized in the air, coalescing into the form of a young man, Caviezel. His countenance darkened as he watched the distant figures of Shin and Jebet. Although he was aware of his junior's character from the original tale, disappointment surged within him. Had the Kaioshin truly fallen to such depths? A mere Majin Buu, a character easily outmatched by Super Saiyan Goku, could sweep away all the Kaioshin? A wave of sorrow washed over Caviezel as he shifted his gaze to another part of the Supreme Kai realm. The site that once housed the Mother Goddess well now stood as a towering peak. In the days before the full-scale invasion of the negative universe, under the stewardship of the Grand Supreme Kai, the coalition of Supreme Kais united to seal the Mother Goddess well, the gateway to the source of the positive universe. In a bid to safeguard it from the encroaching darkness, atop the lofty mountain, a flat expanse revealed the hilt of an ancient sword protruding from the mountainside. A sword that had been embedded there for many years. The hazy silhouette of Caviezel appeared beside the hilt of the sword, as he crouched down with a complex expression, silently gazing at the familiar hilt adorned with its intricate patterns. Angelia, why does your sword hilt bear the letter Z? I am not certain. It seems that, as my grandmother recounted in the legends, one of our ancestors who followed the ancient deity also bore the engraving of AK. Ah, it appears to be a distinctive trait of your lineage. Cavissel slowly extended his hand, yearning to once more touch the familiar hilt of the sword. However, it seemed as if his hand passed through without impediment. He was taken aback. Coezier gazed at his hand, adorned with a mesmerizing iridescence, reminiscent of ethereal smoke. Ha. Coezier felt that at this moment he should silently shed tears, yet inexplicably, he began to laugh. I am already in a state of limbo. How could I possibly cry? The tears simply won't come. Damn it. Sigh. Just wait. Angelia, I shall certainly extract you. Coezier gently spoke to the hilt of the sword. In those days, to prevent Angelia from following him to her doom, Coezier resolutely sealed her within this mountain. The condition for breaking the seal is that the one who draws the sword must possess the blood, or rather, the lineage of Bardak. Coezier rose to his feet, casting a sweeping glance around him. The realm of the Supreme Kai was no longer what it once was. It had lost its former completeness. This planet was undeniably beautiful, and in its heyday, it flourished with an abundance that was almost beyond imagination. Encircled by 3 unsetting stars, this world was bathed in perpetual daylight, never knowing the embrace of night, save for the fleeting moment when that which symbolized dreams made its appearance. Yet it was precisely because of that entity that this planet had once faced a crisis that nearly led to its obliteration. The atmosphere was serene and radiant. The ethereal figure of Cavissor materialized above the horizon, untouched by the splashing waves and impervious to the caress of the sea breeze. In truth, he possessed no corporeal form. This visage was merely an illusion conjured by his divine power. Without lingering, Cavissor had come to Namek for a purpose, sensing a uniquely potent life force on this planet. His form vanished in an instant. The waves continued their rhythmic dance, as ever. The Grand Elder sat regally upon his magnificent white chair, gazing with profound satisfaction at the youthful member of his tribe, Nilu, standing before him. Nilu was an exceptional warrior, endowed with remarkable potential. The Grand Elder contemplated the moment when Nilu would reach the limits of his strength, at which point he would utilize his own abilities to awaken Nilu's latent power, thus bestowing upon the Namekians a formidable super warrior. Even should malevolent extraterrestrials invade Namek, Nilu would be well equipped to defend their homeland. However, in recent years, the Grand Elder often found himself haunted by fragmented visions of a grim future during his slumber. These were harrowing scenes filled with an apocalyptic aura, the earth fractured, and the sky crackled with thunder. Such visions filled his heart with unease. Could Nilu truly safeguard Namek? Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. A startle surged through the Grand Elder's heart as he opened his weary eyes to behold a luminous youth hovering before him, his presence shrouded in a mystic glow. As one of the most distinguished beings in the annals of Namekian history, the Grand Elder possessed formidable perceptive abilities. Yet, he was astounded that he had sensed nothing of this youth's arrival, though he appeared devoid of malice. Who are you? I am a Kaioshin from many years past. Cavissor replied with a gentle smile, revealing no ill intent. The Grand Elder's young attendant, Nilu, regarded the sudden appearance of Cavissor with a mixture of suspicion and caution. No one shall endanger the Grand Elder, he declared. Nilu, you may step outside, the Grand Elder's aged voice commanded. Nilu glanced between the hovering Cavissor and the Grand Elder, ultimately nodding in acquiescence, replying respectfully, yes, before departing down the central corridor. A Kaioshin, the Grand Elder's aged. Murky eyes scrutinized Cavissor intently. Suddenly, a peculiar glimmer ignited within his gaze. You have arrived. Though his voice remained frail, it resonated with an unusual cadence. Cavissor immediately sensed something amiss and gazed at the elder, whose demeanor had seemingly transformed. Do you know me? He inquired. Of course, the elder chuckled, letting out a slight snort. Was it not you who once informed me about the Dragon Balls? It was you. Cavissor suddenly recalled that, years ago, on Blue Star, he had indeed encountered a little Namekian fellow, whose name seemed to be Dick or perhaps Digga. Yet, how had that small being from his past now become the venerable elder before him? More perplexing still was how this individual could possibly have survived for over 70 million years. As if reading Cavissor's thoughts, the elder spoke. I, of course, passed away many years ago. However, after I created the Dragon Balls, I remained curious about your identity. And, Supreme Kai, have you ever encountered the Dragon Balls? Your tone back then suggested that you had. Thus, with but a year left in my life, I left behind a fragment of my consciousness, hidden within the bloodline of my descendants, which would only awaken upon encountering you again. The elder, or rather Dick, regarded Cavasor, and spoke slowly. I see, Cavasor mused, internally acknowledging the remarkable capabilities of the Namekians. However, he shook his head and replied, I have never seen the Dragon Balls. My knowledge of them stems from glimpses of the future I occasionally witnessed. Of course, he was merely fabricating a story. 003 Purunga Part 2. Elder Ganetra found it peculiar that the esteemed elder had not issued directives for quite some time, let alone the matter of summoning the dragon. The Namekians held a deeply unique sentiment towards the Dragon Balls. They took great pride in these miraculous orbs. Yet it was also the Dragon Balls that had nearly led to the obliteration of their planet many years prior. Consequently, the Namekians had long sealed away the Dragon Balls, refraining from their use. Now, the elder intended to utilize the Dragon Balls to summon Purunga? Despite the strangeness of the situation, the entire Namekian populace would never defy the elder's command. Thus, Elder Ganetra, accompanied by the three mightiest warriors of their tribe and the four-star Dragon Ball, soared swiftly toward the elder's peak. We have arrived, Elder Ganetra murmured as he gazed upon the slender, towering summit that lay ahead. The elder resided at its pinnacle. The will of our ancestors has just descended, yet he has utterly departed. The elder sighed softly. His eyes regained their former brilliance, evidently indicating that the lingering fragment of Dick's consciousness had dissipated upon encountering Cavasor. Indeed, seated cross-legged and suspended in the air, Cavasor closed his eyes and sighed softly. Even the genius who created the Dragon Balls could not evade the relentless current of history. He had perished millennia ago. The Grand Elder gazed at the ethereal form of Cavasor for a prolonged moment, hesitatingly inquired, Surely, this cannot be your true form? Indeed. My divine essence was obliterated over 70 million years ago, Cavasor replied slowly, then opened his eyes to gaze out of the circular window. 7 aged Namekians, each cradling a gigantic Dragon Ball, floated outside. The Dragon Balls have arrived. Arise, Shinran. After a resonant incantation in the Namekian tongue, the eternally azure sky of Namek abruptly darkened as night graced this ancient planet once more after countless years. In the obsidian sky, golden lightning flickered intermittently, resembling serpentine dragons in the gloom. Buzz, 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 the 7 assembled Dragon Balls radiated with brilliance, suddenly erupting into a dazzling golden luminescence. Amidst this resplendent glow, a colossal beam of golden light, as thick as a giant tree, surged skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The elders from each village gazed up in awe at the imposing presence of Shinran, their expressions a mix of wonder and disbelief. Shinran, in the Namekian language, signifies dream. In the rear chamber, the Grand Elder remained with his eyes closed, and none could ascertain whether he was indeed observing the dragon revered by the Namekians as the Dragon of Dreams. Speak your wishes. Any desire shall be fulfilled, proclaimed Shinran in a grand and resonant voice that echoed across the heavens. Mr. Cavasor, what is your wish? Inquired the representative among the 7 tribal elders. Directing his gaze towards Cavasor, Cavashir did not reveal his identity to the elders, merely stating his name. However, the Namekian elders could sense the respect, perhaps even awe, that their esteemed elder held for this peculiar young man. So, this is what the so-called Dragon Balls are about. No wonder they possess such extraordinary powers. Cavashir's form remained ethereal and indistinct, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. From the moment he summoned Purunga, he had been gazing intently at the Dragon Balls and the emerging Purunga, eventually nodding in realization, murmuring to himself. His penetrating gaze seemed to unveil profound truths. Mr. Cavashir? The tribal elder inquired once more. Your wish, Cavashir said, raising his gaze to the enormous dragon, Purunga, whose eyes glowed a crimson red, reminiscent of blood. Cavashir mused that when it granted the wishes of those who sought its power, its eyes would likely blaze with even greater intensity. Kasi, do not follow us. Why not? I am also a Kaioshin. There is no need for you to accompany us to our demise. If it is indeed a matter of death, why embark on this journey at all? We may face death, but you cannot. How absurd. What do you mean? Because only you can bring this to a definitive end. You must survive. Why must it be me? Why specifically me? Yes, precisely you. Is there truly no other solution? There is. What is it? We all perish together. Speak your wish. Kawizel was drawn back from distant memories by the voice of Purunga. He refrained from looking up at the dragon and, with closed eyes, softly uttered, I have but one wish, to be reincarnated, to be reborn on the planet Vegeta in the North Galaxy as a scion. This is something even the underworld cannot accomplish, for they lack the power and the authority to grant me rebirth. However, Purunga, I am aware that you possess the capability. The tribal elder, taken aback by Kawizel's words, recounted them verbatim to Purunga in the Namekian language. I understand. A rather simple wish, Purunga's resounding voice echoed, and his crimson eyes indeed illuminated with a brilliant red glow. In that instant, Kawizel felt an intangible force enveloping his divine essence. The ethereal form of his divine power dissipated, leaving only his resplendent, multicolored crystal divine essence behind. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that the radiant hues were intertwined with 4 other similar, shimmering lights. With a breath, the divine essence vanished from sight. 004 Kawizel far away on the planet Zufru, or what should now be referred to as planet Vegeta, 2 years prior, on a fateful night. The Scion clan residing in the desolate northern region of Zufru initiated a rebellion. With an overwhelming and ferocious onslaught, they seized control of all the thriving cities on this planet. That particular night coincided with the full moon, marking a decade in the cycle of Zufru. Thus, on that blood-red evening, a colossal band of savage giants, resembling towering mountains, rampaged through the self-proclaimed advanced civilization of the Zufruans. The air was thick with the chaos of war, as the crimson-eyed giants unleashed devastating energy blasts from their blood-soaked maws, ruthlessly obliterating the cities and pride of the Zufruans. 2 years have elapsed. The Scions, once derided by the Zufruans as crude and primitive barbarians, after annihilating all Zufruans, adeptly inherited their advanced technologies. Over a year ago, the Scion King, leveraging Zufruan technology and establishing contact with extraterrestrial beings beyond their planet, orchestrated the conquest and subjugation of several valuable planets. Offering them as development zones or vacation spots, provided the cosmic overlords compensated the Scions with sufficient rewards, technology, treasures, or equipment. Gradually, the reputation of the Scions spread among the elite of the universe, until 9 months ago, an emissary of a being known as Frisia approached King Vegeta. From that point onward, the warriors of the Scion clan donned standardized battle attire. King Vegeta and his queen welcomed 2 princes. Standing before a grand window, gazing into the somber sky, King Vegeta remained impassive, hands clasped behind his back, and casually inquired, "What is the assessment of our battle power?" The first prince possesses a combat power of 1, while the second prince boasts an impressive 2103. The individual behind him dutifully reports this. On the stony visage of King Vegeta, there is no trace of emotional fluctuation. He merely nods slightly and coldly proclaims, "The second prince shall henceforth be named Vegeta. As for the first prince, let his mother choose a name for him." Understood, the attendant responds, and Vegeta waves him away. As the man respectfully departs, he ponders. Utilizing the name of our Scion planet for the second prince indicates King Vegeta's significant regard for him. It is no surprise, considering the second prince's extraordinary combat power of 2,103 at birth. Suddenly, King Vegeta calls out to the man again. "Is there something else, Your Majesty?" The attendant inquires, turning back in confusion. After a moment's thought, King Vegeta slowly states, "Find a distant lower-class planet and send the first prince there in 1 year's time." "Yes." The attendant nods and exits. King Vegeta gazes out at the overcast sky, recalling that loathsome yet formidable figure with the pointed horns and purple lips. Vegeta. The queen's servant calls her, who lies in bed, her face weary, as she has been lost in thought upon hearing the name she had chosen for the first prince. "What?" she responds, turning to stroke the 2 newly born lives. Their gazes are fierce, she observes, looking at her little one who stares back with wide eyes, full of spirit despite just being born. She then places her hand on the plump, sleeping face of her elder son, filled with tenderness. "Covey, sir, I shall name you Covey, sir. Please do not resent your brother or hold anything against him. It is my fault for your combat power being merely 1, while your brother possesses 20,000. It is all my fault," she murmurs, tears escaping her eyes. "My queen, how can it be your fault? We can only attribute it to the first prince's lack of talent. The second prince's gift is remarkable indeed. He will undoubtedly become the mightiest warrior of our Scion lineage. A source of pride for our clan." The old servant reassures her. Raising her head, the queen, despite her tear-filled eyes, glares with icy resolve and retorts, "Silence." The servant hastily obeys. Despite her recent exhaustion from childbirth, the queen's volatile and commanding presence is well known. It is not uncommon for her to eliminate a subordinate with a mere energy wave in a fit of rage. After the servants take the 2 princes to the nursery, they leave. The first prince, who had been peacefully sleeping with his eyes closed in the crib, slowly opens his eyes once they have departed. The dragon indeed shows favor, granting me a royal bloodline. Kavisi stared with her adorable, wide eyes, silently reflecting. However, What I truly desire is not this. Fortunately, I discovered it early, having relinquished all that innate combat power to my younger brother while still in the womb. Speaking of which, Cavasil turned his head and beheld the little one in the nearby crib, his younger brother in this life, gazing at him with wide, expressive eyes. A wave of emotion washed over Cavasil. He felt a mix of nostalgia, disbelief, and amusement. Prince Vegeta, he mused, who would have thought you would become my brother? I once pondered how I might mock you, a prodigious warrior of royal lineage, had you been reincarnated as a mere lowly fighter. Kawizel gazed upon the dimly lit metallic ceiling imbued with a sci-fi essence, his mind racing with calculations. By a careless misstep, he had inadvertently reduced his combat power to a mere one. Yet, what could be done? It was precisely due to my ignorance of the Unit 1 within their combat power metrics that I found myself unable to ascertain my own prowess. If my recollection serves correctly, Vegeta was born in the year 732 of the Earth's age, while Goku arrived in 737, which means that Kakarot would not come into existence for another 4 or 5 years. However, I fear I may not live to witness his birth. My father will likely cast me, this insignificant wretch with a combat power of merely 1, onto some remote planet. Much like the future trio of the Bull. The foolishness of my brother. Typically, infants no older than a few months, who have yet to reach their first birthday, are not expected to walk, nor is it considered suitable for them to do so. The rationale behind this is that premature walking can adversely affect a baby's healthy development. However, scion children clearly do not conform to such norms. This very reason is why the Zephrinians have historically categorized scions as a brutish race. In their civilized perspective, a complete human life encompasses stages of infancy, childhood, youth, middle age, and old age. Any absence of these phases renders a life incomplete. Yet, the scion race defies such expectations. Throughout the majority of their lives, their physical state, form, and appearance remain perpetually youthful and vigorous. It is only in the twilight years of their existence that their bodily functions swiftly decline, leading to their demise. The scions truly embody the essence of the warrior race they boast to be, seemingly born for the sole purpose of combat. The children of the scions stand in stark contrast to those of the Zephrinians. While the young scions are already racing about with exuberance, their Zephrinian counterparts lie helplessly in cribs, wide-eyed and sucking on pacifiers, when the scion children are already squabbling with fervor. The Zephrinian children can only crawl pitifully across the floor, with only the more advanced among them managing to teeter on unsteady legs. However, their Zephrinian parents are decidedly opposed to allowing their little ones to walk at such a tender age, as it would be detrimental to their development. Even if those wild monkeys' offspring are already engaged in brawls, that is simply unacceptable. No matter how much they plead with their fathers, they are not permitted to walk. As the young scions manage to barely harness the power within their bodies to float in the sky, exuberantly shouting with delight, their peers, the children of Zaflu, could only dream of such feats unless they boarded some flying contraption. Meanwhile, the royal guards of Prince Cavasir were keenly observing their esteemed prince, who gazed with sparkling, watery eyes, filled with both envy and longing, at his younger brother, Prince Vegeta, who effortlessly soared through the air. Was this boy a fool? Cavasir thought. His expression darkened as he watched the younger Vegeta frolicking in midair, his very own brother. The royal prince's plight was indeed pitiable. As the guards clad in white battle attire regarded him with sympathy, pondering how anyone could withstand the pressure of having such a prodigious sibling as the second prince. Moreover, the elder prince's own potential was notably lackluster. Little did they know that Cavasir's initial battle power of 1 was due to his unconscious act of relinquishing strength to the infant beside him in the womb, unbeknownst to him. That infant was none other than the illustrious Prince Vegeta. It had been over 10 months since his birth. When would his beloved father finally decide to let go of his seemingly inept son? Cavasir, feeling a profound sense of ennui, pondered deeply. It was not that he lacked innate talent. Rather, he was simply disinterested in the pursuit of strength at this moment. His sole destination was Earth. He resolved that in this lifetime, he would fulfill the aspirations of his previous incarnations, striving to grow stronger alongside the warriors of Dragon Ball Z. Currently, Cavasir exhibited a combat power comparable to that of a mere infant among the lower-tier scions, naturally leading everyone to regard him as worthless. After all, he bore the noble bloodline of the scion royalty. Young Vegeta, unaware of these nuances, reveled in the delight of showcasing his superiority before his seemingly invincible elder brother. This brought him an unparalleled sense of joy. For too long, his older sibling had instilled in him a sense of intellectual inferiority, a notion that the prodigious young Vegeta found intolerable. causing his proud heart to feel deeply wounded. Having finally mastered the art of flight, he relished the opportunity to diminish his brother's arrogance, declaring himself the strongest genius. Fortunately, Vegeta was still young and did not fully comprehend the Saiyan truth that combat power was paramount. He fixated on the idea of his brother being more mature and intelligent, a trivial concern for a child his age. With a youthful visage and spiky black hair, Cuvey sighed as he proceeded towards his room through the corridor. Meanwhile, the young Vegeta, soaring in the air, gazed triumphantly at his elder brother, who was returning dejectedly, and lifted his chin with a slight huff of satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt a hand clap on his back. "Do not be too proud, my foolish little brother." It was the voice of his elder brother. Startled, young Vegeta turned to see Cuvey, his expression gentle as he patted Vegeta's shoulder, only to vanish in an instant. Vegeta was suspended in midair, utterly bewildered by his brother's sudden disappearance. His thoughts came to a standstill, trapped in a moment of sheer astonishment. Cavasir's movements were swift, and his angles were impeccably chosen. Thus the guards below were utterly oblivious to the events unfolding above. For Cavasir, even possessing a mere combat power of 7, he could effortlessly employ the art of aerial dance or instantaneous movement. To a true master of profound realm, even the slightest fraction of energy could be harnessed to unleash a staggering 10,000% of their potential. Cavasir perceives himself as a proficient master in the arts of flight and teleportation. Moreover, endowed with divine attributes, his physical strength and mastery over his internal energy are truly formidable. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. 3 crimson fireballs, reminiscent of comets, plummeted through the starry expanse, landing at the designated drop zone of the prepared spacecraft. Hiss, 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 the hatch of the 3 spherical combat aircraft gradually opened, releasing a rush of heated air as 3 Saiyan warriors clad in battle attire emerged. From a hidden corner, Cavasir gazed intently at the familiar figure of Bardock, a seasoned Saiyan warrior forged in the crucible of countless battles. Yet, the Bardock before me is not the same man I once knew. Cavasir sighed, acutely aware that, even with foreknowledge of future events, certain occurrences were beyond his power to prevent. Some things were destined to transpire, much like the myriad possibilities that shape countless parallel universes. 2 months later, Cavasir found himself ensconced within a spherical spacecraft, bound for the planet Doria. The indigenous inhabitants of Doria, it was known, possessed a maximum combat prowess of merely around 100. Even the most inept Saiyan warriors could effortlessly vanquish foes of such limited capability. With a whoosh, the spherical vessel was enveloped in flames of crimson, hurtling toward the inky void of the cosmos. For years later, Vegeta once again gazed skyward at the dark, profound expanse of stars, his expression as inscrutable as ever. 6 months prior, his younger brother, Tarbal, not yet a year old, had been thrust into a spherical spacecraft, dispatched to a distant corner of the universe, perhaps never to return. Much like that individual from 4 years ago. Where has father gone? I have yet to see him today. Young Vegeta pondered, bewildered. At this hour, his father would typically be urging him to train or imparting combat techniques. Clad in battle attire, the customary garb of all Saiyans, along with a red cape, the young prince stepped outside with an impassive demeanor. On his way, he encountered 2 other Saiyan youths, also dressed in battle gear. "Prince Vegeta," exclaimed the bald boy, Nappa, who had been mocking the subordinate warrior Raditz. Upon seeing the prince approach, he hastily bowed, his earlier haughty demeanor and Raditz's presence now starkly contrasting with his current subservience. Young Vegeta dismissed him entirely, as if he were invisible, walking past Nappa and Raditz with an expressionless visage. In the eyes of young Vegeta, there existed only 2 types of individuals in the world: those who were weaker than him, deemed worthless, and those who would inevitably become weaker. The 2 he had just encountered clearly belonged to the former category, utterly devoid of merit. Upon entering his father's chamber, young Vegeta heard the unmistakable sounds of feasting within. Who could it be? He concealed himself behind a column, cautiously peering out, incredulous at the sight of an extraterrestrial with rabbit-like ears, seated at the far end of the long table, reveling in a sumptuous banquet laid out before him. Beneath this creature's feet lay the proud head of King Vegeta, who was now prostrated. "Father." Young Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his small fist clenched tightly. On the planet Kanesa, a cacophony of destruction resounded. Once a realm of beauty, abundance, and tranquility, it was mercilessly obliterated by a horde of colossal, hellish apes. The populace screamed, fled, resisted, struggled, wept, roared, mourned, bled, and sank into despair, perishing in the chaos. We were utterly defenseless. Perish, you extraterrestrial fiends. This is the curse of our planet. Illusory magic fist. High above, the deity of destruction, Beerus, observed with keen interest as the last native delivered a final blow to Bardock. He mused, so this is how this individual became cursed. The collective grievances of all beings on this planet coalesced within that fist. Well, there was nothing more to do, so I might as well return to slumber. Stretching lazily, Beerus yawned widely, his eyes still heavy with sleep, glancing at his newly acquired attendant, Whis, and casually remarked, "Let us depart, Whis." "Yes, Lord Beerus," Whis responded, discreetly concealing the beverage he had just retrieved from the ground behind him. Kakarot. Die Frisia. Within the immense violet sphere of energy, a scion warrior, adorned with a red cloth tied around his forehead, gazed with a dazed expression. Once more, the silhouette of a youth bearing his likeness flashed before him. Kakarot. The scion warrior, alongside the planet Vegeta, gradually faded into the brilliant fireworks. However, unnoticed by all. A subtle glimmer within the fireworks shot forth into the dark expanse of the universe. Inside a spherical spacecraft, a baby with spiky black hair curled up peacefully in slumber. Fly away, fly away. Kakarot, has 007 mistakenly arrived on Earth? Old Sun Wukong, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, though advanced in years with hair and beard now grayed, still walked with a steady gait, navigating the mountain path with remarkable agility. Today's weather was splendid, and everything around him exuded tranquility. Each time he pondered the youthful, fervent spirit of his master, who, despite his age, remained as passionate as ever. Old Sun Wukong would resolutely remind himself, "I am not yet worthy of being called old." What is that? As the esteemed disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Wu-Tian, Old Sun Wukong's martial prowess reached unparalleled heights, embodying an extraordinary mastery over the flow of energy around him, placing him among the world's elite practitioners. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed something plummeting rapidly from the sky. A meteorite? In recent years, Old Sun Wukong had certainly encountered many spectacles in the bustling cities of the Federation, so he was not entirely isolated from the world. The type of martial artist who lived in seclusion had nearly vanished since the Queen of the Federation initiated a global martial arts movement 32 years ago, establishing the Martial Artist Guild. Even his legendary master, Wu Tian, had succumbed to the Queen's beckoning, albeit with a hint of drool, though it feels somewhat irreverent to speak of his master thus. Once the martial arts deity had acknowledged the guild, martial artists worldwide gradually embraced it, joining various dojos. As the deity of martial arts, Master Roshi's influence within the martial community was indeed unparalleled. With these thoughts in mind, Old Sun Wukong swiftly arrived at the site of the meteor's descent, discovering a vast, circular crater. What could it be? It didn't resemble a mere stone. Is it open? Having devoted his life to martial arts, Old Sun Wukong possessed keen eyesight far beyond that of ordinary people, even from a distance. He quickly discerned movement within the spherical object at the crater's center. What is that? Emerging from the spherical entity was a small child, no more than 3 years old, clad in a tunic made of animal hide. As the child stumbled out, bewildered and disoriented, he promptly fainted. As a benevolent martial artist, Old Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the bamboo basket and carefully descended the sloped edge of the crater. Upon reaching the bottom, he found the child had indeed lost consciousness. However, what caught his attention was a tail. Old Sun Wukong stared in astonishment at the furry, brown tail that protruded from the child's backside. Many years prior, beastmen and half-beasts had peacefully coexisted with humans on Earth, so Old Sun Wukong was not particularly shocked. Although the child bore a striking resemblance to a human child, the monkey-like tail seemed rather peculiar, yet he dismissed it without further concern. Is there another? As the venerable Son Gohan gazed into the spherical object, he beheld a naked infant curled up inside, adorned with a crown of spiky black hair, blissfully slumbering. Are you two forsaken? He sighed, cradling the two children, one on each side, before gradually leaping from the abyss. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the child clad in animal hide nestled against his left side subtly opened his eyes and murmured in a barely audible tone, "Excellent, we have scored." As he triumphantly clenched his tiny fist. Over 4 years prior, before he was dispatched from planet Vegeta, Cavasir had quietly trailed Bardock, imprinting the essence of his beloved wife, Hanasia, in his memory. Although he was subsequently sent away to the distant planet Doria, Cavasir could still occasionally pinpoint Hanasia's presence, light years away in the cosmos. Thus, It was only natural for him to discern that, on a day 3.5 years later, Hanasia's aura was intertwined with another's. At that moment, Cavasir realized she was with child. 10 months later, when the faint new essence detached from Hanasia's, Cavasir understood that planet Vegeta was being obliterated by that villain, Frieza. And that Kakarot, known as Son Goku, was soon to be sent to Earth. Consequently, Cavasir did not hesitate to exhaust all his energy, executing an ultra-long-distance instant transmission. Hitching a ride with the slumbering Kakarot, an opportunity too fortuitous to overlook. Though reluctant to assume the role of a grandson, the most prudent and reliable path to successfully apprentice under the venerable Master Roshi was indeed to follow Son Gohan's route, a method only the most eccentric of fanfiction would dare to emulate. The reincarnation of Cavasir was fundamentally driven by a desire to fulfill a longing from his previous lives. Wishing to train and cultivate alongside Sun Wukong and the warriors from the original tales of Dragon Ball. In his past existence on that earth, he was constrained to the monotonous cycle of attending school, studying, and then transitioning into work and sleep, leaving no time for the indulgence of whimsical daydreams that might be deemed frivolous or a waste of life's precious moments. However, in this new world, no one would impede him from pursuing his passions any longer. Krillin's apprenticeship under Master Roshi undoubtedly stemmed from his affiliation with the Kame House. As such a distinguished figure as Master Roshi could hardly be disconnected from a prominent martial arts sect like Kame House, perhaps even harboring untold stories with its monks and nuns. Cavasir, brimming with confidence, endeavored to divert his attention from the elderly Son Gohan, who was persistently attempting to insert a milk bottle into his mouth. "You old geezer, mark my words, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. By the way, when exactly did that rascal Goku tumble down the valley?" Cavasir, with an expression of impatience, used his foot to pin the small figure of Goku, now more appropriately referred to as Little Kakarot, against the wall beside the bed. Little Kakarot, with a fierce countenance, incessantly flailed his fists and legs, likely harboring the desire to land a solid blow upon the loathsome figure before him. Though aware of the character you would eventually become, I must admit that your current demeanor is quite irksome. Should I suffer a minor setback and personally ensure you are accidentally dispatched? Cavasir lay on the bed, deep in thought, his feet steady. Little Kakarot was utterly unable to escape, firmly pinned against the wall, his short limbs flailing helplessly. "Kasi, are you bullying Goku again?" came the gentle yet aged voice of old Son Gohan from the doorway. "I'm not bullying him. It's just that this little rascal attempted to bully me and was gently subdued instead," Cavasir replied, waving his hand dismissively. He turned his head, a look of eager anticipation on his face, and asked, "Old man, don't you have any thoughts about joyfully carrying Goku in a backpack and taking him for a delightful stroll in the mountains today, perhaps near the valley?" "No. Why do you ask?" Old Son Gohan maintained his benevolent demeanor. "As for their titles, I am Cavasir, and I cannot recall anything else. And I certainly will not call you grandfather, so forget it, old man," Cavasir playfully retorted to old Son Gohan. "However, today, people from the World Martial Arts Association in New Capital will come to take me out for some matters. They will arrive in a flying vehicle, and I will bring both of you along," old Son Gohan said, affectionately ruffling Cavasir's short, spiky black hair. Cavasir appeared utterly bewildered. "New Capital? World Martial Arts Association? What on earth are these?" he exclaimed. "And old man, haven't you been living a solitary life on Bunsha Mountain? What are you doing in the city? Did I land on the wrong earth?" 008 The World Martial Arts Association, Part 1. Even when old Son Gohan lifted him into the back seat of the flying vehicle, Cavasir could not comprehend the implications of old Son Gohan's earlier words. New Capital? How could they disregard a devoted Dragon Ball fan like me? He fumed, gesturing angrily. Although Bulma's family resides in West Capital, there's south no such place as New Capital on the map of Dragon Ball Earth. What is this New Capital nonsense? Just because it's newly built, it gets such a casual name? It sounds like something akin to a capital city. What is going on? The World Martial Arts Association? The only thing I can think of is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Martial arts schools exist only in the original TV adaptations, right? He continued, his anger intensifying. What is the deal? I am a diehard fan of the original manga, you know. The original work never mentioned any martial arts schools, did it? It's as if they're treating it like a franchise. Is this really acceptable? Seriously, are you not tired of this? In the rear seat of the aircraft, Cavasir regained his senses and swiftly swatted away the small, milk-scented paw that had reached his face. With an expression of displeasure, he began to knead the chubby, fierce-looking cheeks of little Kakarot, gazing into his round, sparkling eyes. As he playfully contorted Kakarot's tender face into various shapes, he spoke with gentle affection. "Oh, my beloved brother. How I long to simply toss you away with a swift biu." Little Kakarot, flailing and protesting, could do little against his merciless brother, whose playful manipulation of his cheeks produced sounds that resembled endearing whines. "It is not that I lack patience, dear brother, rather. I must blame the future you for having firmly occupied my heart, my foolish sibling." Caviezel found that ever since he discovered that Vegeta had become his brother, he increasingly delighted in the phrase "my foolish little brother." Even now, he could not resist uttering it in the presence of Goku. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the venerable son Gohan seated a few rows ahead. "I see. The World Martial Arts Tournament 2 years from now. Let me think. It should be the 19th, right? Has Her Majesty finally decided to implement a comprehensive reform of the competition format? It seems those old-timers from the tournament have also come to terms with it." Ah, the World Martial Arts Tournament. Such a nostalgic term, brimming with love, justice, and passion. No, that is not the crux of the matter. Cavalier found himself momentarily unsettled. A queen? A queen, indeed? Old Gohan. Are you certain you Haven team has spoken? Is your king not a talking cat? Or perhaps a dog? A reform in the competition? A comprehensive overhaul? What need is there for changes to such a rudimentary contest as the World Martial Arts Tournament? I implore. The latter stages are merely a gimmick or simply a device to advance the plot, is it not? Why does it suddenly evoke the sensation of the national tournament from Slam Dunk? This Earth, I absolutely do not recognize it at all. Though I find myself weakly lamenting internally, I must admit that Cavalier is rather looking forward to it. After all, the main protagonist, Goku, is currently nestled within his grasp. And even the minor character, Gohan, has not vanished. Therefore, one might presume that characters like Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo are unlikely to be eliminated by the butterfly effect. Indeed, the more unfamiliar and exhilarating this world becomes, the better. Wait a moment. Did I not instruct little Shaw to exercise some restraint over the planet's development? According to the old man's words, it appears that the so-called martial arts institution and the global trend of martial arts were both propelled decades ago by that inexplicably intrusive queen. How vexing. Had this occurred several centuries earlier, humanity's average combat power? No, merely the peak combat power might have reached a significant level. Not excessively so, but perhaps just above 1,000, or more reasonably above 300. In such a case, the Scions would not have sent infants hurtling through the cosmos, would they? Even if they were weaklings. Who would willingly squander their population in such a manner? This implies that my dear Goku nearly missed the opportunity to arrive on Earth. The entire narrative was on the verge of being utterly rewritten. This primary dimension was almost reduced to the status of other parallel dimensions. My reincarnation would have been rendered utterly meaningless. If such an occurrence were to transpire, little Shaw, you must commit seppuku. It is imperative that you do so. Caviezel sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Yet, as he recalled the sudden emergence of Xiao Sha, he remembered that his identity verification aboard the spaceship had relied upon his unparalleled divine power, unique throughout the cosmos. However, now, apart from his soul, or divine essence, he had truly become an ordinary scion, composed of mere flesh and blood. Consequently, it was utterly impossible for the current Xiao Sha to allow him aboard the vessel. What a lamentable circumstance this was. Although with the divine essence still at his disposal, he could invoke the primordial forces of the universe. He lacked the Kaioshin's corporeal form to serve as a vessel for those primordial energies. After all, even the slightest trace of such cosmic essence would weigh heavily in the balance. How could his frail limbs withstand even a mere touch of that magnificent power? Ah, they have arrived. Cavalier pressed his face against the glass, gazing down at the bustling white metropolis below. The streets sprawled in intricate patterns, while the suspended thoroughfares buzzed with an incessant flow of vehicles and passers-by, as aerial crafts gradually descended onto the verdant rooftop of a towering edifice. Master Sun Wukong, it is such an honor to have you grace us with your presence, he heard a middle-aged man in a suit exclaim excitedly as he approached, eager to shake hands with the venerable Sun Wukong, who was leading the way. And who might this child be? The suited gentleman inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion as he noticed the spiky-haired infant cradled in the elder's arms, the little one seemingly exhausted from playing and now fast asleep. This is my grandson, Cavalier. Come, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Roth, the general manager of the Global Martial Arts Association, Sun Wukong replied, addressing his grandson. Although somewhat reluctant, Cavalier feigned a slight bow. Greetings, Mr. Roth. Haha, Master Sun Wukong has such a brilliant grandson. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Shall we head inside?" As they exited the elevator, Kavizar overheard whispers surrounding him. "Look, it's Elder Sun. It's been years since he last visited the martial arts hall." One voice exclaimed, "If only I could become a disciple of Elder Sun. I would have already entered the inner hall. It may be arduous, but after all, he is the god of martial arts and his foremost disciple." Kavizar pondered the implications of their words. Realizing that due to the influence of that troublesome queen, the status of martial artists had significantly risen, even among the common populace. Inner hall? So, there exists a so-called outer hall as well. Could these individuals be part of it? Kavizar glanced around the brightly lit hall that resembled a gym. On the wall directly opposite him, the characters Tianxia were inscribed in large, elegant calligraphy. Scattered throughout the hall were approximately 20 to 30 men and women. Some engaged in running on treadmills while others donned boxing gloves to strike wooden dummies, all fervently exercising their bodies while sharing laughter and conversation. Essentially, all martial arts schools are divided into two sections, the outer and inner halls. The outer hall caters to those who have a passion for martial arts but cannot endure significant hardship, often due to commitments to study or work, which prevent them from dedicating ample time to training. Such individuals typically join the outer hall. Conversely, those who are wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts, sincerely seeking the path, and possess both the time and energy to commit, are the ones who enter the inner hall. However, that door is merely the restroom, not the entrance to the inner hall. The inner hall is not located within the city. Rather, it is generally situated in rural areas, as those who wish to practice martial arts must be willing to endure hardship. Upon hearing the curious inquiry from Master Sun Wukong's young grandson, the middle-aged man in a suit, experiencing a moment of nostalgia, could not help but smile and enthusiastically introduce the concept. "Oh, I see." Kavizar, having comprehended the locations, nodded a determination to embrace the rigors of martial arts training. He had, of course, prepared himself mentally for the arduous journey ahead. Casting a glance around the hall at the men and women, who, despite being drenched in sweat, exchanged flirtatious glances, Kavizar couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. The external venue? Merely a gymnasium. So, this is how we have been dispatched? At the entrance of the building, Kavizar crossed his arms, his expression one of displeasure. They truly regarded him as a child, bringing him to the big city for amusement. "Kavizar, your grandfather only wishes the best for you. Spending all your time in the mountains, a little urban experience can be quite enlightening." Behind Kavizar stood a casually dressed woman with glasses, cradling the sleeping little cockroach in her ample bosom. "Why do I have this strange feeling of taking a last look at this vibrant world, for soon I shall endure hellish training." The old man must have intended it this way. Kavizar scoffed. Although merely 2 months had passed, Gohan had already discerned that his eldest grandson was exceptionally intelligent and remarkably mature, despite still being a mere 5 years old. As for the calm woman behind him, the middle-aged manager in a suit had initially intended to assign a burly young man to safeguard Kavizar and little cockroach. However, Kavizar would not tolerate being perceived as a mere child, parading through the streets with a male companion. Thus, he naturally designated the woman from the gym. It was not due to her physique. Let there be no misconceptions. It was merely a reflection of the dignity befitting the esteemed king of the universe. That emblem on the colossal building in the distance, was that the logo of the Universal Capsule Company? Kavizar's keen eyes caught sight of a massive structure adorned with a symbol resembling an incense coil emblazoned upon its facade. The woman, Yana, who was walking behind Kavizar while cradling little cockroach, was somewhat taken aback by Kavizar's murmurs. She casually remarked, "I heard that Dr. Briefs from Capsule Corporation is coming to New Capital for a technology exchange conference." "Briefs?" "Ah, Bulma's father, the very one who constructed the spaceship that took Goku to Namek." Kavizar strolled casually down the street, his petite frame a stark contrast to the tall woman, Yana, who followed behind him. Even if she wished to hold his hand, she would have to bend slightly, so Kavizar opted to walk independently. Yana was not merely an employee under the middle-aged manager in a suit at the martial arts school. She was simply a member of the external branch of the Tianxia Martial Arts School. What set her apart was not her beauty or physique, but the fact that she had once been a member of the internal branch. At the tender age of 7, the spirited young Yana had insisted on learning martial arts. Her father, with no other option, enrolled her in the external branch of the Tianxia Martial Arts School. The very next day, a fuming little girl confronted her father, glaring at him in silence. Her father quickly realized that his astute daughter had likely discovered the existence of both internal and external branches. Despite his efforts to keep this information from her, This passionate and determined woman had abruptly withdrawn from the internal branch after her father's unexpected passing, making a resolute decision to safeguard the legacy he had dedicated his life to. Over the course of her 22 years, Yana believed she had encountered a myriad of experiences, both in the realm of martial arts and beyond. She had indeed met her fair share of prodigies, including the daughter of Dr. Briefs, whose extraordinary intellect had once left Yana, a former academic star, feeling profoundly humbled. However, she found the little boy before her, Cavasser, to be exceptional. Not only did he speak with an air of maturity far beyond his years, but he had also exchanged only a few words with her thus far. Yana vividly recalled the moment she first laid eyes on Bulma, Dr. Brief's daughter, when the notion that the little girl was a genius had flashed through her mind. Now, as she followed the small child with a brown tail swaying behind him, an image of a figure, though not particularly tall, yet undeniably upright, flashed before her eyes. What am I thinking? Yana gently patted her face and muttered to herself in exasperation. Her hands were steady, her steps firm, and the small cockroach she cradled in her arms slept soundly. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, are those men over there leering inappropriately at the little girl? Yana observed a little boy ahead, his hand shielding his eyes as he gazed excitedly across the street. In every city, there exist secluded and dimly lit alleyways, no matter how vast. A scruffy middle-aged man, his head bowed, turned from the bustling crowd into a sparsely populated lane. Before him trotted a little girl, seemingly no more than 4 or 5 years old, with charming lavender hair tied in a simple ponytail, bouncing along without a care, blissfully unaware of the deranged man stalking her. The middle-aged man felt an exhilarating rush. Fate seemed to conspire in his favor as he found himself in such a remote location. His heart raced with excitement, and he noticed, to his delight, that there were no other souls around. Unable to contain himself, he quickened his pace to catch up with the girl. He extended his trembling right hand, poised to strike at the delicate nape of her neck. How pure and innocent she seemed, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a twisted fervor. He brought his hand down with force, but to his astonishment, he struck nothing but air. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped for breath, scanning his surroundings in shock. The little girl had vanished. What had transpired? Confusion washed over him. Was he dreaming? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard the rush of wind behind him. Bang! In an instant, the world spun chaotically, and he was overwhelmed by the metallic scent of his own blood. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he writhed on the ground, crying out in agony. The pain finally registered. It felt as if his back, neck, and right calf had been struck with a hammer, the intensity blurring his vision. His face pressed against the ground, he could faintly see the crimson liquid spreading around him, and he groaned in increasing torment. Yana, having skillfully caught the small cockroach she had just thrown, regarded the middle-aged man beneath her with a cold expression. Disgust filled her gaze as she viewed the man who had harbored such twisted desires for the innocent girl. With a dismissive scoff, she lifted her chin, no longer interested in the sight of this depraved individual. Where was Cavasser? The little girl had also vanished, causing Yana to furrow her brow in confusion and a hint of anxiety. This boy was none other than the grandson of Master Sun Wukong, and losing him would indeed be a grave matter. As someone with a deep passion for martial arts, Yana held great reverence for the venerable Master Sun Wukong, and her admiration for the legendary figure behind him, the god of martial arts, was nothing short of fervent adoration. Master Sun Wukong was known for his amiable nature and unparalleled martial prowess, having reportedly reached the pinnacle of mastery, a state of chi that few in the world could rival. Thus, the god of martial arts, who surpassed even Master Sun Wukong in greatness and legend, must surely embody the utmost dignity of a grand master, someone whose every gesture and utterance encapsulated the profound truths of martial arts. A venerable elder whose very movements exuded the essence of the martial way. This was Yana's unwavering belief. So where on earth had the little rascal, Cavasser, scurried off to? Casting her gaze about, she found no trace of Cavasser or the girl with the purple ponytail from moments before. Meanwhile, on a street 100 meters away, passers-by gazed in astonishment at the two children who had suddenly appeared before them, their faces etched with bewilderment as they exchanged glances, pondering the origins of these unexpected visitors. How could they have seemingly materialized out of thin air? It defied all logic. The purple-haired girl was evidently startled by this abrupt shift in scenery, especially as it had occurred to her. Almost losing her composure, she felt her hand tremble in her pocket, nearly causing her to drop the prepared bodyguard OP-3 model robot capsule. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, glaring at the boy with the black, spiky hair who was holding her. "Let go of me." Not a chance, what of it? Cavasser raised an eyebrow dismissively, his gaze flicking to the subtle bulge in her pocket, which unmistakably hinted at the capsule. It was clear that this little girl was rather bold, resorting to such gadgets to manage her affairs. He realized that her previous actions mirrored those of a mischievous little sister, intentionally provoking the middle-aged man for her own amusement. Humph. The girl twisted, breaking free from Cavasser's grip, her hands clasped behind her back as she raised her chin defiantly, letting out a haughty hum. She then shot a glare at the onlookers who were clearly enjoying the spectacle, preparing to make her exit. Cavasser chuckled as he observed the little girl's haughty demeanor. Was she attempting to be endearing? Indeed, he found himself quite captivated. As he caught up to her and walked alongside, he tilted his head and inquired, still maintaining the prideful attitude, "What is your name?" "I am not a lowly enthusiast. I am not a lowly enthusiast. I am not a lowly enthusiast." Cavasser pondered to himself. He was merely inquiring from the perspective of an older brother, engaging with a rather intriguing young girl. "Why should I tell you?" she retorted. The little girl, with her hands clasped behind her back, continued on her way, her face adorned with a haughty expression, although her eyes betrayed an insatiable curiosity. What had just transpired? How had they suddenly arrived here in such an astonishing manner? At this point, her wide eyes sparkled with excitement, as if captivated by the marvel of the inexplicable. "I have no interest in bargaining with others. If you don't wish to speak, then let it be," Cavasser scoffed, curling his lip. Such a young girl, yet she dares to engage in this manner with her brother. He couldn't help but wonder why he felt an inclination towards youthful conversations, finding himself able to engage with someone so much younger. Cavasser suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, his face turning pale. It seems that reincarnation carries its own risks. I am at the twilight of my life. Yana, cradling little Cockroach, hurriedly dashed out of the alley, only to find Cavasser, the little rascal, strolling towards her alongside the purple-haired girl from earlier. "Hey, Yana, where are you off to?" Cavasser waved, somewhat puzzled by her frantic demeanor. What's wrong with you, Yana?" she thought, her mind in disarray. How did these two little ones appear so suddenly? Just then, little Cockroach in Yana's arms awoke, and almost synchronously with opening his eyes, he let out a wail, kicking his little legs vigorously. "He is hungry," Cavasser asserted with certainty. "In the fast food restaurant, we're having our meal. Why are you tagging along?" Cavasser bit into a burger, deliberately provoking the little girl. "I'm hungry too," the girl retorted, her expression one of incredulity as she cheerfully munched on fries and slurped her juice. Little Cockroach, perched on Yana's lap, was demolishing a feast of chicken legs, large, meaty, and robust. Yana watched him anxiously. Initially, she had been opposed to allowing Goku, as she had inquired about Cockroach's name from Cavasser, to consume such food. After all, he was barely a year old, wasn't he? It must have taken over 6 months to fly from planet Vegeta to Earth. And old Gohan had been caring for the two of them for 3 months now. Just a month ago, this little one had been gradually requiring his grandfather to venture into the mountains to roast wild boars for him. Cavasser explained, "Not just little Cockroach. Even I feel an uncontrollable urge and desire when faced with a table laden with food ever since I reincarnated as a scion." Yana increasingly felt that her earlier intuition was spot on. These two voracious eaters were certainly no ordinary beings. As they exited the fast food restaurant, the little girl suddenly turned to Cavasser and said, "Now, as a reward for this meal, I'll tell you my name. It's Bulma. Don't laugh, remember it." She finished with a haughty expression and then skipped away. "Sister?" Cavasser scratched his head, perplexed. Bulma had such a personality when she was little? Cavisi was somewhat perplexed. The light purple hair, the brilliance, the omnipotent capsules, these were indeed the hallmarks of Bulma from Dragon Ball. Yet, in his recollection, Bulma in the earlier episodes was merely a high IQ girl prone to infatuation. How had she transformed into a tsundere akin to a rebellious young woman? Moreover, wasn't that a bit premature? Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. In fact, it seemed to align perfectly with her intelligence. Cowizel indeed remains indifferent, for after all, she is merely the wife of his foolish brother Vegeta, not his sister. What concern is it of his? Moreover, the little girl is still quite young. Who knows what experiences await her in the future, and how her temperament may transform. Goku, due to the sparse crowd along their path, noticed that little Cockroach appeared restless, prompting Ayana to set him down for a moment. Little did she know that as soon as his 4 paws touched the ground, he swiftly scurried off. Startled, Ayana, having never cared for a child before, immediately dashed after him to scoop little Cockroach back up. However, at that moment, Cowizel sees the wobbly brown furry tail protruding from the little one's behind. With such a grip, the boy could not hop about freely. Kawizel proudly introduced his own tail, which swayed unconsciously behind him to Ayana. Little Kakarot lay on the ground, appearing utterly drained of energy. Ayana's gaze shifted to Kawizel's tail. Today has been quite delightful. Aunt Ayana, Kawizel said, waving goodbye to Ayana as they boarded the spacecraft. Hearing Kawizel refer to her as Aunt, Ayana couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Responding, "Is that so? Hearing you say that brings me joy, sister." Sister. Little Kakarot still had his tail clutched in Kawizel's hand, maintaining his seemingly powerless demeanor. Yet his tiny brows furrowed slightly, revealing a fierce expression that left no doubt he would not be an easygoing individual in the future. "I am sincerely grateful for your personal visit, Master Son Gohan." The middle-aged manager Lot bowed deeply before his subordinates, expressing his heartfelt thanks to the venerable Son Gohan. His subordinates found nothing amiss with such a display of respect, considering he was the grand disciple of the god of martial arts. There is no need for such formality. The elderly Son Gohan gently waved his hand as he boarded the spacecraft with his two grandsons. The rear of the spacecraft erupted with a burst of white flames and quickly vanished from sight. "Such an interesting little one. I hope to see you again," Ayana murmured to herself as she squinted at the horizon where the spacecraft's fiery trail had disappeared. Upon returning to Bowsy Mountain, life resumed its tranquil state akin to a retreat into the wilderness. The only living humans she encountered daily were the elderly Son Gohan and little Kakarot. Surprisingly, Kawizel found himself rather fond of this way of life. Even in the absence of fervor or melodrama, living each day with such serenity was a delightful existence. Regarding martial arts, he was not in a hurry, for he understood that the venerable Sun Wukong would undoubtedly impart his wisdom to the two brothers. Moreover, he himself did not possess the overwhelming ambition to become the strongest in the universe, akin to the protagonists of fanfiction. Nor did he look down upon such trivial aspirations, being a dignified Kaishin. He was also particularly attentive, especially as the middle of the month approached. He would devise ways for little Kakarot to retire early, for he certainly did not wish to be turned into a mere pixelated image by this impudent child. Furthermore, he held a certain affection for old Sun Wukong. It would be unbearable for him to see that child inadvertently cause harm to someone who had treated him well. After all, acknowledging an elder as a grandfather was hardly a grand affair. It was merely a demonstration of kindness towards the elderly. The only thing that troubled Cavasier was the burning question: when would this mischievous child fall into the pit? "Where's my dear Goku?" Thus, as Cavasier had anticipated, on a splendidly sunny day, while the night had not yet fully receded and the world outside was still dimly lit, he was roused from his slumber by old Sun Wukong. "Kasi, from today onward, your grandfather shall begin your martial arts training," said old Sun Wukong with a beaming smile. Over the past few months, the elder had keenly sensed his grandson's yearning for martial arts. "Really?" Cavasier's eyes sparkled, dispelling the remnants of sleepiness and displeasure from his face. Although he harbored no intense ambition, his choice to reincarnate was indeed driven by the desire to train alongside the characters from the original story, to grow stronger, and to experience life. Now that he was finally set to formally embrace martial arts, he felt a surge of excitement. Previously, during his time as a Kaishin, his strength had been nearly invincible from the very beginning, and given that he had strayed far from the original storyline, he had never paid heed to martial arts techniques. Whenever he encountered bothersome foes, he simply bypassed them or crushed them outright. Although he had once sought advice from Bardock, it was primarily an attempt to maximize his inherent divine power. However, he was now a mere mortal devoid of divine energy, and Bardock, being a pure warrior, approached combat with a decisive ruthlessness that had no connection to martial arts or the philosophy of martial ways. "You must prepare yourself for hardship, at the very least. You cannot continue to sleep so late," old Sun Wukong said, his tone slightly more serious, his loose training attire exuding the aura of a master. Although Cavasier was not his biological grandson, old Sun Wukong, having dedicated his life to martial arts, cultivation, and inner peace, profoundly believed in destiny. He genuinely felt that Cavasier and Goku were destined to be connected to him, and he felt a deep fondness for both children. Old Sun Wukong was eager to pass on his martial arts knowledge to these two grandsons. However, the martial arts of the Turtle School emphasized philosophy rather than mere techniques. His only task was to solidify the martial foundation of these two children, ensuring they were thoroughly grounded, and then to entrust them to a master for proper training. Yes, Cavasier was already about 5 years old, naturally old enough to commence his martial arts journey. As for the little Wukong, he was still quite young and would need to wait another 2 or 3 years. Regarding the potential of these two grandsons, the elder son Wukong was quite confident. Not for any other reason, but due to their appetites, particularly the voracious appetite of little Wukong, which assured him that they were undoubtedly excellent candidates for martial training. Although the reasoning may seem somewhat simplistic and blunt, the elder son Wukong had faith in his discernment. However, even so, he did not anticipate that the talents of these two adopted grandsons would be so extraordinary. In the mountains, unaware of the passage of time, 5 years had swiftly flown by. Baobao Mountain remained as serene as ever. The morning sun cast a warm glow, and the gentle spring breeze caressed the air. In the forest, on the branch of a large tree, a boy with short, spiky black hair was hanging upside down, his arms crossed over his chest, supported by the fluffy, elongated brown tail that extended from his backside. This was a fruit tree, lush with green leaves, adorned with numerous red, unnamed wild fruits dangling from the branches. Suddenly, the boy, hanging by his tail, exerted force in his abdomen, causing his entire body to sway in midair, flipping several times before landing gracefully on his feet. Cavasser opened his eyes, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Beneath the great tree, he fluidly unleashed his punches and kicks, practicing the martial arts forms taught by the venerable Gohan. With each strike, his speed increased, his focus deepened, and his power intensified. A punch shot forth, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, followed by a kick that seemed to tear the very atmosphere apart. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, sweeping arms, and whip-like legs combined in a symphony of movement. His body warmed, invigorated, as if his muscles and blood were rejoicing in unison. The Turtle School does not adhere strictly to martial arts forms, emphasizing instead the principles of combat. However, it does possess its own foundational techniques. In the original tale, young Goku and Krillin, especially Goku, already had a commendable martial arts foundation when they sought wisdom at the Turtle Hermit's abode. Thus, Master Roshi imparted his teachings accordingly, adapting to their individual needs and the times. Similarly, the elder Gohan approached the training of his two grandsons, commencing with simpler martial arts forms as they began their journey, while also incorporating fundamental exercises to strengthen their bodies. After completing several rounds of practice, Cavasser was already glistening with sweat. As it was merely a warm-up, he gradually relaxed, pressing his hands down from his forehead, suppressing the energy he had summoned. Casting a glance at the nearby fruit tree, he observed the boughs laden with ripe fruit. Stroking his chin as he approached the sturdy trunk, with a slight forward step, he shifted his weight back, extending his left palm while retracting his right fist to his waist, grounding himself in a poised stance. Focusing his mind, he exclaimed, "Ha!" and struck the tree trunk with a powerful punch. The impact reverberated, causing the robust tree to shake violently, sending the red fruits cascading down like rain. The sound of fruit hitting the ground echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Kavisi's tail resembled a whip, striking down the fallen fruits with a resounding crack, often shattering them entirely. Yet, Kavisi could only attend to the fruits that tumbled on his side. Those on the opposite side remained untouched. With a forceful kick against the tree trunk, a series of sharp sounds erupted. As he continued to kick, his tail was nearly numbed from the relentless exertion, having ravaged the fruits of 6 whole trees. However, it mattered little, for these fruits were inedible unless one wished to endure a day-long bout of stomach distress, much like that little rascal Kakarot. His tail had been sufficiently exercised. By the lakeside, Kavisi cleaned the fruit jam from his tail's fur, muttering to himself, shaking off the droplets of water. He stood up and stretched luxuriously. Perhaps I shall seek out that flying craft later. Kawizzle pondered for a moment before swiftly shedding his garments and plunging into the cool embrace of the small lake. After all, a good wash felt far more refreshing after a bout of perspiration. Along the woodland path, a wild boar, adorned with a mane of ebony bristles, ambled leisurely. The underbrush rustled slightly. With a start, the boar lifted its head, its large eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Noticing nothing particularly alarming, it relaxed its jaws, revealing its elongated tusks. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from the thicket, leaping above the unsuspecting boar. With a fierce cry, the figure brandished a crimson staff, poised to strike. As it descended upon the boar, it forcefully jabbed the weapon into the creature's nape. The boar emitted a piercing scream, its vision momentarily clouded with pain. Just as it summoned all its strength to wriggle and escape, a shaft of sunlight broke through the trees, illuminating the shadowy figure. It was a child with spiky black hair, his expression fierce. After delivering the blow, he bellowed, "Rui Bang, extend." Miraculously, the staff responded, glowing brightly, as its lower end remained embedded in the boar's neck. The staff rapidly elongated, propelling the child upward into the air. Almost simultaneously, the child concentrated all his might and thrust downward. With a sickening sound, the tip of the red staff burst forth from the boar's throat, splattering hot crimson blood. The boar let out a mournful grunt, and as the wound gushed forth more blood, it soon lay still, its eyes rolling back. Little Cockroach executed a nimble somersault from the heights, landing gracefully beside the lifeless boar. "Done," he said, a grin spreading across his face. Though merely a 5-year-old innocent child, there was an unsettling, bloodthirsty quality to his smile. "Revert, Rui Bang." The towering staff, still lodged in the boar, began to glow and swiftly retracted to its original length upon his command. Cockroach hoisted the staff onto his shoulder, though the boar remained partially grounded, its lower half dragging along the earth due to his diminutive stature. "Where has that guy gone? He's always appearing and disappearing lately." Cockroach muttered to himself, a hint of defiance lacing his tone. "One day, I'll take you down, brother." He referred to his sibling, Kawizzle, that fellow who always seems to overshadow him. Feeling famished, perhaps it would be wise to first consume this pig and save lunch for later. The map of the Dragon Ball world, Section 013, the power level detector. I ponder how far the old man Gohan used to wander. I wonder why we have reached the third peak without yet discovering that spherical spacecraft. Throughout the jungle, in the valleys and forests, the traces of Cavasser are everywhere. He parted the wild grass, feeling rather vexed as he stroked his chin. I recall from the original narrative that Goku's son, Gohan, once succumbed to loneliness while being trained by Piccolo and returned home, only to stumble upon the very spherical craft that Goku had once used to travel to Earth in his youth. It was the light emitted by the craft that transformed him into a great ape. Although this sequence is merely from the animated series, the concept has even persisted into fan-made sequels such as Super Saiyan 4. This has strayed from the main topic. Where on earth could that contraption be? As Cavasser conversed with himself to alleviate his boredom, he navigated through the forest in a parkour style, searching for the spherical spacecraft that had transported him and little Cockroach. While sprinting along the mountain path, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and his mind wandered aimlessly through various thoughts. Ahead, 2 grand trees lay broken and fallen, obstructing the path. Swish! Kavizir aimed for the gap between the 2 fallen logs obstructing his path. His pace did not falter. In fact, he quickened his stride. With a powerful push from his legs, he leapt into the air, his body gracefully stretching as he soared towards the opening, skillfully wedging himself into it. Fortunately, there was no one around. At this moment, Kavizir found himself wishing to express sorrow by placing his hand on his forehead. Yet the constriction of his frame limited him to merely pushing his chest and head through the narrow space, rendering the gesture utterly futile and leaving him in a state of embarrassment. Even if one were to avoid the wrath of the heavens, one could still be ensnared by the remnants of those who had previously faced divine retribution. Young Cockroach spat out the last fragment of meat from a bone, patted his slightly distended belly, and let out a satisfied belch. Rejuvenated and filled with vigor, he was ready to face battle once more, vowing that one day he would vanquish that old man and everyone else who stood in his way. Clenching his fist, he was brimming with fighting spirit, his gaze fierce and determined. For him, the desire for combat and destruction was an intrinsic instinct. The very essence of existence lay in relishing the thrill of battle and deriving joy from the act of annihilation. Just contemplating this filled him with fervor, vigor, and an overwhelming sense of purpose. Was this not a natural sentiment? Though he might not articulate such a clear conclusion, the underlying thoughts and logic within young Cockroach's mind evidently resonated with this notion. Thus, he did not find his desire to combat and ultimately slay his brother and grandfather peculiar in the least. To him, it seemed rather ordinary. Only the strong could survive the clash of combat, and the powerful bore the obligation to extinguish the wretched lives of the weak, did they not? As for why that insufferable, bothersome brother and grandfather had yet to eliminate him despite defeating him numerous times, or why they had never inflicted upon him serious injuries, young Cockroach, driven by the cruel instinct embedded in his scion genes, found it perplexing. Foolish beings, if you do not vanquish me now, I shall show no mercy when the tables turn. In a fit of frustration, Cockroach kicked aside the makeshift grill he had constructed from branches to roast wild boar and extinguished the fire with a heavy stomp. Yet, despite the ferocity of his words, his voice retained a youthful timbre, lending an almost childish quality to his threats. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old lad, preoccupied with the singular ambition of defeating those 2 bothersome figures and bestowing upon them the finality of death as the victor. What else was there to contemplate? Before a quaint cottage nestled in the mountains, the venerable Sun Wukong, clad in his traditional garb and adorned with a round cap. Bore the signs of age in his grizzled beard, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding a spirit both robust and unwavering. At this moment, the esteemed martial arts master was diligently stitching garments for his two grandsons with a deft embroidery needle. Initially, the task of threading a needle and mending clothing posed a considerable challenge for the elder, yet after 5 years of practice, Master Sun Wukong had surprisingly become quite adept at it, stitching with a skill that rivaled that of a competent seamstress. What of it? What harm was there in sewing? For the sake of his beloved grandsons, the old man found joy in the endeavor. Ah, Goku, your disposition is far too unruly. As if struck by a thought, the venerable Sun Wukong chuckled softly while mending the torn trousers of young Kakarot, shaking his head with a sense of resigned affection for his mischievous grandson. Yet, his expression radiated warmth, despite the playful antics of these two boys, where the younger Goku was often unruly, and the elder's calm demeanor sometimes clashed with the younger spirited nature, leading to playful teasing. Sun Wukong found immense joy in their company. Life felt fulfilling and rich with their presence. However, he decided that the Kamehameha technique should be reserved until Goku matured and tempered his fiery disposition, lest he inadvertently harm others. As he continued his stitching, he murmured softly, contemplating, and smiled gently. Little Kasir possesses a commendable character, serene and uncontentious. Perhaps I shall impart the Kamehameha technique to him first. After all, it is my master's signature skill. I wonder how long it will take this little one to master it? The sunlight bathed the elderly man's wrinkled face and white beard in a golden glow, illuminating his kindly brows, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Time seemed to stand still in this peaceful existence. At last, he had discovered it. Beside a grove, there lay a circular pit with a diameter of 50 to 60 meters. The voice of Cavasser echoed with a hint of delight as he exclaimed. Without hesitation, he leaped into the round pit. The pit was shaped like an inverted cone, with a spherical object at its base, its surface adorned with a door that stood ajar. Even in daylight, a faint, flickering glow emanated from within the opening, casting an enchanting light. Cavasser delved into the spacecraft, rummaging through various compartments until he finally unearthed the item he sought within a toolkit. With a soft click, he affixed a lens-like device to his left ear, and upon pressing a button with his hand, an array of peculiar characters danced upon the dark green lens. These symbols, belonging to the Scion language, were universally recognized across the cosmos. However, they posed no barrier for Cavasser. He smiled, satisfied with his find. Despite having spent a year on planet Vegeta, Cavasser had only a rudimentary grasp of combat power metrics. While he possessed an innate ability to sense the energy of others, his mind was far from computational. Even if he could discern the strength of an opponent's aura, translating that into precise numerical values was beyond his capability. The advanced system aboard his former spaceship, known as Little Shaw, would have been far more adept at such tasks. Thus, the combat power detector proved to be quite beneficial for Cavasser. In the early chapters of Dragon Ball, the combat abilities of those around him were generally modest, seldom exceeding 100, with even the martial arts master, Master Roshi, boasting a power level of merely around 140. The presence of a combat power detector would undoubtedly facilitate matters significantly. For instance, during the Frieza saga of Dragon Ball Z, when Raditz arrived on Earth and Goku removed his weighted clothing, his power level was just over 400. Of course, once the Scion warriors ascended to the Super Saiyan state, their combat powers soared exponentially, often exceeding the billions. The combat power detector, which was already strained by readings of hundreds of thousands, would be rendered utterly insufficient in the face of such overwhelming strength. As Cavasser pondered these thoughts, he soared out of the pit using his flight technique, continuing to press buttons on the device affixed to his left ear. Previously on planet Vegeta, he had encountered this rudimentary combat power detector, so its operation posed little difficulty for him. The dark green lens displayed numbers in the universal language of the cosmos. Cavasser lacked the ability to convert the detector's text system into Earth-S script, but he resolved to seek Bulma's assistance in the future. The combat power detector, capable of measuring the power of others, naturally also revealed the combat power of its wearer. Cavasser, age 10, possesses a combat power of 92. It is reminiscent of the original narrative, where the young Sun Wukong's combat power was merely 50 upon descending from the mountain. In this light, Cavasser's current strength appears quite sufficient. Unlike the ambition to profoundly defeat Frieza, obliterate Cell, or contend fiercely with Majin Buu within a limited time frame, Cavasser wishes to progress steadily. savoring life while honing his martial skills. He aspires to improve daily, growing stronger in a natural and effortless manner. In the original tale, the royal bloodline of Vegeta raises the question, why does he lag behind the lower-class warrior Goku, increasingly distanced by time? The answer lies in the mindset. Vegeta engages in battle to assert his superiority, driven by pride and the desire to win, seeking the rewards that follow. In contrast, Goku fights purely for the sake of the battle itself, reveling in the challenge and yearning for formidable opponents. His combat is never motivated by the intent to vanquish or annihilate. Rather, it is a means to safeguard the Earth and his loved ones, or to experience transcendence through the act of fighting. Vegeta is an exceptional warrior, while Goku embodies the essence of a great martial arts master. The former may achieve rapid strength, yet the latter accumulates prowess through perseverance, advancing boldly and melodiously. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Cavasor aspires to emulate the greatness of his idol, Sun Wukong. Thus, upon gaining clarity about certain truths, he resolves to reincarnate and pursue these aspirations. Of course, his tranquil demeanor stems fundamentally from the understanding that he is not bound by mortality. Frieza? Cell? Bu? Indeed. They are formidable adversaries. To Cavasor, they represent significant threats, capable of obliterating him with a mere snap of their fingers. Yet, what does that signify? The essence of overwhelming combat power, when directed at Cavasor's divine essence, would leave no mark. In other words, even if Cavasor's corporeal form were to be destroyed, his soul, his divinity, would remain impervious to the likes of Frieza, Cell, or Bu. They exist on entirely different planes. One is a mortal being, while the other is divine. Mortals cannot touch the divine unless they themselves ascend to godhood. Regarding the destruction of his physical form, such an event merely becomes a matter of desire. A triviality in itself. What? You assert that resurrection is impossible? Such concerns need not trouble him. The very nature of a divine existence transcends the concepts of life and death, existing solely in the dichotomy of presence and absence. As long as the divine essence remains unextinguished, his existence is assured, thus rendering the notion of an inability to revive for a second time inconceivable. Fear of death does not perturb him. Cavasor remains composed and at ease, living according to his own desires without a hint of guilt. Meanwhile, Kakarot has reached the age of 5 this year. One wonders how his combat prowess has evolved. Kawizzle stroked his chin, disregarding the aircraft in the pit, and ambled back along the path. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, little Kakarot was on the hunt for wild beasts to engage in combat. All the while searching for that detestable fellow, Kawizzle. Though this little one possessed a rather ruthless temperament, he was not devoid of cunning. Since that bothersome brother would never truly harm him, why not seek him out for battles more frequently? It would certainly provide some experience for the eventual day when he would confront him. As Cavasor returned to the cottage, dusk was approaching. Old Sun Wukong was preparing dinner. Behind the cottage, some commonplace vegetables were growing, and in the vast Baozi Mountain, fruits were in abundance, with meat readily available everywhere. Every few months, Old Sun Wukong had to journey down to the nearby town to purchase large bags of rice, enough to last for quite a while. Fortunately, his second grandson, Wukong, had a brief nursing period. Otherwise, the demands of feeding alone would have been quite burdensome for Old Sun Wukong. I'm back. Cavasor naturally offered his assistance. Old Sun Wukong sensed that his second grandson Wukong was still in the mountains and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Compared to his eldest grandson, the second was indeed more mischievous and playful. The three of them had grown accustomed to dining outside the cottage, although little Kakarot had yet to return. It would not do to let the eldest grandson go hungry while waiting for the second. Thus, Old Sun Wukong urged Cavasor to eat first while he reclined on a rocking chair, gently swaying. Cavasor was indifferent to such matters. He felt an insatiable hunger, exacerbated by his scion lineage, which rendered his appetite alarmingly voracious. Grasping his chopsticks, he immediately began to eat with fervor. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and the evening breeze turned pleasantly cool. As Cavasor was indulging in his feast, he suddenly heard the Old Sun Wukong, seated on a nearby rattan chair, remark curiously, "Why has Goku's aura ascended to the heavens?" The old fellow rose to his feet, pondering whether he had been carried away by birds or pterosaurs. Covey Seal is somewhat amusing. It seems that he has only witnessed such occurrences in the younger, untrained Gohan from the past, of course. From that TV animation he once watched. The voice of the elder Gohan was filled with astonishment at that moment, recalling the object that had fallen. At this juncture, Anxiety had set in. What was that fallen object? Kawizel found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion, prompting him to attune himself to his brother's essence, which abruptly caused his countenance to shift dramatically. He suddenly lifted his gaze towards the heavens, only to witness the sun nearing its descent, casting an ominous twilight. A phenomenon, reminiscent of a comet, surged upwards with a swift and fervent trajectory, racing towards the vast, obsidian sky. It appeared as though the comet's portal had yet to be sealed. In a state of utter astonishment, Kawizel grappled with the realization that the flying craft, previously nestled within the mountains, had inexplicably activated and ascended into the celestial expanse. Most perplexingly, how could Kakarot's energy be emanating from within that vessel? When had this impudent boy ventured into the mountains where the craft lay? Goku, old son Gohan, filled with trepidation, gazed upwards at that enigmatic structure, which had landed here years prior with his two grandsons in tow, now hurtling rapidly into the sky, beyond the bounds of the atmosphere, leaving him utterly powerless to intervene. Unlike his master, the turtle hermit, old son Gohan lacked the ability to soar through the air or employ martial arts techniques of flight. He was aware that his master's nemesis, the crane hermit, possessed such skills. What was Goku to do? Would he merely stand by, helplessly watching his grandson ascend into the unknown? Truly, this boy was a magnet for trouble. Kawizel gritted his teeth, emitting a resigned grunt, yet his movements were swift. As the elder son Gohan remained fixated on the horizon, Kawizel's figure abruptly vanished from the dining table. The spherical spacecraft hurtled towards the cosmos, nearing the Earth's atmosphere. The craft's hatch was compromised, and its trajectory was precarious. Nevertheless, its velocity was formidable, resulting in intense friction with the air and an alarming rise in temperature. Young Kakarot, merely 5 years of age, was ruthlessly thrust against the innermost wall of the vehicle by the oncoming gale, his limbs splayed wide like a mural, firmly pressed against the craft's interior shell. The atmospheric pressure combined with the rapid ascent subjected his body to unimaginable strain. The diminishing air pressure and the searing heat from the violent friction rendered his skin parched and cracked, as if his very blood were vaporizing. A harsh, rasping sound emerged from his throat, reminiscent of iron scraping against stone, while his hair threatened to be ripped from his scalp, bearing the acrid scent of singed strands. Kakarot let out a pained growl, his senses gradually becoming clouded. It felt as though an expanding balloon within him was exerting pressure on his organs, his abdomen, his entire being. Should he breach the atmosphere and enter the vacuum of space, he would ignite, culminating in an explosion. Cavasir is acutely aware of this. That mischievous little rascal must have acted impulsively. One should refrain from meddling with things they do not understand. Cavasir's figure suddenly appeared outside the spacecraft, as if he had materialized from thin air. If one were to amplify and slow down the subsequent half-second, it would reveal him pressing against the exterior of the spherical vessel, slowly extending his hands to grasp the edges of the open hatch. Then, along with the spacecraft, which had transformed into a meteor streaking across the sky, he vanished abruptly. It was akin to witnessing a shooting star on the horizon, only to blink and find it gone, as if it had never existed, merely a figment of one's imagination. Yet, the lingering white plume of the spacecraft attested to the reality of its sudden disappearance, dispelling any notion of illusion. Old son Gohan, who had been anxiously observing, was filled with incredulity and confusion. In the next instant, a tremendous, piercing sound shattered the silence, crashing into old son Gohan's eardrum. Boom. A fierce wind seemed to materialize out of nowhere, violently sweeping toward the ground near him, snatching away the little round hat perched atop his head, revealing his long balding crown. As a master martial artist, old son Gohan's stance was undeniably stable. Despite the sudden gust, he remained upright. Almost simultaneously with the wind's arrival, he heard a colossal, explosive crash, reminiscent of water erupting from a lake, sending white waves soaring into the air. What was happening? Old son Gohan was astonished once more. As this turn of events surpassed his wildest imagination, he instinctively turned to call for his grandson, Cavasir, to investigate the commotion. Where was Cavasir? To prevent the spacecraft from departing before he could execute his instantaneous teleportation, Cavasir had to grip the doorframe with both hands and then teleport the vessel directly to the ground, adjusting its position to be nose down, transforming its ascent into a descent. Unlike his initial arrival, he could not teleport directly inside the spacecraft due to the relative speed, while he would not be crushed by the craft itself. The risk of injuring the small Kakarot inside was significant. After all, at 10 years old, Kakarot was considerably larger than he had been in the past, and Cavasir would have little chance of avoiding him if he entered directly, akin to dropping a meteorite of his size onto Kakarot. However, Cavasier underestimated the force generated by the spacecraft's high-speed flight. Although the time it took from gripping the doorframe to teleporting to the ground and then releasing his hands was likely less than a second, Cavasier felt as though his wrists, elbows, and shoulders had been instantaneously dislocated, rendering him momentarily numb. Boom. Cavasier emerged from the lake, his mind unclouded despite the pain that would have incapacitated most. His arms flailed like the limbs of a marionette in the turbulent waters. Yet his focus was solely on sensing the presence of the small cockroach. The poor fellow might not only be physically injured, but could also be teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. If left unattended, he might succumb to drowning. With a swift motion, Cavasier vanished from the water. He gripped the neck of the small cockroach, who was ensnared in the muddy depths of the lake, and executed an instantaneous teleportation to the shore. In an instant, Cavasier and the small cockroach materialized with a thud on the ground. The small cockroach's skin and fur bore the marks of burns, his flesh appearing as if it were crumbling, lips cracked, and his eyes clouded in yellow. He lay there resembling a lifeless body, with only the faintest rasping sound escaping his throat, reminiscent of iron scraping against stone, indicating that he still clung to life. As for Cavasier, the injuries to his arms and the exhaustion from successive teleportations had drained his stamina, causing him to lose consciousness. Cavasier awoke languidly, overwhelmed by an intense fatigue and a sense of depletion. He silently lamented that while utilizing the technique of instantaneous movement was indeed taxing, the sheer number of times he had employed it far outweighed the distance it covered. His fainting spell was exacerbated by a day filled with rigorous training, and the fact that he had dislocated his arms while approaching the high-speed vessel was truly a source of embarrassment. Cavasier opened his eyes with a hint of self-deprecation. It was already evening, and the humble cabin deep in the mountains lacked any form of electric lighting. However, the flickering candlelight upon the wooden table pierced through the dimness, prompting him to squint slightly. His dislocated arms had been expertly realigned and secured with wooden splints, likely by the old Sun Wukong. "You're awake." A gentle voice beside Cavasier spoke. He recognized it as the voice of the venerable Sun Wukong, discernibly laced with a touch of weariness. Cavasier turned his head and beheld the unconscious figure of little cockroach, lying precariously against the outer edge. The young lad was battered and bruised, his eyes barely open, revealing a sickly pale yellow scara. A faint, indistinct murmur emanated from his throat, a testament to his fragile state. Elder Sun Gohan was filled with deep concern. The specially formulated medicine had been administered, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Practitioners of martial arts possess a modicum of medical knowledge, and Elder Sun Gohan himself was a skilled herbalist and martial artist. Nonetheless, he felt utterly helpless in the face of his grandson's injuries, with his only recourse being to stabilize his condition as best he could. Cavasier gazed with a complex expression at the pained visage of his brother, who lay unconscious beside him. The once defiant, fierce, and rebellious face now bore only signs of weakness, anguish, and powerlessness. Was this the consequence of not having fallen into the abyss? Cavasier suddenly realized that for the past 5 years, he had seemingly failed to truly acknowledge his brother, simply because he was not the Goku of his dreams, but rather a pure scion named Kakarot. Was this truly right? Cavasier suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. He seemed to have neglected his younger brother, who was now in a state of uncertainty between life and death. At 5 years old, would Kakarot's character undergo a drastic transformation due to this unexpected turn of events? The flickering light of the dim oil lamp cast shadows that danced across the faces of old Sun Gohan and Cavasier, their profiles wavering against the wall. Suddenly, little Kakarot's body twitched slightly, trembling as he half-opened his eyes, his pupils quivering, revealing a state of disorientation. "Wukong, how do you feel?" Old Sun Gohan leaned closer to Kakarot's face, gazing into the child's unfocused eyes, filled with concern. Little Kakarot's vacant gaze instinctively sought out old Sun Gohan, whose small round hat had been swept away by a fierce wind. Preoccupied with the injuries of his 2 grandsons, he had paid little heed to such trivial matters, revealing the baldness that accompanied his advancing years. Wukong, how do you feel?" Old Sun Gohan perceptively noted his grandson's lingering confusion and softened his voice. Little Kakarot's vacant eyes reflected old Sun Gohan's bare scalp, his unfocused gaze drifting aimlessly for a moment before beginning to tremble violently. His pupils gradually began to redden. Something was amiss. Cavasier felt a sudden tightness in his chest as he followed the gaze of young Kakarot, landing on the bald head of old Sun Gohan. A fleeting suspicion flashed through his mind, and he cried out in alarm. Yet, it was already too late. The battered young Kakarot, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his mouth and roared. His body and limbs rapidly grew robust, while dark brown fur sprouted swiftly across his face and arms. With a resounding crash, the bed collapsed beneath him. "Run!" Cavasser shouted frantically at old son Gohan, who was momentarily stunned by the astonishing transformation. Kakarot's jaw jutted outward, and his teeth elongated into sharp fangs. Roar. The young Kakarot's stature surged upward, expanding in size as if inflated like a balloon, breaking through the ceiling in mere breaths. The floor began to crack under the strain. Old son Gohan staggered back. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed up at the monstrous figure, now resembling a giant ape. Had his grandson Goku truly transformed into a beast? Roar. The giant ape let out a furious bellow, swinging its arms and shattering the roof above. Its massive tail lashed about wildly, demolishing the walls as though they were made of paper, leaving deep grooves in the ground. "Run!" Cavasser gritted his teeth. Having been thrown to the ground by the sudden collapse, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the rapidly enlarging foot, struggling to his feet, he staggered toward old son Gohan. Even though young Kakarot's battle power was only in the 30s or 40s, once transformed into a giant ape, it could multiply tenfold. With a battle power of 300 to 400, combined with his enormous size, even old son Gohan would find direct confrontation utterly impossible. "Grandpa, hold on to me." As Cavasser lunged towards the venerable son Gohan, he bellowed, "If only I could teleport 300 meters away." Suddenly, a thick, shadowy tendril lashed out like a whip, striking Cavasser mid-leap and sending him crashing through the wall, propelling him into the open air. Bang! Crash! Thud! Kawizel was flung backwards, tumbling across the ground like a rag doll, skidding far until he collided with an uneven surface, resulting in the ominous sound of snapping ribs. Gasping in agony, he writhed on the ground, acutely aware that not only had several ribs fractured, but his previously healed left arm had dislocated once more. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned to glance back. Amidst the ruins, which had long lost any semblance of a structure, stood an immense black ape towering over 50 meters, howling in a frenzy, its crimson eyes brimming with savagery and madness. The colossal beast lifted its enormous left foot, descending with a bone-chilling crunch that sent shivers down one's spine. The lower half of old son Wukong was obliterated beneath the weight of the giant's foot. Wukong lay in torment, gazing up at the relentless beast as it pounded its chest and roared. With a thunderous roar, the giant had transformed into a creature solely driven by destruction, embodying pure brutality. In the distance, Kawizel lay immobilized on the ground, staring blankly at the harrowing scene, where the massive ape stood over the fallen elder. The giant lifted its foot off Wukong's left leg, revealing the gruesome remnants of his shattered lower body, a grotesque tableau of red, white, and yellow that was both repulsive and horrifying. Once more, the titanic foot descended upon Wukong, just as a colossal beam of blue and white light surged upward with tremendous force. It struck the base of the giant's tail at the moment before the foot landed. Wukong realized that the weakness of the beast lay in its tail. As Wukong contemplated this before being pulverized, he regretted not having the chance to gaze upon his grandson Kawizel one last time. It was only after the giant's tail was destroyed that it swiftly shrank in size, collapsing nearby, while Kawizel remained in a daze, fixated on the scene before him. 017 Transformation. Is old Wukong dead? Kawizel felt no need for surprise or any sense of acceptance regarding the inevitable, for after all, old Gohan met his demise rather early in the original narrative. Old Gohan has passed away. Ultimately, he was merely a secondary character. Despite his close ties to the protagonist, he remained a mere supporting role, with scant appearances in the manga. His death is inconsequential. The kindly old man, who always bore a benevolent expression, has departed from this world. Yet, one must remember that the realm of Dragon Ball is one where life and death hold little significance, is it not? Even in death, one can continue to exist serenely in the afterlife. In the television series, did not old Gohan venture to assist the great sage in tending to the furnace? Furthermore, this universe is blessed with the Dragon Balls, is it not? Grandfather has passed on. The dawn has arrived, yet rain begins to fall. Kawizel lay quietly on the ground, allowing the cold raindrops to pelt his face and body. His wounds clung to his clothing, and he was uncertain how many ribs had been broken. His left arm had dislocated once more, leaving him devoid of sensation. Yet, he remained utterly silent, gazing at the sky in profound contemplation. Kawizel reminisced over the past 5 years, reflecting on the gentle demeanor of that old man, his kind-hearted concern, and his rigorous training. Now, he has departed from this world. Bardak, who had thought he could momentarily forget those memories, was now engulfed by the shadows, disintegrating into mere dust. Angelia, sealed by his own hands. Alongside the resolute figures of the Supreme Kai, the East Kai, the West Kai, and the North Kai, stood as a testament to countless warriors and super warriors who fought valiantly across the cosmos. The harrowing sensation of witnessing their demise had returned once more. Cavasir experienced for the first time that the martial way is not merely a matter of words, to pursue and persist in it. One must possess the resolve to forge ahead through trials and tribulations. One must be prepared to confront death and embrace the inevitability of mortality. Approaching this endeavor with a mindset akin to that of a game is utterly futile. From the moment of his reincarnation, he ceased to be a deity. He became a mortal, a scion composed of flesh and blood. Perhaps he possesses certain exceptional traits, such as an indomitable divine essence, abilities like instantaneous movement, or foresight regarding certain matters, yet he is ultimately an ordinary being, a scion, and he must confront this reality. Thus, he must strive for strength. The rain ceased after a brief spell, and the gentle rays of the early sun broke through the clouds, casting their warmth upon the damp earth. Cavasir struggled to rise, his dislocated left arm hanging limply by his side. He staggered towards the collapsed structure, his pallid visage fixed upon the familiar garments strewn upon the ground. Alongside the vivid red, yellow, and white hues of blood plasma, bone fragments, and shattered entrails, Cavasir slowly knelt down and quietly offered 3 bows. Rising once more, he walked to the other side. There lay a small child with black spiky hair, naked, his previously brown tail replaced by a dark circular wound. This was the young Kakarot, who had once transformed into a great ape. At this moment, his expression was innocent, and his complexion had significantly improved from the grievous state he had been in before. It seemed that his self-healing abilities had been enhanced following his transformation. With this thought, Cavasir approached, dragging his feet, and with the tip of his right foot, he flicked the small Kakarot onto his shoulder, where he landed with a soft thud. Turning around, he took his first step. In the ruins of the shattered building, a mass of rubble was being manipulated by an invisible force, slowly rising and gathering. He took his second step. The clattering of falling stones buried the remains of old Gohan. He stepped forward and vanished. Suddenly, a beam crashed down from above, piercing the ground before the pile of debris. After lying in the town's welfare hospital at the foot of the mountain for 4 days, Cavasir returned to the mountains with the nearly healed little Goku. "Brother, where is our home?" Little Goku asked, gripping Cavasir's hand. Gazing up with an expression of innocence and bewilderment, Cavasir smiled gently and said, "If we cannot find it, we shall simply build anew." In a distant place. As dawn broke, the soft light of morning cascaded into the forest, filtering through the thick foliage of towering trees flanking the narrow path, casting delicate golden shadows upon the rugged, muddy trail. The shimmering light danced in harmony with the rustling leaves stirred by the gentle breeze, resembling the gilded memories of time upon the ground. The tranquility of the morning was abruptly shattered by the rhythmic and brisk sound of footsteps emerging from the depths of the dense woodland. 2 boys, one tall and one short, both with dark hair, approached swiftly, their backs laden with a high stack of firewood. They moved in synchrony, their feet pounding the earth in unison, causing the leaves of the ancient trees to sway gently. As they sped past, they resembled a gust of wind. "Brother, what shall we have for breakfast today?" inquired the shorter boy, his black hair tousled like a hedgehog. He effortlessly carried the seemingly weightless bundle of wood while running alongside his taller sibling. His fixation on food was evident, as a hint of drool seemed to escape the corners of his mouth at the mere mention of breakfast. The taller boy, Cavasir, possessing a head of sharp black hair, ran in rhythm with his younger brother. Upon hearing his sibling's question, a smile crept across his face. "If a piece of wood falls, breakfast will be delayed by 10 minutes, he replied, all the while ensuring the precariously balanced stack of firewood on their backs remained intact, as they were not secured with ropes and could easily tumble from their makeshift rack. What? The concept of food was a significant concern for the little one. Upon hearing his brother's words, his innocent face immediately fell, yet out of respect for his brother's authority, he reluctantly nodded and refocused on their practice. Each morning began with an early rise, performing a series of martial arts routines in front of their humble abode to invigorate their bodies, before shouldering the wooden frame and venturing into the mountains to gather firewood. They were discerning in their selection, rejecting pieces that were unsuitable in size, damp, or moldy, and disregarding those that were too close at hand. From the moment he began collecting firewood until he filled his arms, he relied solely on his own grasp to prevent the logs from tumbling down, even amidst a swift run, without the aid of ropes to secure them. This was an adaptation by Cavasor of the training originally depicted in the classic tale, wherein Master Roshi instructed little Goku and Krillin to balance bowls of water atop their heads while performing spins and somersaults, ensuring not a single drop was spilled. In comparison, the task at hand was evidently much simpler. 2 full years have elapsed since that day. Following that event, little Kakarot transformed into little Goku. Perhaps it was due to his severe injuries, or the abnormal state of his body and mind during his transformation into a great ape. Or perhaps a fragment of Goku's essence resided within Kakarot all along. In any case, Kakarot's journey mirrored the original narrative, evolving from a volatile and bloodthirsty scion into a pure-hearted Earth boy, Sun Wukong. Had this unexpected yet anticipated change not occurred, Cavasor mused that he might have struggled to determine the appropriate emotions and mindset to confront the irascible Kakarot, who often retreated into the mountains, maintaining a distance from home. Hatred? After all, it was he who had taken the life of the kindly elder who had cared for him. Disgust? In his past life, Cavasor harbored no fondness for the true Scions, not even for Vegeta, before his psyche began to shift due to life on Earth. The previous Kakarot epitomized the archetypal Scion, brutal, bloodthirsty, combative, and driven by an insatiable thirst for destruction, seeking joy and satisfaction through chaos. Or perhaps compassion. After all, lower-class warriors lose their self-awareness during their great ape transformation. Had he been capable of thought, Kakarot might not have crushed old Gohan beneath his foot. Cavasor had witnessed several times, after Kakarot's rampages and subsequent departures, the lonely child standing beneath a distant tree, gazing at the illuminated cottage. His small face a tapestry of solitude, confusion, longing, and trepidation. Cavasor's vision had always been keen. Yet, all of this need not occupy his thoughts any longer, for Kakarot had perished. The boy before him now was but a simple, innocent youth, bearing the name Sun Wukong. In Cavasor's impression, there exists the figure of Sun Wukong, the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, the warrior who fights for Earth, the master of martial arts, and not merely Kakarot. At times, when gazing upon the innocent face of little Wukong, Cavasor often experiences a vivid hallucination of that visage transformed into one marked by ferocity and defiance. However, he is acutely aware that the stubborn little rascal he once knew will never return. In the forest, he momentarily set aside the firewood and gathered a few slender branches, arranging them over the fire. After skillfully skinning a patterned wild wolf he had just dispatched, he placed it upon the grill. With the formidable appetite of a scion, consuming meat thrice daily posed no challenge whatsoever. Little Wukong, eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the wolf meat sizzling above the flames, saliva pooling at his feet. His nose twitched rhythmically, utterly engrossed in monitoring whether the food was ready, while his stomach audibly protested in hunger. Cavasor had long grown accustomed to his brother's unadulterated enthusiasm. As he casually turned the wolf meat to ensure it cooked evenly, he noted his own improvement in grilling skills over the years. "It's ready," little Wukong suddenly exclaimed with glee, and without hesitation, he tore off a large chunk of meat. Exclaiming hot, 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 he joyfully began to devour it, his hands and mouth smeared with greasy meat juices. Cavasor smiled gently and shook his head, tearing off a large piece of meat. Though he did not devour it with the ravenous fervor of his younger brother, Goku, he nonetheless ate heartily, for the Scion constitution is known for its remarkable appetite. "Oh, I am so full," Goku exclaimed, patting his now rounded belly with satisfaction, after compelling his brother to wash the greasy hands and mouth by a nearby stream. Cavasor hoisted the wooden frame once more, deftly flicking the logs off the ground with his toes, and stacking them securely on his back. Goku mimicked his brother's actions. Though he lacked the grace and ease of Cavasor, he completed the task swiftly. "Grandpa's cooking is the best," Goku murmured as he followed Cavasor with the wood. Despite the significant change in his personality, his memories were not entirely wiped clean, and he retained a vague recollection of the time when he was Kakarot, remembering fondly the kind old man who always wore a gentle smile. Cavasor had informed him that this man was their grandfather, and he was indeed his brother. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin that the brothers had built 2 years prior, they placed their piles of wood behind the house and entered. As the name suggests, the cabin was modest in size, featuring a simple wooden table at its center surrounded by a few small stools. In one corner stood a modest wooden chest, and beside it was a wooden platform upon which rested an orange-yellow orb cushioned by a thick cloth. This orb seemed to be embedded with 4 small red stars. Aside from the Rui stick, the only memento left by the old Gohan was the 4-star Dragon Ball. The brothers stood before the table holding the 4-star ball, closed their eyes in silence, and joined their palms together in a bow. "Grandpa, we have returned," Goku said sincerely, bowing as he spoke, his tone pure and cheerful, as if he had never known sorrow. Kawizel gazed silently at the 4-star ball, as if the gentle and kind visage of the old man was reflected within it. As was customary, he stood at a distance, clad in his ancient attire, donning a small round hat, hands clasped behind him, gazing tenderly at his 2 children. The orb that grants wishes. In the afternoon, the time for daily training arrived, predominantly adhering to the teachings imparted by the venerable Gohan. However, Kawizel gradually began to experiment with breaking free from the confines of traditional martial arts routines. The power level detector indicated his combat prowess at 121, while little Goku measured at 48. When he first obtained the detector 2 years prior, he had concealed it in a small box, ensuring it remained intact despite the rampant transformation of Goku into a great ape. Little Goku's power level of 48 was not far off from the 50 he possessed at the age of 12 in the original narrative. Yet he was only 7 this year. This can be attributed to 2 factors. Firstly, Kakarot's prolonged development as a pure Saiyan allows for a more typical increase in combat ability. Otherwise, how could Goku, a lowly warrior, surpass his brother Raditz by such a margin? Secondly, due to Kawizel's influence, little Kakarot exerted significantly more effort than the innocent and naive Goku of the original story. Time seemed to fly by as they toiled and perspired, and before they realized it, darkness enveloped the sky. After a simple cold shower, Kawizel stood upon the rooftop, quietly gazing at the star-studded night sky, reminiscent of a river of stars. In this serene and soundless night, amidst the remote mountains and the gentle, cool breeze, Kawizel spread his arms wide and softly murmured, "The future." In his mind, vibrant hues of glass-like light surrounded him, with 4 faint rainbow-colored orbs swirling incessantly. Little Goku sat beside him on the rooftop, tilting his head in curiosity, puzzled by his brother's actions. "The following day, brother, where are we going?" Little Goku, who had never ventured far from home, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing his brother's words about their impending departure. Cavasser smiled faintly and softly remarked, "To a very distant place." "How far is very far?" "It is difficult to articulate." Bending down, he picked up a small stone, casually tossing it forward. The stone traced a graceful arc through the air before swiftly descending, rolling a short distance on the ground, and finally coming to a halt. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, settled into the back seat, and instructed the driver to continue driving. After drifting in and out of slumber several times, he found himself at the port, boarding a ship. Upon reaching the airport, he took a flight, and when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the opposite end of the earth. For Cavasser, possessing the ability of instantaneous movement, the distances traversed in these 2 scenarios held no distinction. Both could be effortlessly crossed in the blink of an eye, merely requiring a thought, a neural impulse transmitted through the trigeminal nerve. Thus, when Cavasser spoke of a very far place, it was clear he did not refer to spatial distance, nor specifically to their destination, the Turtle Hermit's abode. Yet, he could not precisely articulate what this very far place he murmured about actually was or where it lay. In essence, it was a place that could only be reached through considerable hardship. Therefore, Cavasser had no intention of utilizing his instantaneous movement to arrive at the Turtle Hermit's residence. He had resolved, unless absolutely necessary, such as in dire situations involving acquaintances on the verge of death, or life-threatening battles requiring tactical maneuvers, not to easily employ his teleportation skills. During his tenure as the god of destruction, this was inconsequential. He was inherently the strongest, with little thought given to power or strength. Out of convenience, laziness, or mere habit, he treated instantaneous movement as a basic means of transportation, which was entirely normal. However, he now found himself as a human, composed of flesh and blood, traversing the path of a martial artist in pursuit of power and martial prowess. Thus, it was prudent to minimize the use of such abilities, at least during the early stages of his training. Eventually, as he ascended to higher levels of martial arts, instantaneous movement would likely lose its significance, and he might not pay it much mind. In any case, this journey to the Turtle Hermit's abode would be undertaken on foot alongside the young Goku. However, it seemed that the Turtle Hermit's residence was situated over the sea. Emerging from the shadows of the dense forest at the foot of Mount Bowsy were 2 boys, one tall and the other short. The taller boy, not particularly high, stood at around 1.50 meters, with a neat head of black, spiky hair and a clean, youthful visage that radiated a touch of sunny charm and boyish handsomeness. He wore a blue sleeveless tunic, adorned with red cloth wristbands on each arm. and a thick red fabric belt tied at his waist, with the excess fabric dangling and swaying as he moved. His trousers, also made of coarse fabric, were loose-fitting but tightly cinched at the ankles, allowing for ease of movement. Dressed in white socks and clad in a pair of sturdy black fabric shoes, the young man appeared robust and unpretentious from a distance. As one drew closer, it became evident that he was not only strong and simple but also strikingly handsome, exuding a certain charm. Beside him walked a shorter boy, whose attire mirrored that of the taller youth, albeit in a smaller size. As he stood at a mere meter tall, still just a young lad, his hair, sharp and black, though neither long nor short, stood upright in a spirited manner akin to a hedgehog, curiously attractive in its own right. On the boy's back rested a short red stick, encased in a matching wooden tube, simply secured with a coarse hemp rope tied diagonally across his body, adorned with a modest knot at his chest. In stark contrast to the tall boy's calm and gentle demeanor, the boy with the hedgehog-like hair radiated an air of innocent exuberance, his eyes pure and bright, almost unworldly in their clarity. These were, of course, the duo of Kavisi and his younger brother, Wukong, freshly descended from the Bun Mountain. Within the humble abode on the mountain, there was little to tidy up. Having set their sights on a goal, Kavisi donned his clothes and, with his brother in tow, made his way down the mountain. As for the location of Kame House, he had long since memorized many significant geographical landmarks from the Dragon Ball world. Even if the details were not all vividly clear, nevertheless, he possessed a general sense of direction. With a mere flicker of perception, he discerned a mighty energy emanating from the far southern reaches, characterized by a breadth, depth, and weightiness that spoke of formidable power. This energy, the essence of life itself, reflected the truest and purest nature of its source, undoubtedly a testament to the character and disposition of its bearer. To perceive such a force was a true test of the observer's skill. In comparison, Kavisi's own power level was a modest 121, while this aura surpassed him slightly, likely hovering around 150. Drawing from the knowledge he held about the Dragon Ball universe, it was readily apparent to him that this energy belonged to none other than Master Roshi, resonating with the very qualities of breadth, depth, and weight. Cavasser harbored no doubts regarding the aura he sensed from Master Roshi. He was acutely aware that the lecherous facade was merely a superficial guise of the martial arts deity. At his core, he was a true warrior, devoted to the next generation, to the noble cause of humanity, and to the well-being of all beings. Without hesitation, he would stand resolutely at the forefront, transforming his aged body into a bastion to shield those who stood behind him. He could face death with a smile. When the moment of truth arrived, Cavasser was utterly convinced that even if a beautiful maiden were to undulate provocatively before him, the elder's serious demeanor would remain unshaken. Not even for an instant. He was a disciple of the Grandmaster of Martial Arts, Wutaidu. He was indeed a deity of martial arts. His aura was not to be deceived. Kawizel embarked on the journey to Kame House with unwavering trust, accompanied by his younger brother, Little Wukong. He was eager to discover what he could learn under the guidance of that elderly master and whether he could unearth the strength to grow more powerful. "I am so hungry," Little Wukong lamented, scratching his head in distress shortly after they exited the woods, his stomach rumbling audibly. Cavasser, rendered speechless, turned around, his gaze seemingly piercing through the profound woodlands, transcending the earth, until it beheld the vast ocean that lay between the coastline and the island of Kame House, which lingered in his memory. It appeared imperative to prepare an ample supply of provisions. He asserted with unwavering certainty, lest the planks of the boat be gnawed away. As he journeyed towards Kame House, he noted that mealtime was fast approaching. Observing the considerable distance from this desolate wilderness to the village below, Cavasser seized the opportunity to hunt, effortlessly slaying a wild beast with a few deft strikes. "Hurry up, I'm famished," exclaimed the young Goku. Circling around the sizable carcass that Cavasser dragged, drool glistening at the corners of his mouth, flowing unabashedly without restraint, Cavasser disregarded the young lad. Preoccupied with gathering a collection of dry twigs and leaves, he skillfully prepared the beast with casual expertise and soon set it ablaze over the flames. Having lived in the mountains for such an extended period, kindling a fire was an effortless task for him. As the aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, the little monkey, in a fit of joy, leapt eagerly toward the grill, reveling in the delightful scent and swiftly devouring the delectable feast. Cavasser sat idly to the side, feeling little hunger. At this moment, he casually occupied himself, with nothing pressing to attend to, his fingers idly toying with a piece of withered wood. His hands, pale and slender, were not at all reminiscent of those belonging to a martial artist. They displayed remarkable dexterity, allowing the dry, slender twig to come alive in his grasp. Twisting and turning with a life of its own, dancing between his agile fingers without ever falling to the ground. Suddenly, among the scattered twigs at Caviezel's feet, one of the dry branches began to sway and float, slowly commencing a dance of its own. Without a flicker of surprise, Caviezel held his own twig and began to engage in a playful duel with the floating branch, as if they were fencing, exchanging strokes in a lively spar. Eventually, he even relinquished his hold on the twig, watching with fascination as the two slender branches continued their animated clash in the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, little Wukong had devoured the roasted meat, leaving only a bare, white skeleton hanging from the grill. He patted his belly and leapt down, radiating sheer satisfaction and bliss, exclaiming, "Ah, I am so full. Having feasted, let us continue our journey." Cavither brushed off the dust and rose from the ground. Simultaneously, the two severed branches, which had just been entangled in a fierce struggle, seemed to lose some mysterious force that had upheld them, and they immediately plummeted. Almost in the same breath, Cavither casually kicked the falling branches into the ashes beneath the skeletal remains. "Oh," little Wukong responded energetically. Coezier nodded and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a flame emerged unexpectedly, enveloping the entire skeletal remains of the beast. My brother is truly remarkable. Although little Wukong had witnessed such feats on several occasions, he still found it enchanting, for he knew he could not replicate such prowess. Thus, his brother indeed was exceptional. "Let us depart." Without glancing back, Coezier beckoned to leave. Continuing onward, they needed to procure some quality provisions in the nearest city. For traveling from the sea to Kame House solely by their own efforts seemed implausible within a day or two. "Oh, I'm coming." Little Wukong hurried to catch up. Ever since Wukong had unexpectedly transformed into a giant ape 2 years prior, Coezier had become acutely aware that a seance transformation into a giant ape did not necessarily require a genuine sighting of a full moon. The conditions for this transformation had been elucidated clearly through the words of Prince Vegeta in the original narrative. There were two prerequisites. One must possess a tail, and one must observe the full moon. Essentially, the eyes must receive a sufficiently intense barrage of Blutz waves emitted by the full moon, which would then stimulate the tail, inducing the transformation. Ultimately, the decisive factor for the transformation into a giant ape lies in the tail receiving the corresponding stimulus. Consequently, the necessity of witnessing an authentic full moon with the naked eye becomes questionable. After all, humans are capable of self-deception, as long as one can convince oneself and allow one's mind to be utterly certain of having seen the full moon, then the brain will perceive the requisite intensity of Blutz waves, and consequently, the tail will also be stimulated, leading to the transformation. Caviezel once encountered a peculiar tail online, reminiscent of wartime experiments. Researchers confined prisoners within a room, allowing only their arms to extend through a solitary opening in the wall. They then dripped cold water onto the exposed skin of the prisoner's arms, leading to painful burns. This was achieved through a relentless psychological manipulation, convincing the prisoners that the droplets were, in fact, molten iron. 2 years prior, the young Wukong, in a state of profound confusion, mistook the bald head of the elder Gohan for a full moon, resulting in his bizarre yet plausible transformation into a great ape. Once he firmly believed in the illusion of the full moon, the stimuli generated in his brain transmitted to his tail, triggering the transformation. Caviezel pondered that had he been able to transform into a great ape at that moment, perhaps the elder would have been spared. As a member of the Scion royal lineage, Caviezel knew that he would not lose consciousness during such a transformation. Moreover, he had unwavering faith that the latent power within his Scion bloodline could not disrupt the clarity of his divine consciousness. Even the legendary sorcerer Yutu Wanya, the master of Celia, would find it impossible to instill even a moment of doubt or disorientation in his mind. Thus, if he could have transformed at that crucial moment, he could have certainly prevented the rampaging Wukong from causing the elder's demise. Following this reflection, Caviezel began to fervently recall every word spoken by Yutu Wanya during his time in Celia's homeland, delving into the study of arcane magics, particularly those pertaining to mental and telekinetic disciplines. He resolved to master self-hypnosis, enabling him to summon his great ape transformation at will. After 2 years of diligent practice, he had gained the ability to manipulate objects with his telekinesis. With their swift strides, the duo raced through the surroundings like the wind, without a moment's pause. Soon, they arrived at a considerably larger city nearby. The bustling city was a stark contrast to the serene wilderness, filled with throngs of people, winding roads, and an incessant cacophony of voices and honking vehicles. It was a lively spectacle. Young Wukong, with a curious demeanor, walked alongside his brother Caviezel, peering around in wonder. Throughout the time when the elder Gohan was present, and even in the 2 years following his absence, Wukong had seldom ventured down from the mountain. The little one had little inclination to explore the world below, not due to any particular reason, but simply because no one had suggested it. And he had never thought of descending to play. "Be cautious and don't wander off," Caviezel advised, feeling a twinge of concern. At this moment, the young Wukong had yet to hone his ability to sense his surroundings through energy. Given his naturally naive and innocent disposition, if he were to stray, Caviezel feared he would have no choice but to seek out the city's unsavory characters to locate his brother. Little Wukong nodded. "You wait here for me. And do not wander off," Caviezel instructed at the entrance of a narrow alley. "Then please hurry," little Wukong urged. For he was quite curious about just how far that distant place his brother spoke of truly was. Caviezel nodded slightly and stepped out of the narrow alley, then turned right and approached the entrance of a small convenience store, entering without pause. Ignoring the varied gazes of the store clerk and a few scattered patrons, Caviezel was well aware that his attire appeared rather rustic and unrefined. He made his way to the section of canned goods, energetically filling a bag he had taken from the counter. Then he grabbed another bag and filled it with an assortment of compressed biscuits, followed by yet another bag filled with bottled beverages. The shoppers in the aisle frequently cast curious glances at the short-haired boy clad in his humble garb, genuinely astonished. He did not seem the type who could purchase such a large quantity of items in one go. Their assumptions were, in fact, quite accurate. Caviezel had never truly contemplated purchasing him, as he lacked the financial means. He had always been lurking in the mountains, and his brothers had no money either. In fact, he had never even seen old Gohan grasp money in his hands before. Caviezel effortlessly carried 3 large bags of food and brushed past a person at the corner of the hallway. The individual, intrigued by how quickly this child had managed to purchase such a vast quantity of items, instinctively turned to glance back. However, to their astonishment, there was nothing to be seen. Where did he go? The person wondered, scanning left and right, forward and backward, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the young boy. Had their eyes deceived them? At the mouth of the alley, Caviezel suddenly appeared, bags in hand, only to be surprised to find his brother Wukong confronted by another boy, nearly his size but with a bruised and battered visage. "Who is he?" Caviezel inquired. "He wanted me to give him something called money, and when I refused, he tried to hit me, so I struck back," young Wukong explained with utmost seriousness, glancing at the bruised boy beside him. Having never encountered another human aside from son Wukong and Caviezel, the innocent Wukong felt a mixture of pity and curiosity, thinking, he seems so weak. He then asked, "Brother, what is money? Is it something delicious?" "Certainly not," Caviezel replied. "Oh, if it isn't tasty, then why does he want it?" "How strange," Wukong mused, casting a puzzled look at the battered boy. The bruised boy felt a pang of embarrassment. Who were these peculiar brothers? His misfortune had compounded, having been bested by Wukong, who seemed to possess remarkable strength. If only he had known that robbing this brother would lead to such trouble. But it can buy lots of food. Caviezel hoped to instill a proper sense of values in his brother, for he feared that in the future, Wukong might attempt to exchange treasures for mere meals, which would be quite unfortunate. So money is so powerful. Wukong's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding as he patted the shoulder of the bruised boy, exclaiming, "You are truly clever." The bruised boy felt even more awkward. This was all rather absurd. "All right, let us depart," Caviezel instructed, handing the various bags to Wukong. Wukong happily slung the bags over his shoulders and cheerfully bid farewell to the bruised boy, saying, "Though you are weak, goodbye. By the way, what is your name?" Caviezel still found the battered boy somewhat familiar and decided to ask before leaving. "Me? I am called Satan," the bruised boy replied weakly, cautiously observing Wukong as he curiously sniffed at the various bags. "Satan?" Caviezel exclaimed, an unusual smile creeping onto his face. He scrutinized the bruised boy closely and indeed discerned a hint of the future audacious and shameless world champion in him. However, in Caviezel's recollection, although Satan was somewhat lewd and vain, he could not fathom him stooping so low as to commit robbery. What would compel him to act in such a manner? Caviezel inquired. After all, this individual has attained the title of World Combat Champion. Surely, he would not stoop to such actions prior to his rise to fame. I, Satan, lowered my head and murmured, "My mother is gravely ill, and I lack the funds to await assistance." Upon finishing his statement, Caviezel vanished into thin air. Satan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Where did that person go? He turned around, searching in vain for any trace of the man. Your brother has disappeared. Satan glared at little Wukong. I saw it. Little Wukong replied, a perplexed expression adorning his face. You are the peculiar one. Satan internally screamed. A living person vanished into thin air. You two are both strange. Suddenly, a box was hurled to the ground. Satan looked up to find the previously vanished cavature had reappeared without notice. What is this? Satan inquired, gazing at the box at his feet, which appeared somewhat familiar. Money. Cavature replied with an expression that suggested, Are you an imbecile? He beckoned to little Wukong. Let us go. Money. Satan shuddered. Noticing that the box's lock had been inexplicably broken, he opened it to discover stacks of green bills neatly piled within, a strong scent of currency wafting towards him. He called out to Cavature, who was already walking away. Why are you helping me? Without turning back, Cavature waved his hand dismissively. Consider it a gift from my future nephew's future wife. Huh? Satan was taken aback. On the other side of the city, through the diligent efforts of 5 police cars, the bank robbers were finally apprehended. The officers cautiously spread out, surrounding the now-stopped getaway vehicle, only to find the robbers had all succumbed to unconsciousness. What transpired? The officers exchanged bewildered glances at the shattered glass in front of the robbers' vehicle and the disheveled thieves within. Sheriff, one box is missing, an officer reported. They once again exchanged puzzled looks. Did it fall off along the way? Brother, what does future wife mean? Little Wukong asked during their journey. Your son's wife, came the reply. What is a wife? Is it delicious? It varies from person to person. Soon, by the seaside woods, a raft constructed from sturdy trees was ready, together with little Wukong. Satan pushed the raft into the sea. Cavature tossed all the packages onto the raft and gestured grandly, set sail. Let the voyage begin. With a splash, the two brothers leaped into the sea, propelling their raft swiftly towards the distant ocean. At West Capitol High School, in the front of the classroom, the teacher was droning on with the textbook, while the students below engaged in various states of attention. Some listened, some daydreamed, others slept, played on their phones, or flirted. Among them was Booma, one of the daydreamers. Supporting her head with her right hand, she gazed out at the azure sky and the pristine clouds, feeling utterly bored. The teacher's incessant chatter buzzed around her ears, amplifying her irritation. With her current knowledge, she could construct a robot from scrap materials, rendering the school curriculum utterly uninteresting to her. Were it not for the oddity of her age not attending school, she would not have bothered with such a superfluous place. Booma had never taken an exam, as she was accustomed to hacking into the school's administrative system to alter her grades. After all, the school only disclosed whether students passed or failed, without revealing actual scores. Ah, how tedious. A little excitement would be delightful. The girl simply decided to rest her head on the desk and doze off. The day was beautiful, with clear skies and gentle winds at the Turtle Hermit-S abode. This place, indeed, enjoyed such pleasant weather year-round. Suddenly, a cacophony of lewd, raucous laughter emanated from the small window of the Turtle Hermit-S house, sounding aged yet robust, as if it belonged to a rather lascivious old man, full of vitality. The old turtle languidly lay on the beach outside, expressionless, listening to the indecent sounds that had invaded his ears for centuries. To the ancient turtle, accustomed to the Turtle Hermit-S crude banter, the current level of lewdness was still far from alarming. What is that? The old turtle noticed something approaching the horizon. A shark? A sea monster? No. Those ferocious sea creatures had been dealt with by the turtle hermit over a century ago. The waters within a 10-kilometer radius of the turtle hermit's home were long regarded as a no-go zone by them. Having followed the turtle hermit for hundreds of years and being a creature of the sea himself, the old turtle was acutely aware of this. It was a raft. Someone was coming this way? The old turtle was astonished. Ever since the turtle hermit secluded himself in this abode, no one had willingly approached. Hardly anyone knew that the once great martial arts deity resided on this dilapidated isle. Turning back towards the turtle hermit, who was glued to the television watching some sort of program, the old turtle exclaimed, Turtle Hermit, it seems someone is coming our way. Far out at sea, I see it. At this moment, Cavaster sat poised upon a wooden raft, his right hand resting on his forehead as he gazed towards a small island emerging in the distance. Indeed, behind the raft, the exuberant little Wukong, frolicking in the waters, abruptly ceased his antics, plunging headfirst into the sea with a splash. Moments later, he resurfaced before the raft, also shielding his brow, and beheld a peculiar little house ahead. At long last, they had arrived. The naked little Wukong clambered onto the raft, retrieving a clean set of clothes from a plastic bag and securing his Rui Bang upon his back. Let us proceed. Cavaster beckoned. Whoosh, whoosh. The two brothers wasted no time. Even from a considerable distance away from the small dwelling, they sprang into the air from the raft, landing with a resounding thud. Defying the laws of physics. Greetings. Are you the turtle sage? The joyful little Wukong inquired of the venerable sea turtle. Kawizzle. Upon hearing the aged voice of the turtle hermit, stepped outside, leaning on his cane. This little fellow possesses considerable vitality. The turtle hermit quickly discerned Kawizzle's robust life force, a testament to his profound mastery of martial arts. Then, his gaze fell upon the vibrant Rui Bang that Sun Wukong carried on his back. Ah, is that not the Rui Bang? Exclaimed the turtle hermit, astonished. Who exactly are you two? What is your relation to Sun Gohan? Our grandfather is indeed named Sun Gohan, replied the curious Sun Wukong. Sir, do you know our grandfather? Hearing this, a glimmer of light reflected off the turtle hermit's sunglasses as he replied in a measured tone, I am the turtle hermit. And your grandfather Sun Gohan was my disciple. You are the turtle hermit. Sun Wukong gasped, glancing back at the ancient turtle lying nearby. Greetings, Master Wutian. Our grandfather spoke of you before he passed, which is why we have come to seek your guidance, Kawizzle said politely. I am Kawizzle, and this is my brother. Sun Wukong. Passed away? The turtle hermit fell silent for a moment. Despite having lived for several centuries and becoming accustomed to the cycle of life and death, the loss of a cherished disciple weighed heavily on his heart. He soon composed himself and said, I see. Then you may stay with me. With a sigh, the turtle hermit shook his head and turned back toward his dwelling. Brother, is this old gentleman even more formidable than grandfather? Sun Wukong inquired. He is our grandfather's master. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong recalled the elder's often carefree demeanor, even after being soundly defeated. He nodded earnestly. Indeed, he must be quite remarkable. Let us proceed, Kawizzle said, patting Sun Wukong on the head. We must strive diligently in our training. Of course, Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with energy as he followed his brother into the turtle hermit's abode. Summary. Ultimately, this is a tale of a young man who, after inadvertently traversing back to the East Kaishan era 75 million years ago, indulges in a life of leisure while unwittingly embarking on a journey to save the entire universe.